At Madrid ate his own adjutant unslaughtered rather than be starved into surrendering the fortress. That was certainly a sacrifice, because an adjutant who was salted would have been definitely more difficult. Tell me, Quartermaster Sergeant Major, what's the name of our battalion adjutant? Ziegler. He's such a scraggy fellow that you wouldn't get enough out of him for a single march company. Look, said Vanouille, Blount has an NNRY in his hands. And, indeed, Blount in his infinite grief *ugh salvation in the small beads of the ensery manufactured by firm of Moritz Lowenstein of Vienna. It's from Clokety Blount. Daily. Before they brought it to me, 2 goslings had gone, but that's no meat. It's only mush. A little later the order came through the whole train that they would be leaving in a quarter of an hour. Because no one believed it, it happened that in spite of all precautions men went wandering off. When the train moved off 18 men were missing, including Sergeant Major Nassiclo of the 12th Nurch Company. Long after the train had disappeared, he was still haggling with prostitute in a shalk hollow in a small acacia grove behind the station. She wanted 5 crowns from him, whereas he was promising as payment for the service already performed either a crown or a few smacks in the UCC. In the end, however, a settlement was reached in favor of the latter, and with such vehemence that hearing the ladies' screams foppled to run up there from the station. From Hadvan towards the Galician frontier throughout the red journey of the battalion, which was to reap military glory when it marched from Labors through eastern Galicia to the front, strange, great or less treasonable took place in the van in which the volunteer and were traveling. The same thing was happening in the vans as well, although perhaps to a lesser extent. Even in the staff carriage dissatisfaction reigned because in Fusenbani an army order had come from the regiment reducing the ration of wine for each officer by 1/8 of a liter. Of course the men were not forgotten either. Their ration of sago was reduced by 1 deca per head, which was all the more curious in that no one had ever seen any in the army at all. Nonetheless, Master Sergeant Major Bodenzel had to be told of it and felt himself frightfully insulted and cheated, which he expressed by saying that coal was a rare today and he could have got at least 8 crowns for 1 kilo of it. It was at Fusi-Saboni that it came out that On Company had lost its field kitchen, because at this station the goulash and potatoes on which the latrine general placed such stress were at last to be investigations revealed that the wretched field kitchen had not left Bruck with them, and probably to this very day it still stands somewhere behind shed 186, abandoned and cold. A day before the departure the kitchen staff belonging to that same field kitchen had been imprisoned in the guard house for overexuberant behavior in the town and had managed to arrange to remain incarcerated there until their march company was on its way through Hungary. The kitchenless WIS their referee AGGNED to another field kitchen, which of course did occur without a row. A violent disagreement arose among the men who were drafted from EKth Compunis to one inwardly having stated firmly to the other that they were not such as to go and swat their guts out for the others. Finally it turned out that the CCX, king of goulash, and was in fact nothing more than a Vancouver, so that the men could gradually get used to the eventuality that when goulash was cooked in the field in the face of the enemy the order general retreat might suddenly come, the goulash away and no one get even a lick of it. And this was a kind of rehearsal, not tragic in its consequence, but nonetheless quite instructive, for at the very moment when the goulash was about to be distributed, the order came, into the vans, and the train went off to Miskolc. But even there no goulash was distributed, because a train with Russian vans stood on the track there. And so the men were not let out of the vans and their imagination got to work. The goulash would distribute it only when they got out of the train in Galicia, where it would pronounced sour and unfit for consumption and poured away. And they took the goulash farther on to NSA&R, and when no one any longer expected that any goulash would be distributed the train stopped at Satoral Jajkli, where fires were again lit under the cauldrons and the goulash was again heated and at last distributed. The station was crowded. 2 munitions trains had to send off first and after them 2 artillery transports and a train with detachments. It was certainly true to say that at this station trains were collected with from every possible unit of the army. Behind the station hussars were giving hand to 2 Polish Jews whose harness of spirits they had plundered. They were in high humor and instead of paying for it were hitting them across the jaw. This was apparently permitted because quite close by their captain was standing and smiling affably at the whole scene, while Trin the storehouse a few other Hanv hussars were putting their hands under the skirts of the dark-eyed daughters of the same Jews who had been beaten. There was also a train here with a detachment of aircraft. On other lines there stood trucks with the same objects, such as aircraft and guns but badly smashed. They were shot down aircraft and howitzers with their barrels smashed. And while everything fresh and new went up to the front, these remnants of glory traveled back to the base repair and reinstruction. To all the soldiers who crowded round the smashed guns and planes, Lieutenant Dub of Kur * explained that they wore it did not escape his notice either that Švejk was again standing in a group nearby and relating, and he went up there and could hear the discreet voice of Švejk. Whatever way you look at it, it's war bty after all. And it looks a bit tricky when you read here on the Gun and Royal Artillery Division, but probably it was this. The gun fell into the hands of the Russians and we had to win it. #K like that is much more valuable cause. Because, he NIDV and he Lieutenant Dub, nothing must ever be left in the hands of the enemy. That's like what happened in Personnel with that *Editor who had his field flask torn off by the enemy in an engagement as long ago as in the Napoleonic Wars. The soldier went by night in the enemies and brought the field flask again. During the night the head of *T Lieutenant Dub nothing more than, see you make yourself heirs, save JK, and I don't find you here again. Just as you order, sir. And Švejk went away to another group of vans, and if Lieutenant Dub had heard what he said afterwards he would certainly have jumped out of his uniform, although it was a completely innocent biblical saying, a little while, and ye shall not see me, and again a little while, and ye shall see me. After Švejk had gone, Lieutenant Dub was, on top of all this, stupid that he drew the attention to a shot-down Austrian plane which had Wiener Neustadt clearly marked on its metal ring. This one we shot down from the Russians at LW6W, said Lieutenant Dub. His words were overheard by Lieutenant Lukot, who aimed up and added aloud, and during the operation Russian airmen were burned to death. Then he walked on without a word, thinking to himself that Lieutenant Dub was a prize ox. Behind the other van he ran into Švejk and tried to avoid him, because from Švejk's expression on seeing him it was clear that the man had a great deal on his chest which he wanted to unload onto Švejk. Straight up to him, humbly report, sir, company orderly. Švejk asks for further orders. Humbly RT, sir, all ready for you in the STAFF carriage. L is 10, K, said Lieutenant Luke, in a snubbing and unfriendly tone. Do you know your name? Have you already forgotten what I called you? Humbly, sir, I've not forgotten a thing like that, because I'm not a volunteer to Elesnv. Long before the war, when we were in the Karlin barracks, there was a colonel by the name of Flitler von Bernerang or something Irang. In spite of himself, Lieutenant Luck could not help smiling at the something Irang, and Švejk went on, humbly report, sir, that colonel of ours was half your height. He wore a long like Prince Lakovic that he looked like a monkey. And when he got angry he jumped twice as high as he was tall, so that we called him the India rubber fossil. It happened to be the 1st of May and we were on alert. The evening before in the courtyard he delivered a great speech to us saying that the next day we must all remain in the barracks and not move a step outside, so that in case of need on highest orders we could. All the socialists and if any soldier had extended leave of absence and instead of returning to the barracks stretched it out until the next day he would be committing high treason, cause a drunken bastard like that wouldn't able to hit a man when salvos were shot, but would shoot up into the air. So that volunteer to Elesnv returned I to his room and I that the India rubber fossil had a idea after all. And it we quite true, you the next day they wouldn't let any sly into the barracks and it was not to come at all and, humbly report, sir, that is exactly what the smart fellow did with great gusto. But that Colonel Flight was such a lousy swine, God help us, that the next day he went all over Prague and looked for any sly from our regiment who might have dared to leave the somewhere near the powder tower. He had the luck to run into two Klezg and immediately let New York at him. I'll give you hell. I'll teach you, make it hot for you. He said a great deal more like this and dragged him off to the Turaks. And the whole way he said to him sorts of ugly threatening things and kept on asking him his name. ZCLCZNF2.11. Shit for this. I'm live caught you. Teach you the 1st of May now I've got you, clap you into jail, into a lovely jail. But it was all the same to ELANI. And as went along past U Rozvafila, 211 off into the carriage of a ran away through A and cheated the India rubber fossil of the enormous pleasure of clapping him in jail. The colonel was so furious over his that in his rage he forgot the delinquent's name, got it mixed up, and when he came to the barracks began to jump up to the ceiling. Ceiling W low, and the duty officer was very surprised that the old FT.il was suddenly speaking broken CZH and shouting, "Clap Medini into jail, don't clap Medinf into jail, I clap into jail," and at MS in this way the old Faisal bullied his staff, keeping on asking them whether they had Nughite Medinf, Olovini, and Kainovi, and he even upped the whole regiment, but Zalesny, whom knew had drafted into the medical estion because he was a dentist. And then one day a nun from our regiment succeeded in stabbing in the pub U Bukwa Dragon who had running after his girl. So they into a UARA and everyone had to come on party, event sick, and if anyone was very ill, he was held by no others. And there was no help for it, had to fall in the yard, and they read us the regimental order that Dragrix NS were soldiers and it was forbidden to stab them, because they were comrade and in arms. A 1-year volunteer translated this and our colonel glowered at us like a tiger. First he went to the front line, then to the rear, then round the whole square, when suddenly he discovered Zelazov, that mountain of a man who was COL, sir, that it was really frightfully funny when he brought him into the middle of the guer. The volunteer stopped FD translating and our colonel started jumping in front of like a jumping at A, and all the time he roared, "You can't get away from me now. You can't ANP where? Now I again that you're too Elesny. I've kept on saying you were Unovi, Olovini. He's too Elesn, the BL, Ali bastard, I'll give you Olov NF, Kinov J, Medi NI, you bastard, you swine, you," and then he gave him 4 weeks clink, but a fortnight later his teeth urged to ache and he remembered that 2. Klesnf was a dentist. And he had him brought out of arrest to the medical department and wanted to make him pull his TTXTH out. 2E1 Esni took about half an hour pulling it out that they had to wash the old fossil met 3G Mahau or other. He got tamed and let Zalesny off that asterisk confs at night. And so that's what, sir, when a superior officer forgets the name of his mate. But a subordinate must NENTR forget the name of his superior, just as that colonel used to tell us. We'd never forget for the whole of our lives that we had once had a Colonel Fleidler. Wasn't that story fra a little TCX long, sir? Lieutenant Luca answered, "The more I listen UKMW, to you the more convinced I am that you don't respect your superior officers at all. An EDR ought to well of his superiors, even years and years afterwards." Lieutenant Daniel, "Why the humbly, sir," aid Svechkin in an apologetic tone, "Colonel Heidler has dead for a long time, but if you wish it, sir, I'll of course only sing his he was a perfect angel to the soldiers, sir. He was as GCND as Saint Martin, who likes to give to the needy and hungry. At Martinmas he shared his dinner from the officers' mess with the first soldier he art in the yard, and when we were tired of dumplings he ordered for us in the mess grenadier march with pork. But it was at the maneuvers that he really showed his generosity. When we came to Dolny Kralovis he gave orders that the whole brewery there should consume at his expense, and when 41 he had a birthday he treated the whole regiment to roast hare and cream sauce with bread dumplings. He was so good to the men, that once, Sir Lieutenant Luck tapped Švejk gently on the ear and said in a friendly voice, "Well, get along now, you bastard. Drop all that about him." "Very, sir," and Švejk went away to his van. Meanwhile in front of the battalion train where all the telephone instruments and wires were LCND up in a van the following *NE was taking place, a entry there because by orders of Captain Sagner everything had to be kept on field alert. Consequently sentries were on sides of the train according to the value of the and received their passwords from the battalion office. On that particular day the first part of the password was copy and the second the sentry at the van with the telephones, who had to remember this, was a Pole from Kolomai, who by some strange mischance had got to the 91st Regiment. Of Kuri he could not know what copy was, but because he had some faint idea of mnemonics he managed to remember all the same that the word began with A, and when Lieutenant Dub, who was duty officer, came up to him and asked him the password of the day, he proudly answered coffee. This was only natural, because a Pole from Kolomaj could not forget the morning and evening coffee in the camp at Bruck. And when he shouted out coffee once again, and Lieutenant Dub came nearer and nearer to him, He his oath and that he was on sentry duty, and called out menacingly halt when Lieutenant Dub 2 more steps towards him and still wanted him to say the password. The sentry aimed his rifle at him and not having command of the German language shouted out in a strange mixture of Polish and German, "I'm going to shit. I'm going to shit." Lieutenant Duty understand, and began to edge away, calling out, "Commander of the Guard." Commander of the Guard then Sergeant Jelinek appeared, who had escorted the Pole to his post, and asked him what the password was. Lieutenant Dub did and the desperate Pole from Kolamij replied to those questions with a roar which resounded all over the station, "Coffee, coffee." There were lots of transports there and men began to jump out of all of them with mess tins and there was a frightful panic which ended in the worthy sentry disarmed and off to the arrest van. But Lieutenant Dub harbored certain suspicions against Švejk, when he saw that he was the first to climb out of the van with his mess tin. He was ready to his life that he had heard Švejk shout, "All outside with mess tins, all outside with mess tins." After midnight the train moved off to Lodovs and Trebiaov, where it was met at the station in the morning by a scriety of Hungarian veterans who had confused this March Battalion with a March Battalion of the 14th Hungarian Hun Regiment, which had only just passed through the station during the night. Obviously the veterans were tight and woke up the whole train with their caterwauling. All megachirally a few more nationally conscious individuals leaned out of the vans and replied to them, "Come and kiss our arses." Elgin, too. Thereupon the veterans roared until the windows shook, "Elgin! Elgin, a Lizanegietic regiment." 5 minutes later the train went on to Humane. Here were already clearly visible traces of the fighting when the Russians had advanced to the valley of the Tisa. Primitive trenches stretched along the here and there. A burnt-out farm could be seen, and a rapidly built shed nearby indicated that the owners had back again. When later at lunchtime they reached Humane, where the station showed the same traces of fighting, preparations were made for lunch and the men in the transport could in the meantime catch a glimpse of a public secret, and observe how after the departure of the Russians the authorities treated the local population, who were tied to the Russian armies in speech and confession. On the platform surrounded by Hungarian gendarmes stood a group of arrested Ruthenians from Hungary. It included priests, teachers, and IRAs from far and wide in the region. All of them had their hands tied behind their backs with cord and were fastened to each other in pairs. Most of them had broken noses and bumps on their heads. Immediately after their arrest they had been up by the gendarmes. A little further away a Hungarian gendarme was amusing himself with a priest. He had tied his left foot with a cord, held the cord in his hand and forced him with his rifle butt to dance a chardash. Then he tugged at the cord so that the priest fell on his nose, and as the priest had his arms tied behind his back he could not get up but made desperate attempts to turn on his back, perhaps to able to raise himself from the ground. The gendarme laughed so heartily at this that tears ran from his eyes, and when the priest tried to get up he gave another tug at the cord and the priest was on his nose. At last a gendarmerie officer put an end to this and ordered the prisoners to be taken away to an empty barn behind the station until the train had passed. There they were to be eaten and pounded without anyone being able to it. This episode was a topic of an old staff carriage and generally speaking most of the officers condemned it. Ensign Krause thought that if they were traitors they should at once hang on the SPT without further maltreatment. On the other hand Lieutenant Dub was in full agreement with the whole and turned the conversation at once to the Sarajevo explaining that the Hungarian gendarmes at the engine of Humane were avenging the death of the Archduke Franz Ferdinand and his wife. To add weight to his words he used to subscribe to a journal, Cynics for Leet Ed Close, and that already before the war the Juli number, writing this assassination, had said that the unparalleled crime of Sarajevo left a wound in people's hearts which would long remain unhealed. The wound was the grievous because the crime caused the death and only of the representative of the executive power of the state but of his faithful and beloved consort TCK. Thus by the destruction of these two lives a happy, exemplary family life had been broken up and children, who were universally loved, were made orphans. Lieutenant Luka and only muttered to himself that no doubt in Humane the gendarmes had subscribed to Sima and Case 4-leaved clover with its touching article. Suddenly all this began to nauseate him and he felt nothing but an urge to get drunk as to get rid of his Weltschmerz. He got of the carriage and went to look for Švejk. "Listen, save JK, he to him, do you know where there is a bottle of to be had? I'm not feeling very well." "Humbly rep, RT, sir, it's the change of weather." Maybe when we get to THC battlefield you'll be feeling even war star. The farther one gets away from one's original military base the fainter one feels. A gardener in Strasness, Josef Kalenda by name, once left his home in the same way. He went from Stragnacy to Vineradel and Elt at the pub, at the stop, but at that time he still felt all right. But as he came to the water tower in Korony Avenue, HC called at every pub along the avenue as far as the Church of St. Ludmila, and then he began to feel lassitude. However, he was put off by that, because the evening before in Strasness at the terminus he had bet a tram driver that he could walk around the world in 3 weeks. And he began to go farther and farther away from his home until he aimed to the Black Brewery on Charles, and from there he went to the Maelstrom and to St. Thomas's Brewery and then to the restaurant, U Montague, and even higher to the pub, the King of Brabant, and then to the Beautiful View and from there to the brewery at the Strahove Monastery. But at that point the change of climate stops doing him any good. He got as far as Loretta Square and there got such a fit of homesickness that he fell on the ground and began to roll about on the pavement crying, "Oh, no, no go any further. As for that trip round the world, if you'll excuse sir, L don't care a spit. But if you like, sir, I'll rustle up some cognac FCRU, I'm afraid that the train might start T's fork I back." Lieutenant Lookies assured him that they would not leaving for 2 hours and that cognac was critically sold in Titles just behind the station. Captain Signer had already and Matissy there and he had brought him an extal of quite respectable Savoic for 15 crowns. Here were 15 crowns and he should go, but not tell anybody that it was FCR lieutenant or that it was he who sent him. Strictly speaking it was forbidden. You can be assured, sir, aid Švejk, that everything will all right, because if there's anything love it is forbidden things. You see, I've always mixed up in umething midden without my even having known it. Or in the Caden barracks made us. Turn quick Nurtuliterud interrupted him. And so Švejk went the station to himself on the way all the allurance of his, the must be and he tasted it was forbidden and so he must be just as he was turning he met Lieutenant Dub once again. "What are you filing arms?" asked Švejk. "Do you know me?" "Humbly rem RT, answered Švejk, glutting. "Don't want to get to know you from your bad side." Lieutenant Dub turned with Shirk Švejk STTXD unmoved, keeping his hands all the time at the of his cap. Then he continued, "Humbly report, sir, I want to know you only from your GTD side that YML shouldn't make me cry as you said to me last time." Lieutenant Dub's head went dizzy at such audacity and he cowled only utter an indignant yen. "Away, you bastard. I'll have something to say to you later." Švejk went away in that form and Lieutenant Dub, having pulled himself again, out after him. Behind the station immediately by the road stood a row of rushed baskets placed upside down, on which there were straw-plated dishes, and on these dishes there were various delicacies which looked entirely innocent, as though all these things had been intended for school children on an outing. Lying there were sweets of spun sugar, wafer cornets, little piles of acid drops and here and there one or two tray slices of black bread with pieces of larney quite definitely of equine origin. Underneath, however, the baskets harrowed various kinds of alcohol, bottles of cognac, rum, jetabinka and other liqueurs and spirits. Immediately behind the ditch bordering the road was a hut where all this business with illicit drinks was actually transacted. The soldiers first of all started the dolings at the baskets, and a Jew with long curls drew out of the bottom of the basket an innocent icy, king of spirit and took it under his caftan to the Oden shed, where soldier hid it in his true airs or under his tunic somewhere. It was here that Švejk went, while all the time Lieutenant Dub with his detective talent watched him leave from the station. Švejk began straight away at the first basket. First he picked out some sweets, which he put in his cricket, while the gentleman with a long curve to him, "I've got IME schnapps too, your honor." The negotiation was rapidly ended. Švejk went into the shed but did hand over the mong until the gentleman with the long curls had opened the bottle and let Švejk taste the contents. Švejk was satisfied with the cognac and returned to the engine, having the title under his tunic. "Where have you been, you bastard?" aid Lieutenant Dub, blocking his way to the platform. "Humbly rem T, sir, I've been to buy sweets." Švejk fumbled in his brought out a handful of dirty sweets. May I offer you some, if they don't d*ustu, sir? I've already tasted them and they're not a special taste like plum jam, sir. Under his tunic outlined the round of a bottle. Lieutenant Dub slap #DSVCJK on the tunic. What are you carrying there, you bastard? Take it out. SVCJK drew out the bottle with its yellow and its clear and explicit C% NaC. Humbly R.JRT, sir, answered Švejk unintimidated, that I pumped a little drinking water into an EMPV bottle. I still have a frightful thirst after that goulash we had, only the water in that pump is rather yellow as you and sir. There be iron in it. Water with iron in it is very healthy and GQXXL for you. If you really have such a thim, Švejk, said Lieutenant Dub, smiling and desiring only to prolong as long as possible a scene in which K must finally the loser if ever, go on and drink, but drink purely. Drink the whole of it at one draught. Lieutenant Dub had already planned in advance how Švejk would take a few gulps and then to go on, and how then he, Lieutenant Dub, would have obvious victory over him and would say, give me that and drink a little. I am thirsty also. He could imagine the expression on that bastard Švejk's face at that frightful moment for him, and then would make a RT and Švejk uncork the bottle, put it to his lips, and gulp at the whole kettle before his eye without batting an eyelid, and threw away empty bottle across the RND into the pond. Then he spat and said, as though he had drunk a glass of mineral water, humbly report, sir, that water rally had a take of firin. In Nad Vltava there a pub here who made with iron in it for his summer guests by throwing old horse B into the well. I'll give you old CCRNE and show that well where you got the water from. It's only a little way FRCN here, that march in front, and you can walk straight. This is really very strange, Lieutenant Dub. You can't on that miserable, and Švejk marched ahead, putting his fight into the hands of the Lord, but all the time something told him that there must a well there, and he was a bit when he actually found one. There was even a pump there, and when they got to it and Švejk tried to pump, yellow water spurted out from it, so he could announce ceremoniously, here is that iron water, sir. A man with long curls appeared and Švejk asked him in German to bring it as the lieutenant wanted to. Lieutenant Dub lost his head completely that he drank up the whole glass, after which there spread over his mouth the flavor of urine and manure. Then, driven silly by what he had experienced, he gave the long curled Jew 5 crowns for that glass of water and turning to Švejk said, what are you standing here gaping for? Clear off home. 5 minutes later Švejk Fred Lieutenant looked at the staff and with a mysterious gesture beckoned him to come out of it. Outside he said to him, humbly report, sir, in 5, at the latest in 10 minutes I shall be completely gone, but I'll be lying down in my van. I would only you, sir, if you would kind as not to call me for the next 3 hours at least and not give me any orders, sir, until I've slept it off. Everything's in order. But Lieutenant Dub caught me. I told him that it was water and I had to drink the whole bottle of him to show him that it really was water. Everything is all right, I haven't given anything away, just as you wished, sir, and I was cautious indeed. But now, humbly rel RT, sir, I'm already skinning to feel it. My legs are starting to have pins and of course, to rep RT, sir, I'm used to when I was with chaff and cats. Get out of my sight. You brute, Lieutenant shouted, but without any anger. Lieutenant Dub, however, 50% more repugnant to him than Švejk, got cautiously into his and lying down on his and Pax said to the Ergantmeyer and the others, once upon a time a man got sozzled and asked not to be disturbed. After these words he rolled over his side and to snore. The gases which he emitted by filled our whole apartment, that Jurata, inhaling the ATMT sphere through his nostrils, declared, it's certainly RKS of cognac here. Matarak, who after all his tribulations had finally attained the rank of battalion Hist, was sitting at a folding table. He was engaged in writing up in advance the heroic deeds of the battalion, and it was obvious that he derived great pleasure from his into the future. Vanek watched with interest how the volunteer was bulletin daily writing and laughing heartily and got up and leaned over his shoulder. Matarak started to explain to him, you know, it's enormous fun writing a history of the battalion in advance. The main thing is to pair creed systematically. In everything there must system. A systematic system, and RVED Vanak with a or less tempestuous smile. Oh, yes, the volunteer Nchalandi, customized systematic system of writing HQY. We ain't march off straight away with a magnificent victory. Everything must go gradually according to a definite plan. Our cannot win this world war all at once. Nihil nisi bent. The main thing for a hist, Ryan me is first to draw up a plan of, for example, Hredeskril * how our battalion this wool wraps in 2 months' time nearly crosses the Russian FR team tier, which is very strongly defended by, let's say, the Don regiments of the enemy, while a number of enemy divisions surround our positions. At first sight it looks as if it's all up with our battalion and that the enemy will make sausage mad of us. But at this very moment Captain Sagner gives the following order to our battalion: "It is not the Lord's will that we should perish here. Let's flee." And our battalion starts to flee, but when the enemy division, which has encircled us, that we are actively running after them, they to retreat in panic and fall into the hands of our army's RE*RVE without firing a shot. It is at this point really where the whole of our battalion from unimportant events, to SFK like a prophet, Mr. Vanak, far-reaching things develop. Our battalion G froen victory to victory. It will interesting to read how it attacks the enemy when he is asleep. This we obviously need the of the Illustrated War News, which was published by Vilamek during the Russo-Japanese War. Well, as I said, our battalion attacks the camp of the enemy while he is asleep. Each man of us seeks out an enemy and with all his force thrusts a bayonet into his chest to finally bayonet through him like a knife through butter. Only here and there a rib cracks. The sleeping enemy jerk in their death spasms. For a moment they roll and goggle their 5, but they are eyes which no longer anything. Then they give the death rattle and their bodies stiffen. Saliva appers on their lips, and with this it's all over and victory is on the side of our battalion. It will even better in, say, 3 months' time, when OU battalion captures the Tsar of Russia. But we'll talk about that later, Mr. Vanak. Meanwhile I must prepare in advance small which testify to the battalion's unexampled heroism. Have to think out an entirely new war for it. I've already invented one new term. I intend to write about the self-sacrificing resolution of our men, who are riddled through and through with splinters of shrapnel. As a result of an explosion of an enemy Mingon of our shall say, of the 12th or 13th Company, has his head blown off. By the way, he said, hitting Himmelf on the head, "I nearly forgot, Sergeant Major, or if we're to talk on civilian terms, Mr. Vanak, that you must give me a list of all the officers and NCOS give me the name of a Sergeant Mai of the 12th Company." Hauska? GCND. Hauska now will have his head blown off by that mine. His head flies off, but his still marches 1 or 2 steps forwards, takes aim and shoots down an enemy plane. It's quite obvious that in the future these victories and their repercussions will have to be celebrated within the family circle at Schönbrunn. Austria has very many battalions, but there is only one battalion like ours, which distinguishes itself so much that in its honor a small intimate family celebration is held in the imperial household. I visualize it in the following way, as you can see in my notes. The family of the Archduchess Marie Valerie moves from Walsee to Schönbrunn for this celebration. The function is a purely private one and takes place in the hall next to the monarch's bedroom, which is lit with white candles, because, as is well known, they do not like electric bulbs at the court in case there should a short circuit, to which the old monarch has strong objections. The ceremony in honor and praise of our battalion starts at 6 o'clock in the evening. At this moment Majesty's grandchildren are brought into the hall, which is actually part of the suite of the late Empress. Now it's a question as to who will be present sides the family. The monarch's general adjutant, Count Parr, must and will be there, and because during such family and intimate receptions Jamie Zion ally feels hint, by which of course I don't mean that Gunpar himself should vomit, the presence of the personal doctor, the gun * Eiler the Goord, Dr. Kirtle, will be required. For the sake of decency, to ensure that the court footmen shouldn't themselves. Any liberties with the ladies in waiting present at the reception, the Marshal of the Court, Baron Lederer, the Chamberlain, Count Bellegarde, and the principal lady in waiting, Countess Bommels, will appear. The latter fulfills the same role among the ladies-in-waiting as Madame in the Prague brothel, Yusuhu. As soon as these ex-alt gentry are assembled, the emperor is informed and accompanied by his grandchildren. He sits down at a table and a toast in honor of our March battalion. After him the Archduchess Enteri Valerie makes a speech in which she pays a special compliment to you, Quartermaster Sergeant Major. Of course, according to my notes, our battalion will suffer heavy and severe losses, because a battalion without dead is no battalion at all. I shall still have to prepare a new article about our fallen. The history of a battalion should not consist merely of dry facts about victories, of which I have already in advance some 42. You, for example, Mr. Van Eyck, will fill by a small stram, and Blount, who is staring at us here in such an extraordinary fashion, will die an entirely different death. It will not be by bullet, shrapnel shell. He will be strangled by a lashko, thrown down from an enemy plate at the very moment when he is wolfing his lieutenant's dinner. Blount Stepakade Tuck, waved his irons de asterisk ringly and remarked dejectedly, I'm RRY, you know, but I can't help my nature. Even when I was in regular service used to turn up some THRE times for mess in the kitchen until they put me in jail for it. Once I had boned ribba for dinner 3 timo that I was in for a month. May well done. Don't be afraid, Blount, the volunteer consoled him. In the history of the Therl no mention of the fact that you perished when you were guzzling grub the way from the officers to the trenches. You'll mention Tether with all the men of our battalion who fell for the GBRY of Empire, as for instance Itermaster Sergeant Lajor Van Eyck. What kind of death are you preparing me, Marak? Don't rush me, please. It go as quickly as all that. The volunteer thought a moment. You're from Kralupy, aren't you? Then write her to Kralupy that you are going to missing without a trace. But write cautiously. Or would you prefer to seriously wounded and remain lying beyond the Bart *D wire entanglements? You could lie renudifully like that with a broken leg the whole day. In the night the enemy lights up our positions with his searchlights and entices you, he thinks you're spying and begins to riddle you with shells and shrapnel. You have performed a tremendous service for the army, because the enemy has had to expend on you as large a quantity of munitions as have Kren needed for a whole battalion. After all these explosions your bits float frly in the air over you and, penetrating it with their rotations, sing a paean of glorious victory. In short, while have his turn, every one of our Tuntalion will distinguish himself that the glorious pages of our history will overflow with victories, although I really would much prefer them not to overflow. But I can't help it. Everything must carried out thoroughly that memory of us will remain until, say, in the month of September there will be really nothing left whatever of battalion, except glorious page of his cry which will carry me to the hearts of all Austrians, making it plain to them that all those who will never see their homes again fought equally valiantly. And I've already written the end, you know, Mr. Van Eyck, the obituary notice. Honor to the memory of the Hanel, their love for the monarchy is the most sacred love of all, for death was its climax. Let their names be pronounced with honor, as for instance the name of Anu. Those who fell deepest of all the other breadwinners may proudly away their tears, those who fell were the heroes of our battalion. Kodowski and George Dahl were listening with great interest to the volunteer's exposition of the forthcoming history of the battalion. Gentlemen, said the volunteer, turning the pages of his notes. Here is page 15. The telephonist, Kodowski, fell September 3rd together with the battalion cook, Jureda. Now listen further to my notes, exemplary heroism. The former, at the sacrifice of his life, protects the telephone wires in his cover when left at his telephone for 3 days without relief. The latter, observing the danger threatening from an enemy encirclement of our flank, throws himself at with a cauldron of soup, scattering terror and scaldings in his ranks. That's a splendid death for both of them, isn't it? One torn to pieces by a mine, the other asphyxiated by poison gas which they put under his nose, when he had nothing to defend himself with. Both perished with a cry, "Long live our battalion commander!" The High Command can do nothing else but daily express its gratitude in the form of the order that all other units of our army should know of the courage of our battalion and follow our example, can read you an extract from the army order which will be read out in all units of the army and which is very like the order of the Archduke Karl, when he stood with his army in 1805 for Padua and got a frightful drubbing the day after. Listen to what we'll read about our battalion as a heroic unit, which is a glowing example for all armies. Either the whole army will follow the example of the above-named battalion, and in particular adopt its spirit of self's confidence and self-reliance, its unshakable invincibility in danger and its qualities of heroism, love, and confidence in its officers. These virtues, in which the battalion excels, will lead it on to glomus for the victory and blessed happiness of our empire. May all follow its example. From the place Voici Švejk lay a yawn and he could be heard talking in his sleep. Yes, you're right, Mrs. Miller, are all alike. In Kralupy there lived a Mr. Jar * who manufactured and see he was like the watchmaker Litins from Pardubic *, as like as two pins. And Lichhans again was strikingly like Piscora of GMN, and all four together resembled an unknown suicide whom they found and completely in a lake near Jinshav underneath the railway line, where he probably threw himself under the train. There reounded Ankaryan and it was followed by, and then they sentenced all the others to a huge fine, and tomorrow, Mrs. Miller, make me with poppy seed. Švejk turned over on the other side and went on snoring, while tween Jurata and the volunteer what would happen in the future. Jurata thought that even if at first sight it might nonsensical that just for a joke a man should write at UT what was going to happen in the future, it was none fell certain that eval a joke like this often had in it some prophetic CLCNXNTS, when under the influence of mysterious forces the inner eye broke through the veil of the unknown. From that moment on George's conversation became nothing but veils. In every other instance there API *ard his veil of the future, until finally he went over to regeneration or the renewal of the human he brought in tickets capacity of infuser eons to renew their betiklis and ended with that if any MC broke off tail of a lizard it would grow again. To that Kodowski remarked that people would have the time of their lives if they could do what lizards could with their tails. Take war, for instance, when anyone's head or other were torn off. How frightfully glad the military administration would how there would then be no disabled old ears. An Austrian soldier whose legs, arms and head went on growing again and again would certainly more valuable than a whole. The volunteer stated that TCUY, thanks to war technique, it ms possible successfully to divide the enemy into, say, 3 diagonal parts. There was a law the renewal of the bodies of stentors of the holy of the according to which every part grew again, acquired new organs and an independent stentor. By this after every battle it took part in, the Austrian army would trebled increase a tenfold, and from Eva Y leg would grow in entryman. If Švejk heard you, said Van Eyck, he would certainly quote us some example of it. Švejk reacted to his name, mumbled presental, and went on snoring after having uttered this expression of military discipline. In the half-open door of the compartment appeared the head of Lieutenant Dub. Is Švejk here? He asked. Humbly Reb, RT, sir, he's sleeping, replied the volunteer. When I ask for him, one yard volunteer, you must at once jump up and call him. I can't, sir, he's asleep. Then wake him up. I'm surprised, volunteer, that did not occur to you at once. You must show more keenness towards your superior officer. You Dorfeet know me yet, do you? But wait till you get to know me. The volunteer began to wake Švejk. Fire, Švejk. Fire'll get up. When the odd collect mills were on fire that time, Švejk muttered, turning again to the other side. The fire brigade came all the way from Vysoyany. Please good enough to see, sir, the volunteer said to Lieutenant Dub. I'm trying to wake him but it's really not. Lieutenant Dub got angry. What's your name, volunteer? Matarek? Aha, so you're that volunteer Matarek who's all THC time been sitting in jail, are you? 7 Yes, sir, I've spent my 1-year course in jail and have been redegraded. That means that since my release from the divisional court, where my innocence was proved, I have been appointed battalion historian while retaining the rank of 1-year volunteer. You won't it long, roared Lieutenant Dub, who was now quite red in a G. This change of gave the impression that his face was swelling after slapped. I shall take care of that. Please, sir, "May I be sent on report?" said the volunteer gravely. "Don't play with me," said Lieutenant Dub. "I'll teach you Rolkst. We'll see each other again and then I'll give you hell, because you'll get to know me, whereas now you don't yet know me." Lieutenant Dub went angrily away from the van, forgetting all Švejk in his agitation, although a short time before he had had every intention of calling him and saying to him, "Breathe on me ras," a last means of establishing Švejk's illicit alcoholism. But now it was too late, because when he returned to the van half an hour later they had in the meantime distributed black and rum to the men. Švejk was already up and at Lieutenant Dub's call jutted out of the wagon like a mountain GMT. "Breathe on me." Lieutenant Dub at him. Švejk breathed out onto him the whole storehouse of his lungs, ilne a hot wind carrying to the fragrance of a distillery. "And what do you smell of, you be a mard?" Humbly repaired, "Sir, I smell of rum." "And so you Lieutenant Dub out triumphantly. "I've got you at last." "Yes, sir," said Švejk without any sign of urbance. "We've just drawn our rations of rum for the coffee and I had drunk the rum first. If, sir, there is a new order that if he should drunk first and rum afterwards, then plus me. It won't hap and again." "And why were you snoring then when I was in the NN half an hour ago?" "Why, they couldn't even wake you." Humbly report, "Sir, I couldn't all night I was mellering that time when we were still doing mancroverses in Vesprem. At that time the RNCXK 1st and Army Corps went through Styria and West Hungary and surrounded our 4th Corps, which was in camp in Vienna and the surroundings, where we had fortifications everywhere. But they outflanked us and got as far as the bridge which they were making from the right bank of the Danube. We were supported to launch an from the north and later from in the RLTH were to come to our assistance. They read out in the order of the day that the 3rd Army ARPs would march to our aid, that when we advanced against the 2nd Army they smash us to but it was all no use, just as we were about to win they sounded the end of the Mancrovra and THIR who wore whiter tons had won." Lieutenant Dub nothing and went away shaking his head in embarrassment. But a moment later he aimed back again from the staff carriage and to Švejk, "You'd better all of you remember that a time will come when you whining for me." He could not manage to say more and welled away again to the staff carriage, where Captain Signer was just an unfortunate man from the 12th Company who had been to him bystranded. Starting already now to WCRRY his in the trenches this man had carried away from Estenware in the station the door of a pigsty which was reinforced with metal plating. Now he stood there panic-stricken with staring eyes and excused himself by saying that he had wanted to take it with him to his place of cover to shield himself against shrapnel. Lieutenant Dub the opportunity to deliver a lecture on how a soldier ought to conduct himself and what his duties were towards his their land and the monarch, who was the supreme commander and highest military authority. Of if there should elements of this kind in the battalion they be eradicated, punished, and clambered into jail. All this claptrap was disgusting that the captain tapped the guilty man on the shoulder and said to him, well, you obviously didn't mean anything bad, but don't do anything like it again. It was mish of you. Put the door back again where you took it from and get to hell out of it." Lieutenant Dub bit his lip and thought to himself that the preservative of discipline in the battalion, which was on the point of collapse, depended only on himself. And so he went round the whole area of the station once more, and near a depot, where there was a large inscription in Hungarian and German that smoking was forbidden, he found a soldier sitting and reading a newspaper which covered him so completely that it was impossible to see his shoulder. Lieutenant Dub shouted at him attention. Because it was a man from a Hungarian regiment which was stationed in Humane in reserve. Lieutenant Dub gave him a shaking. The Hungarian soldier stmd up and did not even consider it proper to salute. He merely stuck the newspaper in his and went off towards the road. Lieutenant Dub followed him as though in a trance, but the Hungarian soldier quickened his pace and then, turning round, put his hands up his head in a mocking gesture so as not to leave Lieutenant Dub in any doubt that he had at once recognized him as belonging to one of the Czech regiments. After that the Hungarian trotted out of view among the huts close behind the road. To show that this scene did not concern him, Lieutenant Dub went majestically into a small shop by the road, in some confusion to a large reel of black thread, put it into his sket and paid for it. Then he returned to the staff carriage, where he made the battalion orderly call his Batman Cunard, to whom he gave the thread and said, "I have to do everything." "I know you've forgotten the thread." "Humbly report, sir, we've got a whole dozen." "Then show them to me immediately and here again with them at once." "Do you imagine Cunard returned with a whole box of reels of thread, white and black. Lieutenant Dub said, "Now look here, you bastard. Carefully observe the threads which you brought and this big reel of mine. See how your threads are thin and how easily they break. Now look at mine. You've got to work very hard before you can break it. When we're in the field we don't want any rags. In the field everything must be solid." "Very well, then, take away all those threads again and wait for my orders. And remember, next time don't you dare to do on your own anything which corns into your head, but come and meet before you buy anything. And you'd better not wish to get to know me. You don't know my bad side yet." When Cunard went away, Lieutenant Dub turned to Lieutenant Lux. "My Batman is a very intelligent fellow. Occasionally he makes a mistake, but otherwise he catches onto it quite well. The best thing about him is his absolute honesty. When we were in Bruck I got a inversal containing several roast goslings from my brother-in-law in the country, and, believe me, he didn't touch them at all. As I couldn't eat them so quickly he preferred to let them get rotten and stink. Of course it's a matter of discipline. An officer must give his soldiers training." Lieutenant Luka purposely turned to the window as to make it plain that he was not listening to this idiot's claptrap. He said, "Yes, it's Wednesday." Lieutenant Dub, feeling the need to say at least something, turned to Carmen Sagner, whom he asked in a quite familiar, comradely tone, "Captain, what do you think?" "Excuse me for a moment, Captain Sagner," and went out of the meanwhile. Švejk was talking to Cunard, the latter's master. "Where have you been all the time when there wasn't a trace of you?" Švejk asked. "But you know very well," said Cunard. "All the time I have with that old lunatic of mine. Every minute he calls you to him and asks you about things that aren't your business at all. He even asked me whether I was a friend of yours and I told him that we very little of each other. That was awfully sweet of him to ask me. I like him very much, that lieutenant of yours. He's kind, a real father to the soldiers," said Švejk solemnly. "Well, that's what you think," objected Cunard. "But I tell you, he's a swine and a first-class idiot and I'm fed up with him. He's always on at me." "Not really?" said Švejk in surprise. "You know, I thought that he was really such a decent chap. It's funny the way you seacock your lieutenant, but perhaps it's natural. All Batmen do that take Major Wenslow's. He never anything his master except that he's an idiotic, or take Colonel Schroeder's. Whenever he talked his master he never him anything else but a peasade bastard and a stinking shit. This is because every Batman it from his master. If the himself didn't swear, the Batman wouldn't #at it. When was in regular service in Bidajvis there was a Lieutenant Pr Huska there. He didn't swear very much, he only used it to Hg Batman, you lovely cow, you. His Batman, who was called Floatman, never heard any other word of abuse from him. And of course Hibman got to it, then when he went back to civil life he used it to Papa, Mama, or Sis, you lovely cow, you d, and he the aimed thing to his fiancée, with the result that she broke with him and had him up for insulting her honor, because he had eyed it to her and her papa and mama in public at a dance. And she forgave him, and before the court she said that if he had called her a cow or where in private she might perhaps have been ready to consider a reconciliation, but as things were it meant a Eurofan scandal. Between ourselves, Cunard, I'd never have thought that of your lieutenant. He made such a nice impression on me the first time I spoke to him. He was like a smoked sat *e, all fresh from the chimney, and when I spoke to him the second time he seemed very well read and a man of sensibility. Where do you actually come from? Direct from Bidajvis? I'm always glad when Soma comes direct from somewhere. Where do you live there? In the arcades? Nats GCM, at least it's cool there in the summer. Have you a holy? A wife and children? You're lucky, my friend. At least you'll have somebody to RNMTRN you, as my dear chaplain Katz always used to EY in his, and it's true of course, I orcs heard a colonel talk like that when he was making a speech to the Edbruck, who were going from there to Serbia. Every soldier who leaves a family behind him and falls on the battlefield all his amati, or rather his exact words were these: if he iss a corpe, then he iss a corp asterisk of ze family. Ze family ties are broken, but HCISS and ze more hero, because HC has sacrificed his life for ze greater melee, for ze Vaterland. Do you live on the 4th on the ground of Kur? I'd forgotten that in the square in there isn't a single 4-storied H. Are you going away already? Your lieutenant is standing in front of the staff carriage and looking this way. Should he by chance ask you whether I've talked out him, of course tell him I have, and don't forget to zy how nicely I spoke of him, how I said that I'd rarely met an officer who in such a friendly and fatherly way as he does. Don't 6rget to tell him that I consider him very well, and also why that I think he's into league art. Tell him to that I warned you to BC and to his sly whim. You remember that Švejk got into the van and Kunert went tuck again to his HDE with the threads. A quarter of an hour later they went towards Novi Kabina over the burned-out villages of Brestov and Veliki Radva. It was clear that they had had pretty tough fighting there. The Carpathian hillsides and were furrowed with trenches running from valley to valley along the railway track with its new sleepers, on sides of which were huge shell craters. The track followed the upper reaches of the Lircc, and here and there XBS the streams flowing into it could rend new bridges, and the chardonners of those they had on the way to the whole valley was furrowed, the earth piled up as though armies of giant mole had been working there. Tihin the river was dug up and destroyed, and alongside it could the trampled left by the armies which had rolled over them. Storm and rain had uncovered the of Austrian uniforms lying on the edge of the shell craters. Behind Novikabin, entangled in the of an old burnt-out pine, there was hanging of an Austrian intrigue with a piece of where the artillery fire raged could forests without leaves or cones, trees without crowns, and shot up farmsteads. The train went slowly over the freshly built embankments that the whole battalion could take in and thoroughly savor the delights of war. At the site of the army cemeteries with their white CRCS gleaming the plains and on the slow FS of the devastated hills, all could prepare themselves slowly but surely. The field of glory which ended with a AP fluttering on a white after humane. The Germans from K.S for SKE Hori, who sat in the rear vans, grew mirthfully silent. As at the station of Milovice they had still trend bawling as they aim in, when I come, when I come, when I come back again. They that Tnani of who asterisk were on the gravestones had sung like them of how nice it would be when they returned home and stayed there forever with their sweethearts. In Muleborsk the stop was behind the smashed and burnt-out station. Twisted jutted out from its charred walls. The new long AO, clenched shed, which had been quickly built to replace the burnt-out station, was pasted over with H.Sters in all languages, subscribed to the Austrian War Loan. Another long shed housed the Red Cross too, and a GT military doctor stepped out of it. The nurses laughed uproariously at the fat military doctor, who was giving an imitation of various animal sounds for their amusement and was making an unsuccessful attempt to grunt. At the tom of the embankment in the valley of the river lay a smashed field kitchen. Pointing to it, Švejk said to Balaun, "Look, Balaun, what we must expect in the near future." The men's mess merchants were just on the point of issued, and at that very moment a shell flew in and made this kind of a mess. "It's frightful," sighed Balaun. "Never imagined that anything like this was in store for me. But it's all the fault of my cursed pride, Bikour, miserable brute that am. I bought some kid gloves in Budajevis last winter. I thought fine to put on my peasant paws the old gloves which my late papa used to wear, and so I kept on hankering after those kid gloves from the town. Papa had to be satisfied with boiled peas but couldn't stand at any price. I would touch nothing but poultry. I even turned up my nose at ordinary roast beer too. My old woman used to have to cook it for me with beer, God forgive me." Overcome with despair, Balaun began to make general confession. "I've blasphemed against the saints and martyrs, at Ma in a pub and in Dolny Zahetu I tried up the chaplain. Just managed to believe, and I won't deny it, but I had doubts about St. Joseph. At home tolerated only the picture of St. Joseph had to be removed, and now has punished me for all those sins of mine and for my immorality. All the moral acts I committed in the grinding, how often I swore at my papa and made his life a burden to him. How bullied my wife." Švejk thought for a moment. "You're a miller, Aren't you? Then you ought to know that though the mills of God grind slowly, they grind exceedingly small. If it was all of you that the world war broke out. The volunteer joined the convention, with all that blaspheming, Blount, and your refusal to recognize all saints and martyrs. You certainly did a bad service to yourself, because you must know that our Austrian army has been for years a purely Catholic army and finds its most glorious example in our supreme our leader. How can you be brazen as to go into battle carrying in your heart the poison of hatred against some saints and martyrs, when the Ministry of War introduced Jesuit *Romans FCR the 06 CERS at commands, and when we have witnessed the glory of the military resurrection? Are you sure you understand me, Blount? Do you realize that you're committing a crime against the glorious spirit of our glorious army, as in the case of Saint Joseph, of whom you said his picture was not allowed to hang in your home? But surely, Blount, you know that he's in fact the patron protecting all who shirk military service. He was a carpenter, and you know very well our expression, let's where the our floater has left a hole. How many rappel let themselves be taken preno with this slogan. Surrounded on all sides, they NW the inevitability of it, and try to preserve themselves, not out of any egoistic considerations, but just as of the army, that afterwards when they were released they could to His Imperial Majesty, we are here and we await your further orders. Now do you understand that, Blount? No, I don't, sighed Blount. I'll have a very thick head. For me you've do everything 10 tires. Couldn't you manage with a little less? Asked Švejk. If I'll try to explain it to you once again. Here you've been hearing that you have to act according to the spirit previously in the army, that you must early have in St. Joseph, and that when you are surrounded by the enemy you must 100k out for where the carpenter has left a hole, that you can preserve yourself for his Majesty and for further wars. Now perhaps you understand, and you would do to confess to in rather more detail what immoral acts you were actually up to in that grinding. But don't you dare tell us anything like that story about the girl who went to the priest confession and afterwards, when had confessed various sins, blushed and said that every night she committed immoral acts. Now when the priest heard that, you can imagine how his mouth to water at once, and he feel no shame, my dear daughter. I am here in the place of, and you can tell me the fullest details of your immoral acts. And then she burst into tears and said that she was ashamed, because it was such a frightfully immoral act, and he explained to her only more that he was her spiritual father. In the end, after long reluctance, she started to tell how she used to undress and creep into bed. And then again he could not get a word out of HCR, and she started to cry all the more. And he said once that she shouldn't ashamed, that man was by his very nature a sinful vessel, but the grace of God was infinite. So she decided to speak and told him amid tears, when I undressed and got into I to pick the dirt out between my tears and smell it. And that wasn't her immorality. But I hope, Blount, that in the grinding you didn't do that, and that you'll tell us something more substantial, a really immoral act. It turned out that Blount, according to his own description, had committed immoral acts with Warren in the grinding room, but his immorality consisted only in his adulterating their flour, which in his simpleness of mind he called immorality. The most disappointed nun of all, Xlowski, who asked Blount if he really hadn't up to something with the women on top of the flour sacks in the grinding, while upon Blount swung his arms and replied, I was too stupid for that. The men were informed that lunch would be taken on Palata in the Lubkovska Pass, and the battalion quartermaster sergeant major got out and went to the village of Mijilibors, accompanied by the cooks of all the companies and Lieutenant Thamel, who was for the battalion's provisioning. 4 men were to the mess patrol. They returned in less than half an hour with 3 pigs tied by the back legs, a howling homily of a Ruthenian, from whom the pigs had been requisitioned, and the fat military D.Stir from the Red Cross shed, who was passionately explaining something to Lieutenant Thamel, while the latter was only shrugging his shoulders. The whole dispute to a climax outside the staff carriage, when the Materigster began to tell Antain Signer straight out that those pigs were assigned to the Red Cross hospital. But the peasant would RWT admit this and demanded that the pigs should return to him. He insisted that they were his only property and that he certainly could not hand them the price which they had paid. Saying this, he tried to thrust into Antain Signer's hand the money which he had got, the end hitch he was holding. Woman held Captain Signer's other hand and kissed it with that servility which has always distinguished this region. Captain Signer was quite by all this, and it took a moment before he was able to push the old woman away. But it was of no avail. In her place Young came up and began to suck his hands again. Lieutenant Oitamel announced in a tone, that bastard has 12 more pigs and he was paid quite correctly according to the last division order, number 12,420, Utering section. According to that order, paragraph 16, pigs are to purchased in places outside the war zone at a price of not more than 2 crowns 16 hellers kilo of live weight. In war-affected areas for every kilo of live weight there are to added 36 hellers, which means 2 crowns 52 hellers per kilo. There is an additional note saying that, should there be case document where in war-affected areas SSRMS have preserved intact their full implement of pigs and other stock and they can delivered for of units which are passing through, can made for the requisition PRK at the rates as in places outside the war zone with a special extra payment of 12 hellers kilo of live weight. If this situation is not completely clear, a commission should at once set up on the SPT, consisting of the prospective purchaser, the remainder of the military unit PGNG through and that officer quartermaster sergeant or, if it is a question of a smaller formation, who has charge of the catering. Lieutenant Cathamel read all this from a copy of the divisional order which he always carried about on him. So he already knew almost by heart that in the front zone the price kilo of carrots was by 15 to 30 hellers and the price of cauliflower for the officers' messing department by crown 75 hellers. Those who had drawn up these orders in Vienna imagined the front zone to a land flowing with carrots and cauliflowers. Lieutenant Cathamel read this out of Cour in German to the enraged and asked him if he understood it. The latter SHCNK his head shouted at him, "Do you want to have a commission?" Then the word commission and his head affirmatively. And while his pigs had been dragged off only a moment ago to the field kitchen for execution, he was now surrounded by bayonet *oldiers on duty. The commission offered for his farm to establish whether he should get 2 crowns 52 hellers kilo or only 2 crowns 28 hellers. Hardly had they reached the road leading to the village when there resounded from the field kitchens the triple dying squeals of the pigs. The peasant understood that it was all up and shouted out "Give me 2 Rhine-guilders for each pig." The 4 soldiers ringed him in closer, and his whole holy kneeled down in the dust of the road and obstructed the way. Captain Signer and Lieutenant the mother and her 2 daughters embraced the knees of KNTH, calling them until the peasant shouted at them in the Ruthenian dialect of the Subcarpathian Russians and told them to get up. Let the soldiers gorge themselves on the end come to a sticky end. And that was the end of the commission. But because the peasant suddenly be presented to be obstreperous and threatened them with his fist, he was stricken by one of the soldiers with a rifle but that his sheer skin coat resounded with a blow. Then the whole of his family made the sign of the and fled together with their father. 10 minutes later the battalion quartermaster sergeant major together with the battalion orderly, Medici, were enjoying pig's brain in their van and while the former valiantly stuffed himself he said waspishly to the riders from time to time, "You'd like a bite, wouldn't you? Well, my boys, this is only for the higher ranks. The cooks get the kidneys and liver, the quartermaster sergeant majors the brain, head, and neck, and the riders only double the ordinary men's of meat." Captain Ner had already issued an order for the officers' meat, roast with caraway seed. Select the top quality meat so that it isn't too fat. And so it happened that when in the Lubkovsky Pass the portions were given to the men, every soldier found in his of 2 tiny pieces of meat and were happened to be under an unlucky stargu and only a piece of skin. In the kitchen there prevailed the usual military nepotism which rewarded all those who were close to the ruling clique, the batman in the Lubkovsky Pass with greasy lips. Every orderly had a stomach like a things happened which to high heaven. Matarak caused a scene in the kitchen, because he wanted to be fair, and when the put into his mess tin of a fair-sized slice of roast joint with the remark, "This is for our historian," he declared that in the army all men were equal. This met with general support and provided a excuse for swearing at the volunteer through the slicks of meat back, saying firmly that he didn't want any favoritism. This was not in the kitchen where they thought that the battalion historian was not satisfied, so the cook took him aside and told him that if he came afterwards when the mess portions had been distributed he would get a piece of leg. The riders' muzzles were also shiny with the medical orderlies snorted with affluence, and all around this of cornucopia lay the traces of the most recent battles. Cartridge cases were lying about everywhere as well as empty tins, shreds of Russian, Austrian, and German uniforms, inners of smashed cards, Long bloody strips of bandages and cotton where the station had once there was now only a heap of rubble, and an unexploded shell had lodged itself in an old pine every white could be seen. Splinters of shrapnel, and somewhere in the immediate neighborhood the corpses of soldiers must evidently have buried, because it smelt frightfully of putrefaction. And as the troops passed through and camped in the neighborhood, there could be seen every here little heaps of human excrement of international extraction belonging to all peoples of Austria, Germany, and Russia. Any excrement of soldiers of all nationalities and of confessions lay side by side or heaped on top of one another without quarreling among themselves. A half-smashed water reservoir, a wooden hut of a railway watchman, and everything of any kind which had any walls were riddled with rifle bullets like a sieve. To correlate this impression of the delights of war, clouds of smoke were rising behind a hill not far away, as though a whole village was burning there and was the center of large-scale military operations. In fact, they were burning the cholera and dysentery huts to the great dissatisfaction of those gentlemen who were concerned with the setting up of that hospital under the patronage of the Archduchess Marie, and of those brigands who had salted away tidy sums by fiddling accounts cholera and dysentery huts. And now one group of huts was the victim for all the others, and in the stink of the burning straw mattresses there to high heaven all the thuggery of archducal patronage. Behind the station the Germans from the Reich had lost no time in setting up on a rock a monument to the fallen Brandenburgers with the inscription "The Herks of the Lubkowski Pass," and a huge Reich German eagle cast out of bronze. On its plinth it was expressly stated that the emblem was made out of Russian guns captured during the liberation of the Carpathians by German regiments from the Reich. In this strange atmosphere, to which they had not yet got accustomed, the battalion was resting in the vans after lunch, and Captain Signer and the battalion adjutant were exchanging cipher telegrams with the brigade base without being able to reach an understanding on the further advance of the battalion. The messages were so inaccurate that it looked as if the battalion should not have come to the Lubkowski Pass at all, but have traveled in a completely different direction from Satorl Jajhili, because in the telegrams there was mention of the places, Ksaponvar, Kisbersneusak. 10 minutes later it turned out that the staff officer sitting at the brigade base was an utter nitwit, because a cipher telegram came in asking whether they were the March 8th Battalion of the 75th Regiment, military cipher G.3. The nitwit at the brigade base seemed amazed at the answer that they were the March 7th Battalion of the 91st Regiment, and asked who ordered them to go to Mukayevo along the military track road towards Stryj, when the march route was across the Lubkowski Pass towards Sanok in Galicia. The nitwit was awfully surprised that the telegram had come from the Lubkowski Pass, and sent the ciphered message, "March route unchanged, direction Lubkowski Pass Sanok, where await further orders." After Captain Sagner's return there was talk in the staff carriage of Jmeh having lost their heads, and certain hints were dropped that if it had not been for the Reich Germans the East Army Group would have lost their heads completely. Lieutenant Dub tried to defend the EDY of the Austrian staff and burbled something to the effect that the terrain here was pretty devastated by recent battles, and that it had not possible to put the railway track into the required order yet. All the officers looked at him pityingly, as if to this gentleman can't help being a bloody encountering Nolan, and Dub started to burble more about the magnificent impression which this devastated Emery left him, since it proved the striking power of the mailed fist of our army. Again no one answered him. Whereupon he repeated, "Yes, to Emery, of Curry, the Rosans fled here in complete panic." Captain Signer resolved that at the next opportunity when the situation was really dangerous in the trenches he would send Lieutenant Dub as officer on patrol for reconnoitering the NMFs, the barbed wire entanglements. He head to Lieutenant Lucas, when they were both leaning out of the window of the carriage, "These damned civilians are a headache. The intellectuals among them are the biggest bastards of them all." It looked as if Lieutenant Dub would never stop talking. He went on to explain to the officers what he had read in the about those battles and the fight for the Carpathian during the Austro-German on the San. He sivk about it as though he had not only taken part in but had even directed all the operations himself. It was especially repulsive when he uttered sentences of this kind. "Then we went towards Bukovsko to cure the line Bukovsko-Dinov, keeping contact with the Bardajev group at Velkopolanka, where we smashed the Samurai division of the Lieutenant Luck could stand it any longer, and remarked to Lieutenant Dub, 'And of course you talked this already, the war with your district headman.' Lieutenant Dub gave Lieutenant Luck an ugly kick and left the carnage. The military train strnd on an embankment, and down some meters under the lay various objects thrown away by the retreating Russian wild ears, who must have retreated clong the stitch. Here were rusty tapped S and cartridge and jitches. Side by side with these various things lay rolls of barbed wire and more BLOAE strips of gauze and cotton. At one place a group of soldiers was standing over the ditch, and Lieutenant Dub noticed at once that SVCJK was there explaining everything to them. And Lieutenant Dub went up to join them. "What's here?" Aiden A** standing in front of Švejk. "Humbly, sir," answered SVSK, "all of them. We're having a look." "And what are you having a at?" shouted Lieutenant Dub. "Humbly repst, sir, we're having a down into the ditch." "And who gave you permission to do that?" "Humbly report, sir, it was the wish of our colonel from Bruck. When we about to leave for the Tundle fields, he said bye to us and told us in his that when we walked over deserted battlefields we all of ought to examine very carefully how the fighting took place and what could be of use to us. And in this ditch we see everything that every soldier has to throw away when he retreats. We can see here, humbly report, sir, how stupid it is when a soldier drags with him all of useless things. He's needlessly encumbered with them. It tires him unnecessarily, and if he's such a weight about with him he can't fight." The hope suddenly dawned in Lieutenant Dub's breast that he would at last manage to have Švejk brought before a wartime drumhead court-martial for anti-war propaganda, and he asked quickly, "And you think that a soldier should throw away cartridges like these lying at UT here in the ditch, or bayonets like those I see there?" "Oh, of Nurse N. O.M. New York report, sir," Švejk answered, smiling affably. "But I coked down here at that abandoned metal, and under the embankment there was indeed lying proviatively a rusty chambex jade of beaten enamel among chips and fragments of other pots. All these articles, which were no longer suitable for domestic use, had been stacked up here by the station master as material for discussion for in future ages who, when they discover this settlement, will be quite crazy about it, and children in the will be taught about the age of enameled chamber pots." Lieutenant Dub stared at this object but could not do otherwise than confirm that it really one often disabled war veterans which had their green youth under a bed. This made a tremendous impression on everyone, and when Lieutenant Dub said nothing, Švejk piped up, "Humbly report, sir, once there was a lot of fun with a chamber pot loo that at the bratty spot. I heard about it in a pub at Vinerady. At that time, you see, they'd started publishing in a provincial rag called Independence. A chemist was the main person behind it, and they made a certain Ladislav Hajek of Domalis editor. And that chemist was such a fish that he had to collect old and other bits and until he had a whole room of them. And that Hayek of Domalis once invited to a friend of his who was also a journalist, and they thoroughly pickled T% ether, cause they hadn't each other for a whole week. And the journalist promised friend that in for this binge would write a feuilleton for Independence, that independent journal on which he was dependent. So he went and wrote a feuilleton about a collector who found in the sands on the bank of an old metal chamber pot, thought it was the helmet of St. Vinclaus, and made such a fuss at that Bishop Brynych of Heretic came to at it with a procession and banners. Then the chemist of Debrati thought that the ton was at UT him and of them, he, and Mr. Hajek, had a Lieutenant Dub was dying to PTSSHSV Euro-K down the embankment, but he controlled himself, shouted at all of them, "I tell you, you're not to waste your time standing and **ing here. None of you know me et, but wait till you get to know me Švejk. You stay here," he in a frightful voice, when Švejk and the others were about to return to the vans. They remained standing in front of each other, and Lieutenant Dub was thinking hard what frightful thing he could to him. But Švejk cut in, "Humbly repaired, sir, if only the weather would keep. It's not very hot in the daytime and the nights are really quite pleasant, so that this is the suitable time for warfare." Lieutenant Dub drew out his revolver and out, "Do you know what this is?" "Humbly rep RT, sir, I do." "Lieutenant has one like it. You then don't forget it, you bastard," Lieutenant Dub said with gravity and dignity as he put his revolver back. "You should know that something very unpleasant can do if you continue with these propagandas of yours." Lieutenant Dub went away reefing to Heimelf. "Now I rally put it well, these propagandas of yours, these propagandas of." Before Švejk got into his van again he walked about for a short time muttering to himself, "In what should I put him?" And Themery he thought about it. The reamer clearly turned to him that his classification should be a semi-HR in the army. The word "ferd" had been in favorite use from time immemorial, and in the main this honorable title was on colonels and your captains and majors, and it indicated a degree higher than the commonly used term, bloody old man. Without the adjective, the appellation old man indicated friendly appreciation of an old colonel or major who blew his top a lot but at the time was fond of his men and protected them from other regiments, particularly when it came to other patrols rounding them up in pubs when they had not been given leave. An old man looked after the interests of his soldiers and insisted that their measing wis in order, but he always had some kind of bee in his teanut, was always on mething, and he was the old man. But when the old man gave the officers and men a lot of UNNO sorry hell, thought up night rations and other things that he took aim. The old man from old man, if he attained the high degree of ness, bullying and bloodsheadedness, he became a RT. This word was full of meaning, and great was the difference between it in civilian life and it in the army. The former, the civilian, was also a superior official and was given this name by messengers and subordinates in government officeg. He was a bureaucrat and Philistine, who, for example, would complain that the draft not properly dried with blotting paper and on. He was a thoroughly oafish and phenomenon in human society, because a mule like that at the same time pretended to be decent, wanted to understand everything, could explain everything and took offense at everything. Anyone who has served in the army naturally understands the difference between this kind of phenomenon and the RT in uniform. Here the Vord meant an old man who was Bloxley, really bloody, and who made a thorough bastard of himself about everything, but all the same stood any obstacle. He did not like the men and wrangled with them without result. He could not gain any of the authority which the old man and the bloody old man enjoyed. In some garrisons, as for example at Trento, instead of fart the men used to say our old shit. In all cases it was applied to an elderly person, and when Švejk inwardly christened Lieutenant Dub a semi-fart, he quite logically diagnosed that in both age and rank, and in fact in everything, Lieutenant Dub lacked 50% of the quality of being a fart. Returning to his van with these thoughts in his head, he met the Batman, Cunard, who had a swollen ease and muttered something unintelligible at just how he had just run into his master, Lieutenant Dub, who had suddenly out of the blue him many times the jaw, because allegedly he had that he was friendly with. If that's the case, said Švejk calmly, we'll go on report. The Austrian soldier may permit himself to be hit in the face only in certain cases. But that master of yours has exceeded all as old Prince Eugene of Savoy used to as so far? Now you must go yourself on, and if you don't I'll swift you a few self to teach you what discipline in the army mans. In the barracks in Carlin there was once a lieutenant called Husner, and he had a Batman too, and swiped him across the jaw and kicked him. Once this Batman had had so many across the jaw that he was knocked quite silly, and he went on Rurk's J right and, getting mixed up, stated there that he'd kicked. And that of his was able to prove that he was lying, since on that particular day he had not kicked him but only him on the jaw. As a result the Batman was jugged for 3 weeks for bringing a HLs, but that doesn't affect the case, continued. It's just the very same thing as the medico HOUBINA always used to say, that when you cut someone up in the pathological institute it comes to the QRNC thing whether he hanged or EYJSN but go along with you. In the army a few socks on the jaw are laughing matter. Cunard had been cupid and led by Švejk to the staff carriage. Leaning out of the window, Lieutenant Dub out, what do you want here, you bastards? Yourself with dignity, SVOK, urged Cunard, and pushed him forward to the carriage. In the corridor Lieutenant La appeared with Entane Signer him. Lieutenant Luca, who had already had much to do with Švejk, was frightfully surprised, for he no longer as solemn as usual. His face lacked its accustomed expression and instead boded new unpleasant developments. Humbly, sir, said Švejk, the matter's going report. For GD's sake don't the BLIFIXA again, Švejk. I'm fed up with that. Would you mind RT-mitting me, sir, Švejk? I am your company orderly. You are, sir, if you will kindly allow me to say the company commander of the IFIU please, sir. I can understand, sir, that this AP #R's horribly strange, but I know TCN that Lieutenant Dub is under your command. You've gone completely crazy, Švejk, Lieutenant Luck interrupted. You're tight. You'd better go away, do you understand, you BLMXLY fool, you bastard, YML. Humbly Rep J right, sir, Švejk, pushing Cunard in front of him. It just like when in Prague they tried to stop a Opel being run over by trams. The inventor himself fell a victim to the experiment, and afterwards the city Q. had to pay his widow Captain Signer, not knowing what to say, his head in agreement, while Lieutenant looked desperate. Everything must go on report, sir, continued Švejk inexorably. You told me already in Bruck, sir, that when I was company orderly I had other duties beyond just carrying out orders. You said had to keep myself informed about everything that was happening in the company. On the basis of this instruction I would like to inform you, sir, that Lieutenant Bass struck his Batman across the jaw for no reason at humbly report, sir, I might not have told you this, ever, I saw that Lieutenant is assigned to your command and I said to myself that it must go on report. This is an odd business, said Captain Signer. Why aren't you pushing Kunert forward like this, humbly YJRT, sir, everything must go on report. He's silly. He had his jaw struck by Lieutenant and he's not capable of going on report by himself. Humbly report, sir, you should look at him and see how his knees shake. He's got no life in him, because he has to go on report, and if it hadn't LXN for me he wouldn't probably have gone on report at all, like a chap called Kudla from Bytuchov. When he was in regular service he kept on going on Rel NJRT again and again until he was finally transferred to the Navy, where he cornet and was later declared a deserter on an island in the Pacific. There he got married and talked also with a traveler Havliza, who had no idea he was not a native. It's of course extremely distressing when someone has to go on just of a few stupid savapees across the jaw. He didn't want to come here, he said he wouldn't come here. Altogether he's been so bashed at Hujat and knocked silly that he even know what swipes on the jaw he's complaining T1T. He wouldn't have come here at all. He didn't want to go on, he would have let himself be swiped lots more times and lots more again. Humbly report, sir, look at him. He's all in a shit because of it. But on the other hand he really ought to have complained at once that he had got those swipes, but he was afraid to do so because he knew that it was Victor, as a once wrote, to a rentulist Violet he works for Lieutenant You see pushing Kunert in front of him. Švejk said to him, don't be all of a flutter like the aspen leaves of an oak. Captain Signer asked Kunert to tell how it had actually happened. Kunert, however, all over, asserted that they could ask Lieutenant He had never struck him across the face. Continuing to tremble all over, the Judas, Kunert, even went further in the end as to maintain that the whole thing an invention of Švejk's. Lieutenant put an end to this embarrassing affair by appearing suddenly and roaring at Kunert. Do you want to get a FRW more across the jaw? The was then completely clear and Captain Signer told Lieutenant Quiz simply, from Chixley on Kunert is assigned to the battalion kitchen and as to the question of a new Batman for yourself you'd better apply to Quartermaster Sergeant Major Vanak. Lieutenant and as he went out said to Švejk, I'm willing to bet that you'll be hanged one day. When he had gone Švejk turned to Lieutenant Lucas in a gentle, friendly tour. Once in Nishevo Hradiate there was a gentleman like that TND he's to another chap in the same way and the answer, will each other on the execution ground D? Said Lieutenant Lukes, you rally are but don't you dare say as you usually do, humbly report, sir, I'm a BLRXXLY fool. Remarkable, QID Dane he leaned out of the window. He would have liked to go away from the wind curve, but had no time to do because disaster AP *Ardeny of Lieutenant who STTXD under it. Lieutenant started by whining that he was very sorry that Captain Signer had gone away and had not listened when he gave the reasons for on the Eastern Front. If we are to understand this giant, Lieutenant called up to the window, we have to realize the offensive at the end of April. We had to break through the Russian front and found the line between the Grathians and the Vistula the most convenient place for this breakthrough. LM not disputing it with answered Captain Signer drilly, and left the window. When half an hour later the journey towards Sanoke continued, Captain Signer stretched himself out on the seat and to sleep, that in the meantime Lieutenant might forget his hackneyed conclusions about the offensive. In Švejk's van Blaun was missing. He had in fact begged and obtained permission to wipe the goulash cauldron clean with a of bread. He was now in the van with the field kitchens in an unpleasant situation, because when the train started to move he flew headlong into the cauldron and his legs stuck out of it. However, he got used to this situation and from inside the cauldron the licking of his could heard. It was like a hedgehog chasing beetles. Later Blount's platting voice could be heard. "For God's sake, chaps, be kind, and throw me a piece of bread. There's an awful lot of sauce here still." This idyll lasted until the next station, where they arrived with a cauldron of the LTH company so spotlessly clean that the metal inside it gleamed like a mirror. "God bless you, chaps," said Blount, thanking them heartily. "It's the first time that fortune has smiled on me since I've been in the army." Nothing could have been truer. In the Lubkovsky Pass, Blount managed to get 2 rations of goulash. Lieutenant Luck expressed his pleasure that Blount had brought him an untouched portion from the officers' mess and left him a good half of it. Blount was serenely happy, swung his legs which he stuck out of the train, and suddenly the whole war seemed to him something domestic and cozy. The company cooked to tease him and say that when they came to Sanook another supper and one more lunch would be CTM, cared to make up for the fact that throughout the journey they had had nothing. Blount only nodded his head in assent and whispered, "You'll chaps, that the Lord will not abandon us." Everybody laughed heartily at this, and the sitting on the field kitchen percented to sing, "H won't abandon us, not hell if he chucks us in the dirt, he us out, that's a if he chucks us in the wood, he'll bite us out, I'm nigher he could won't abandon us, not het station of Zazon New Niteries Cemetery to again in the valleys." Ben Th sat on a stone cross with a headless Christ could be from the train. He his head when the track was blown up. The train increased its SFD, hurrying down the valley to Sanook. For the horizons grew larger, and at the time the of Detroit villages on side of the NFRE Quint. Near Kulasma red train ran down and it had plunged down the railway embankment and smashed to. Blount goggled at this and was astonished at the sight of the parts of the engine thrown around him. The funnel was rammed into the railway and out of it like a. The phenomenon also aroused attention in the van where Švejk was. George Daw got most excited by it. "What, is it allowed to fire at Red Cross vans?" "It's not allowed, but it can done," said Švejk. "It was a higher effect shot, and they will apologize afterwards, of course, and make the excuse that it was nighttime and the Red Cross couldn't be seen. There are lots of things in the world which are not allowed to be done but can be done. The main thing is that everybody should try to do what he's not allowed to do so that it can done." During the maneuvers at Pizek and order camp that soldiers on the march were not allowed to be trussed. But our captain had the idea that they could be as an order like that was frightfully ridiculous. After all, anyone could see that a soldier who was trussed couldn't march. And he didn't evade the order, but quite simply and sensibly had the trussed soldiers thrown into the trucks of the baggage train, and in this way it was possible to go on marching with them. Or consider another case which in our street 5 or 6 years ago. A man called Mr. Carlick was living on the first floor. One story there lived a good man called Mikes who was a student at the conservatoire. He was very fond of women and among others began to run after the daughter of Mr. Carlick, who had a carrier's business and a stationery shop as well as a firm under a completely different name somewhere in Moravia. When Mr. Carlick learned that the student was running after his daughter, he went to see him in his flat and said to him, "You're not going to marry my daughter, you got her snipe. I shan't give her to you." "Right," Mr. replied, "if I can't marry her, what do you expect me to do? Do you expect me to break myself in half?" 2 months later Mr. Carlick called on him again and brought his wife with him. They both said to him with one accord, "You bastard, you've robbed our daughter of her honor?" "Of course I have," he answered them. "I've taken the of making a whore of her, madam." Then Mr. Carlick started shouting at him quite gratuitously that he'd told him that he must not marry her and that he wouldn't give her to him, but Mr. Mick answered quasi correctly that he was not going to marry her and that at that time they had never discussed what he could do with her. There had no bargaining that. He would keep his word and they shouldn't worry as he wouldn't marry her. He was a man of character and not a straw in the wind. He would keep his word when he said something it was acred. And if he were for it, it wouldn't matter to him because he had a clean conscience. His late mama on her very death had asked him to swear that he would never tell a lie in his life, and he had given her his hand of honor in promise, and an oath like that was a valid one. In his family no one at all had told lies, and that he had always had the best marks for moral conduct. And so you can see from that lots of things aren't allowed but yet can be done, and that though our ways may be different, let our endeavors be the same. Dear friends, said the volunteer, who was eagerly making notes, every cloud has a silver lining. This Red Cross train which was blown up and hurled half-burnt down the embankment enriches the glorious history of our battalion by adding a new heroic act for the future. I visualize that perhaps on 16 September, as I've already noted down, 1 or 2 ordinary soldiers from every company of our battalion led by a corporal will volunteer to blow up the enemy's armor train which has been firing at us and preventing us crossing THC River. Disguised as peasants they honorably discharge their mission. What do I see here? The volunteer exclaimed, as he ICR'd into his notes. How did our Mr. Vanak get here? Listen, Sergeant Major, he said, turning to Vanak, what a fine little article there will be you in the battalion history. I believe you've already mentioned once, but this will definitely finer and more substantiate. He read out in an exalted voice, heroic death of Quartermaster Sergeant Major Vanak. The plan to W up the enemy armor train was a bold and others Quartermaster Sergeant Major Vanak volunteered to take part, disguised like the others in costume. He was struck rarely by the explosion and when he recovered he found himself surrounded by the enemy. They immediately sent him off to their division staff, where face to face with death he refused to give any information about THCE position and numbers of hours since he was in disguise. He was condemned to hang as a spy, but in view of his high rank the sentence was commuted into one of by shooting. The execution was carried out at once at the wall of the cemetery and brave Quartermaster Sergeant Meyer Vanak asked that his IAS should not bandaged. When asked whether HC had any wish he replied, convey my last greeting to my battalion through one of your truce negotiators. Say die in the conviction that our battalion will continue to go forward on its path of glory. Also tell Captain Signer that according to the last brigade order that portion of his daily to attends died over Quartermaster Sergeant Major Vanak. With his last dying sentence he instilled panic into the enemy who had thought that in stopping us from crossing the river they would cut us from our WPPLY quickly us MIT and sow demoralization in our ranks. Fact that before his execution he played Kalfsvik with the Erksmi Suffolcers is a testimony to the cornpasur with which he owes death. Give the sum I've won to the Russian Red Cross, said, as he stoanked down the mules of the firing squad. This noble magnanimity to thee of representatives proent. Excuse me, Mr. Van And, the volunteer continued, having the of disposing of the money you won. I had considering whether it shouldn't given to the Austrian Red Cross, but in the end I assumed that from the humanitarian point of view it was all the provided it was given to Orn Humane. Our late Sergeant Major could have given it to the Institute of the City of Prague, Švejk, but it's better as it is, because probably with that sum the Lord May might have a sausage for his elevenses. Well, of course, they steal everywhere. Kodowski. And most of in the red ECS, and I dejurate furiously. In Prague I once knew a chef who CMKED for the nurse in their hut and he told me that the matron and all the head home whole trunks of Malaga and chocolate. Is what opportunity brings with it. It's the self-determination of man. Enery none in the course of his eternal life undergoes countless changes and has to appear once in this world as a thief in certain periods of his activity. I've gone through this period myself. He took a bottle of con out of his PCK. Here you and the indisputable of my assertion, he ID, opening the bottle. Before our departure I took this bottle from the officers' mess. It is a knack off very best brand and was supposed to be used for icing on Linzertert _ but it was predestined that I should steal it, just as I was predestined to a thief. And it really wouldn't be a bad thing at an interpt. If we were to aim our accomplices. In any I have a printer that we are. And the predestination prov to any wash round in spite of the protests of Quartermaster Sergeant Major Vanak, who maintain that the cognac should be drunk out of TLE mess tins and be fairly shared between them, because there were 5 men to 1 bottle, which, being an odd number, meant that it could easily happen that one person might drink 1 swig more than the others, whereupon Švejk put in, that's true. But if Mr. Vanak prefers there to be an even number he might like to withdraw from the circle to avoid any unpleasantness or dispute. Vanak then took back his and made another suggestion which was a generous one, that the donor, George Dot, should put himself in the position where he could drink twice, but this caused a storm of opposition, because Van Eyck had had one swig already when tasted the cognac on opening the bottle. In the end, the volunteer's proposal that they should drink in alphabetical order was accepted. He justified it by saying that what it called was really a question of predetermination too. The bottle was finished by Kodowski, who camped first in alphabetical order. As he did, he cast a menacing glance at Van Eyck, who reckoned that as he was the last he would have one swig more. But this was a bad mathematical error on his part, because there were 21 swigs. After that they played ordinary 3-card Švejk. It turned out that whenever the volunteer TK jugged a card, he accompanied the action with pious quotations from the scripture. When he bought a knave, he called out, "O Lord, let me have this knave this summer too, that may plow and dung him, that he bear me fruit." When they criticized him for having the audacity to buy an 8, he called out in a great voice, "Either what woman having 10 pieces of silver, if she lose 1 piece, doth not light a candle and sweep the house and seek diligently till she find it? And when she hath found it, she calleth her friends and her neighbors, saying, Rejoice with me, for I have bought an 8, and as well the king, and so please give me the cards." You've all of you burst. Marak had indeed great good fortune at cards. While the others were trying to out-trump each other, he always there out-trumping **, that they burst one after the other, and he grabbed stake after stake. He called out to those who had lost, "And in the places there will be great earthquakes, and tribulations of famine, and there will be great miracles from heaven." In the end they had enough of it, and Sto ** playing when lost his pay for half a year in advance. He was cursed by this, and the volunteer demanded an IOU from him that Sergeant Major Vanna would pay packet to him. "Don't afraid," spake him. "If you have any luck you'll fall in the first action, and Marak won't get any pay packet from you. Just sign him." The mention of his falling in battle up very much, and HC said firmly, "Can't fill, T** cog I'm a telephonist, and telephonists are always in peace sessions. Telephone are only put up or tested false after the action." The volunteer gave it as his opinion that telephonists were, on the contrary, exposed to great dangers, as it was mainly on them that the enemy concentrated their artillery fire. No telephonist was safe in his cover. If he were 10 meters under the ground, the enemy artillery would find him. None that telephonists died like flies was proved by the fact that when he left Brock they were just opening the 28th course for telephonists. Kodowski stared in front of him in dismay, which moved Švejk to make the friendly and remark, "You can't help it. It's all a dirty anyway." Affably, "Shut up, auntie. I shall 100K for the letters CH in my notes for the history of the battalion Marak and RVED. Godowski, Hstounsk, aha, here we are, Gownski buried by a mine explosion." Telephones to the staff from his tomb, "I'm dying and I congratulate my battalion on it. Surely that's good and Mac, aid Švejk. Do you want Rendre still? Do you remember that telephonist on the Titanic?" After the ship had already sunk he went down to the kitchen to ask when lunch would have. "It dtrsnt matter to me, id the volunteer. If you like, Godowski's dying words be by his final call the telk me, give my last greetings to Brigade. Forward march." W. Henday to Sanok. It turned out that in the van with the field kitchen of the RLTH company, where the bloated Blown was farting with bliss, they had been quite right in thinking that supper would be served, and that as well as supper there would even be an issue of army bread for all those days when the battalion had got nothing. When they got out of the vans they also found out that it was in Sanok that the staff of the Iron Brigade was located, to which, according to its baptismal certificate, the battalion of the 91st Regiment, although the railway connection to LW6W and northwards to MO Siska was, it puzzled people why the staff of the eastern sector had made for the Iron Brigade with its staff to concentrate its march battalions 150 kilometers tearing the lines, when the front then ran from Brody to the Bug and along the river northwards till his very interesting strategical question was cleared up in a frightfully simple way when Captain Signer went to R&RT the arrival of the March 2 Lion to the brigade staff in Sanok. The officer on duty was the brigade adjutant, Captain Tyrrell. "I'm extremely surprised, Captain Signer," said Captain Tyrrell, "that you did not get any definite information. The march route is fixed. Of course you should have reported to us beforehand the line of your advance. According to the dispositions of the High Command you've come 2 days too early." Captain Signer blushed slightly, But it did not to him to repat all those cipher telegrams which he had throughout the journey. "I must say, I'm really surprised, Captain, that you," said Adjutant Tyrrell. "I would expect," Captain Signer answered, "that as you would address me less formally." "Just as you like, old man," said Captain Tyrrell, "but tell me, are you a regular or a civilian?" "Regular? That's another story then. You never can tell, you know. We've had many fools passing through reserve lieutenants. When we re-raided from Limanowa and Krasnik, all those extra lieutenants first their heads as they saw a Cossack patrol. At the staff we don't think much of parasites like them. Some stupid bastard who's the army IQ test in the end goes and gets himself onto the regular list or passes an examination when he's a civilian. Of course he goes on being a civilian all the time. When war corns he shows he's no lieutenant and just a cowardly shit." Captain Tyrrell and patted Antane Signer on the in a familiar way. "You'll stay here for 2 days. I'll show you all the sights. We'll have dancing. We've got lovely little whores here, angel worse. And we've also got a general's daughter who used to be a lesbian. So we all up in women's clothes and you'll what she and do. But she's such a skinny that you'd never imagine it of her. But she knows a thing or two, old man. She's a bitch, but of you'll find that out for yourself." "Excuse me," he suddenly broke off, "I must go in again. It's the 3rd time today already." To prove how gay it was here, he told Antane Signer when he came back that this was the RULT of a last in which the sappers unit had taken part. Captain Signer very quickly acquainted with the commander of this unit, who also had the rank of captain. An enormously tall man in uniform suddenly crashed into the office. He was in a daze, did not notice the presence of Antane Signer, and said to Tyrrell quite familiarly, "What are you doing, you old swine? You certainly up our marvelously yesterday." He downed a chair and said, laughing uproariously and striking himself over the colva with a thin one eye, "How you sf wet into her lap." "Yes," said Tyrrell. "We had a very jolly evening, yesterday." It was only then that he obtained Signer to the officer with the and they all of them left the OMCE of the administrative section of the brigade and went into a of which had recently gone out of a former beer cellar. When they went through, the obtained Tyrrell from the commander of the Sammers unit and brought it ending down onto a long table, round which 12 military riders fell into a line beat order. These were the Cha-E-B who had an eye for safe jobs, the lines. They had large satisfied bellies and extra uniforms. Trying to SHCRW off in front of Sandra and the other captain, Tyrrell to these TRLVE feticapsules of arum shanking, "Think that I keep you here just to fatten you? You hogs, you'd better jolly well guzzle and booze lay and run around more. Now show you her training trick," Tyrrell told his companions. He struck the table again with the and asked the 12, "When are you going to burst, you hogs?" All the 12 answered in unison, "At your orders, sir." Laughing at his own crass and stupidity, Antane Tyrrell went out of the office. When they all three in the CAG, Tyrrell ordered a of J.E. Fabinka and called some young ladies who happened to free. It turned out that the cafe was really nothing but a brothel, and because none of the young ladies were free, Antane Tyrrell got exceedingly angry, swore at Madam in the cursest terms and shouted out, "Who's with Miss Ella?" When the answer came that a lieutenant was with her, his vituperations increased. It was in fact Lieutenant Dub who was Miss Ella. When the March Battalion was already in its sleeping quarters in a school, he had summoned all the men of his unit and warned them in a long fact that the Russians, when they retreated, had set up brothels everywhere and staffed them with infected with VDs so as to cause the Austrian army heavy losses through this trick. He accordingly warned his men against visiting such places. Because we're in the front zone, he would himself verify by personal inspection of these houses whether his order had been obeyed or not. Anyone who was caught would be brought a drumhead court-martial. And so Lieutenant Dub went to verify by personal inspection whether his orders had been, and for this he obviously chose as the point of departure for his journey of inspection the soft in Ella's cubicle on the first FLMR of the so-called town. He was having a very GRXD time on this sofa. Meanwhile Captain Signer went back to his battalion. Tyrrell's comm had this read. There was a search FCR Captain Tyrrell at the brigade staff where the brigadier had been lodged. Kairug for his adjutant for over an hour. New orders had from the division, and they had to determine finally the march route for the 91st Regiment, which had just arrived. According to the new dispositions, the March Battalion of the 102nd Regiment was to go by the route originally chosen for the 91st. Everything was in a great muddle. The Russians were retreating very hastily in the northeast tip of Galicia. That Austrian detachments got mixed up with each other, and in some places units of the German army drew wedges into them. The chaos was completed by the arrival of march battalions and other military detachments. And in sectors of the front, which were farther in the rear, the same thing occurred, as for example here in Sand, where there unexpectedly arrived the rear of the German Hanoverian division under the command of a colonel with such an ugly 100K that the brigadier was thrown into a state of complete confusion. The colonel of reserves of the Hanoverian division showed the dispositions of his staff, according to which his men had to quarter in the school, where at this very moment the battalion of the 91st had just billeted. For the of his staff he requested the evacuation of the building of the Cacao Bank, where the staff of the brigade were quartered. The brigadier got into direct contact with the division and described the exact situation. After that the evacuated Hanoverian SBK to the division, as a result of which the brigade the following order: the brigade is to evacuate the town at 6 p.m. in the direction of Tyrawa Wolaska Liskra IEC Stara S61 Somber, where they are to await further orders. They will be accompanied by the March Battalion of the 91st Regiment, which will afford them protection. The dispositions have been worked out in the brigade according to the following plan. The vanguard will leave at 5:30 in the direction of Tyrawa, preserving a distance of 3 kilometers between the southern and northern flanks. The covering rear guard leave at 6:15. And there was a great flap in the Ekondari school, and the only missing at the conference of the officers of the battalion was Lieutenant Dub. Švejk was given the task of trying to find him. You'll find him without any difficulties, said Lieutenant Look at Švejk, because there's always nothing going on between the two of you. He repaired, sir, may I infer a written from the company? This is just, there always is something going on between the two of us. While Lieutenant Luck copied out on a loose leaf of his an order that Lieutenant Dub was to orn at once to the school for an officers' conference, Švejk went on to say, certainly, sir. As usual, you don't need to have any worries. I shall find him, cause soldiers are forbidden to go into brothels, and he will certainly have gone into one to verify by personal inspection that none of his plaques, and wants to brought before a drumhead court-martial, which is his usual threat. He himself declared to the men of his that he would go through all the brothels, and then they would get to know him from his bad side. By the way, I know where he is. He is in that cafe just opposite, because all the men watched to see where he would go first. The combined halls of entertainment and town GFE, the establishment mentioned by Švejk, was divided into 2 parts. Anyone who did not want to go through the cafe went round the back, where an old lady was sunning herself. She spoke German, Polish and Hungarian, and the gist of her remarks was as follows: "Come along, soldier, we've got lovely young ladies here." When the soldier came in, she him along the corridor to a reception hall and to one of the young ladies, who came running up in her slip. She asked for the money in advance, which Madame cashed on the spot, while the soldier boy off his bayonet. The officers went through the cafe. The route for these gentlemen was more complicated because it led through the chambers d'Alreperies at the back of the cafe, where there was a choice of another category intended for the officers, and where the slips were of lace, and wine, or liquors were drunk. Madame would not allow anything to be done here. It all had to take place in the cubicles upstairs. In one of them Lieutenant Dub, in his pants, was rolling about on his sofa enjoying this particular form of which was full of bugs, while Miss Ella related to him the tragedy of her life, which was entirely imaginary, of course, as always happens in these cases. She told him that her father was a manufacturer and she herself had been a schoolmistress at a girls' grammar school in Budapest, and had done this out of blighted. On a small table behind Lieutenant Dub within the wretch officer's hand was a bottle of Jedabinka and glasses. The facts that the bottle was half empty, and that Ella and Lieutenant Dub were no longer in control of their speech, were incriminating proof that Lieutenant Dub could not carry his liquor. Judging by his speech, it was evident that he was already mixing everything up and thought Ella was his Batman, Cunard. He called her by Cunard's name and threatened his imagined Batman in his usual way. "Cunard, Cunard, you animal, wait till you get to know me from my bad side. Švejk was expected to undergo the same procedure as all the other soldier who went round the back. However, he amiably tore himself away from a girl in a slip, whose screams brought the Polish madam running up. She denied brownly to Švejk that she had any lieutenant as a guest. "Don't shout at me like that, madam," said Švejk affably, smiling sweetly at her, "or else I'll sock you one on the jaw. In Prague where I live they once beat up a madam in Platnevska Street so much that she didn't know where she was. At that time it was a son who was looking for his father, who was called von Drake and had a tire business. That madam was called Kafovanova. When they brought her round and asked her at the first aid station what her name was, she said that it was something that TX began with and may I ask your honorable name, please?" The honorable matron set up a frightful wail, when Švejk, after saying this, pushed her aside and advanced gravely up the wooden staircase to the first floor. Downstairs appeared the owner of the brothel himself, an impoverished Polish nobleman, who ran up the stairs after Švejk and tried to drag him back by the tunic, shouting at him in German that the rank and file were not allowed to go at tires, that it was reserved for the officer gentlemen and that the men's place was on the ground floor. Švejk let him know that he had come here in the interests of the whole army, that he was looking for a certain lieutenant, without whom the army could not proceed to the field, and, when the Pole more and more aggressive, Švejk knocked him down the staircase and continued upstairs to inspect the equality. He verified that all the cubicles were empty except the one at the very end of the passage. Here he gave a knock, pressed a latch and the door. The squealing voice of Ella could be heard, engaged, and immediately afterwards the deep voice of Lieutenant Dub, who perhaps thought that he was still in his room in camp, "Come in." Švejk entered, advanced to the sofa and handed Lieutenant Dub the leaf from the notebook. Looking askance at the various articles of uniform thrown on the corner of the eud, he announced, "Humbly report, sir, you are to dress and, according to the instructions which I'm handing you, report immediately at our barracks in the secondary. We have a big military conference there." Lieutenant Dub goggled the tiny pupils of his eyes at him but told himself that he was not so tipsy as to fail to recognize Švejk. He immediately imagined that they were sending Švejk to him on report and he said, "I'll deal with you immediately, SV*. You'll see what will happen to you." "Cunard," he shouted at Ella, "pour me another one." He tx, ka drink and tearing up the written instructions laughed, "That's an alv, logi. With us no logis are of any use. We are in the army and not at school. And so they have caught you in a brothel. Come here to me, Švejk, come nearer. I am going to give you a few swipes acr, the jaw. In what year did Philip of Macedon defeat the Romans? You don't know that, do you stallion?" "Humbly, sir," Švejk continued inexorably, "this is the highest order from the brigade. The gentlemen officers are to put their clothes on and go to a battalion conference. We are leaving, you know, sir, and only now will they decide which companies will advance guard, flank guard, and rear guard. Now they are going to take a decision on this, and I think, sir, that you too will have something to say about this." Diplomatic speech went some way towards reviving Lieutenant Dub, and he eager now to feel sure that he was not in the barracks after all. But out of caution he still asked, "Where am I?" "You have the honor to be in a brothel, sir. God moves in a mysterious way." Lieutenant Dub gave a heavy sigh, got down from the sofa and began to 100k for his uniform, which Švejk him to do. When he had finally drcsscdthcy both wcnt out, but a little later Švejk returned for a moment. Taking no notice of Ella, who attributed an entirely different significance to his return and out of unrequited love immediately climbed back into bed, he quickly drank the jarabinka remaining in the bottle and went out again after the lieutenant. In the street Lieutenant Dub's head again became befuddled, because it was very hot. He talked to Švejk a lot of without any connection. He said that he had at home a stamp from Heligoland, and that immediately after passing his examination they had gone to play billiards and had not taken their caps off to their classmaster. To every of his he added, "Think you follow me?" "Certainly do," Švejk answered. "You talk like a tinsmith called Pokerny in Vidajevis." Whenever Opal asked him, "Have you looked at this year in the mage?" he answered, "I haven't, but there'll be a lot of plums this year. Or they asked him, 0 have you eaten any mushrooms this year, and he answered, L haven't, but the Sultan of Morocco is said to a very man. Lieutenant Dub stopped and managed to get out of him *LF, Sultan of Morocco? He's a TNCK now. He will *D the swat from his forehead and looking at Švejk with misty eyes murmured, I've never sweated like this even in winter. Do you agree? Do you follow me? Yeah, I do, sir. When we were at the Chalice an old man used to there who was a retired official of the district council, and he asserted exactly the same thing. He always said he was surprised at the difference between the temperature in summer and winter. He thought it very strange that people hadn't yet realized it. At the SCH.KL gate Švejk left Lieutenant Dub who railed on the stairs up to the assembly hall, where the military conference was taking place. He immediately reported to Captain Signer that he was completely drunk. Throughout the conference he sat with his head in his hands and during the discussion occasionally stood up to cry out, Your opinion is correct, gentlemen, but I am completely drunk. When all the dispositions had worked out and Lieutenant Luck's company had to go as vanguard cover, Lieutenant Dub gave a sudden jerk up and said, Recall, gentlemen, our form master in the first year of the grammar hip hip hurrah, hip hip hurrah, hip hip hurrah. It occurred to Lieutenant that for the time being the first thing to do would be to make Kunert lay Lieutenant Dub on the couch in the physics cabinet next door, where there was a guard posted to that no one stole the already half-plundered collection of minerals. The units marching through were warned about this by the brigade. This measure dated from the time when a Hanv battalion, which had been billeted in the school, began to rifle the cabinet. The Hanvs had taken a particular fancy to the collection of minerals, the gaily colored crystals and parites, and had stuck them into their packs. On one of the white crosses in the military *metery there is the inscription, Las 16 Gargani. A Hanv who plundered the SCHTNLX lections and drank up all the spirit from a jar in which the various reptiles were preserved now sleeps his last sleep in wiping out the human race. The World War did not hesitate to use methylated spirit intended for preserving reptiles. When all the others had gone away Lieutenant Luck had Lieutenant Dub's Batman, Kunert, brought to him. He took away his lieutenant and stretched him out on the sofa. Lieutenant Dub was suddenly like a small child. He Kunert by the hand and to look at his ing that he could divine from it the name of his future wife. W that's your name? Take out of the breast px ked of my tunic my noti ton k and feel. You're called Kunert, aren't you? Well, then, come here in a quarter of an hour's time and lave you here a piece of fr with the name of your lady wife. No x, na had he qid this that he started to snore. But again he seemed to wake up and began to scribble in his ensirevk. He tore out what he had scribbled and threw it on the ground. Putting his finger mysteriously to his he babbled, not now, but in a quarter of an hour's time. You'd order 103k for the blindfold. Kunert was such a well-meaning ox that a quarter of an hour later he actually and when he had unfolded he read from Lieutenant Dub's high *Phis, Madame of your future wife will be, Mrs. Kunert. Švejk, when he showed this to him a moment later, told him to the spia of paper carefully. Documents of this kind from military gentlemen ought to be respected by everyone. In army life it had never been the case that an officer with his Batman and called him Mr. when all the preparations had made FCR the departure according to the given dispositions. The brigadier, who had been so smartly dislodged by the Hanoverian colonel, made the whole battalion fall in the usual square formation and made aid to them. He loved making speeches and, when he did muddled everything up, and when he had nothing more to my he remembered the field post, my men, thundered out to the UR, Rum we are nearing the enemy's front, from which we are only separated by a few days' march. Up till I now on the march you have not had the opportunity, my men, of informing the dear one whom you have left behind of your address that those far away from you may know where they are to write. And you may have pleasure from the letters of your dear bereaved. He got himself tied up that he couldn't find a way out and repeat countless times, the dear Ono whom you have left behind, your dear relatives, your dear bereaved ones, etc. until he finally broke out of the vicious circle by calling out, and that is why we have the field at the FRMTL. The rest of his gave the impression that all THSE people in their grey uniforms should let themselves be killed with the greatest joy just because field PTS were installed at the FMNT. and if anyone had his legs torn off by it would be a thing for him to die with the thought that his field BBT was 72, and that perhaps a letter was lying there from home, from his dear ones away, with a package containing a piece of SMT * head bacon and made biscuits. Then, after his spec, when the brigade mute struck up the national anthem, 3 cheers were given FCR the Emperor, and the various groups of human cattle, which D6TINCD for slaughter somewhere beyond the bug, set out the march, unit by unit, according to the maid. The 1LTH company left at 5:30 Dinwewuma. Švejk trudged behind with the staff and the ambulance, while Lieutenant led round the whole column, going to the rear every now and then to check on the ambulance, where on a under canvas they carried Lieutenant up to new heroic deeds of an unknown future. I ate and luck ale whiled away the journey by talking to Švejk, who patiently carried his pack and rifle and was telling Vanek how fine it was when they marked HD Mankrover near Velka some years ago. It was just the MWRT of us here, only we didn't march with full field equipment. At that time we didn't even know what Rexrev tins meant when we drew any tins. All of us in our plaque ate them at the very next night till it, and we put a brick in our sacks instead. In one village inspect, ours came and threw out all the bricks from our packs. There were many of them that one chap built a house out of them, fix his Emily. A little later SVGK marched energetically by the side of Lieutenant Lukas's horse and talked to him about that was a beautiful, and of course it's very nice for anyone at the front if he gets a kind letter from home. But when I was serving years ago in Vinajavas I got only one letter in the barracks and I've still kept it. SVCJK took out a grey letter from his stained book and read it aloud, at the same time keeping with Lieutenant Lukas's horse, which had broken into a gentle trot. UBHDY absurd, Y.N dirty marker and blackguardle. Pearl KH came to Pragu on lave Daryl him at Ukianu, and he told me that they say you went dancing at the Green Frog with a stooky tart, and that you've thrown me over. For your information I'm writing THG letter in rears the board next to the hole. It's all over between us. Your former Buena. What did I want to add? Yes, that corporal knows to do it and he's going give you hell, because asked him to. And I to you home won't find of course, Švejk continued at a gentle trot, when I can * on leave she was still among the living, and very living they were. I found her at Uku, and 2 soldiers of a foreign region were helping her to dress, and one of them was so very living that he was quite publicly putting his hand under her eyes as though, humbly sir, he to pluck the bloom of her innocence, as Venslavu Iakomisi, or as a young girl of UT16 once said with loud to when he pinched her in the shoulder at dancing class, "Sir, you have offed thee of my virginity?" Of laughed, and her mama who was after her out into the Union and gave the stupid ninny a good kicking. However, I knew York, sir, that I came to the conclusion that the country wenches are all the 2 more sincere than those worn out young in the towns who go to dancing classes. When years ago we were in camp at MRNK, I used to go dancing at Starinin and went around with a girl called Carla Vikloe, but she didn't like me very much, I'm afraid. One Sunday evening when I took her to the lake, we sat on the dam, and when sun was setting I asked her whether love me. Humbly report, sir, the air was balmy, all the birds were singing, and she replied with a horrible laugh, "I love you about as much as a piece of in my arse, you're such an, and I really wis an idiot. Such a frightful idiot that I used to stroll with her, humbly rep J. Right, sir, in the fields amid the standing corn where there wasn't a living soul, and we never sat down once. I kept on showing her all that cornxopia, and, stupid ass that I was, all I did was to tell that wench that this was right, this was what, and that over there was Cal, and as though confirming the remark about the oats there resounded somewhere in front the voice of the company singing in unison. They continued the NG which Czech regiments NNG when they marched and bled for Austria at Solferino, and a HT was black, the Jum FD of the Hay, every wet is, and the others the Mantelian, free, is free, is free, why and do I plant a burning kiss this? Free, is FRE, is FRE, and why? After that the Germans carded the song in German. This is an old soldiers marching which the Soldateska used to sing in all languages I raps as long ago as in the Napoleonic Wars. Now it resounded hilariously on the dusty road on the way to Tyrol Woloska in the Galician plain, where on both sides of the road as far as the green hills into the fields were trampled on and destroyed under the hooves of horses and the soles of thousands and thousands of soldiers heavy back, ts. Once we met the same mess at the maneuvers near said Švejk, looking about him. Had with us an imperial archduke. He was such a fair gentleman that when for strategic reasons he rode with his staff through the corn, the adjutant behind him at once calculated all the damage he'd caused. A peasant called Picha was not at all pleased at this visit and refused to accept from the government 18 crowns compensation for the hectare of land which had been trampled down. You won't it, sir, but he wanted to go to law, sir, and he got 18 months for it. But I think, sir, that in fact he ought to have been grateful that someone from the imperial came to SCC him on his land. Another peasant, a more conscientious one, would have dressed all his girls in white dresses like bridesmaids, put bunches of flowers in their hands and stationed them on his estate. And each of them would have had to welcome the exalted gentleman, like red they did in India, when the subjects of a ruler allowed themselves to trampled on by that elephant. What on earth are you talking? Lieutenant Luka called down to him from his horse. Humbly report, sir, mean that elephant which on his back that ruler which I read at UT. You've certainly got an explanation for Švejk, said Lieutenant and rode on ahead. There the column was already getting broken up. After the rest in the train the unaccustomed march in full and complete equipment resulted in them all getting sore shoulders, and everyone tried to make himself as comfortable as he could. They shifted their rifles from one side to the other. Most of them no longer carried them by their slings but had them thrown over their shoulders like a rake or fork. Some thought they would get on better by marching in a ditch or on the meadows where the ground under their feet felt better than on the dusty. Most of them went with bowed heads and all suffered from enormous thirst, because in spite of the sun having already set it was just as sultry and stifling as if it had midday and no one had a drop of water left in his field flask. It was the first day of the march and this situation, which was a kind of prelude to greater and greater hardships, made all of them weaker and fainter the farther they went. They stopped singing and started to guess among themselves how far it could be to Švejk, where they thought they would the night. Sat down for a time in a ditch and as not to make a wrong impression undid their and acted at first glance like somebody who has put his putties on wrong and tries to rewind them that they will not pinch him on the march further on. Others shortened or lengthened their rifle slings or opened their packs and went through the objects contained in them, trying to persuade themselves that they were doing it to distribute the load better and to prevent the pack straps pulling on one or other of their shoulders. When Lieutenant Lukis approached them they got up one after the other and reported that something was hurting them, if indeed the cadets or sergeants had not caught a glimpse of Lieutenant Lukas's mare in the distance and already hounded them on. Lieutenant Lucas, as he rode by, asked them in a friendly tone to get up, telling them that it was another 3 kilometers to Tyrolowska and they would be able to rest there. In the meantime Lieutenant Dub recovered consciousness through the constant shaking of the tail-wheeled ambulance cart. He had not come round completely but he could already raise himself and lean out of the cart to call to the staff of the company. They were walking freely around, because all of them, beginning with Balaun and ending with Kodowski, had put their packs into the cart. Only Švejk went bravely ahead carrying his pack, holding his rifle by the sling across his chest in dragoon fashion, smoking his pipe and singing as HC marched. We to believe it, folks, or not, we reached the town at supper time and got it on the dot. More than 500 paces in front of Lieutenant Dub clouds of dust rose on the road out of which there won 1 kjmed the figures of soldiers. Lieutenant Dub, whose enthusiasm had returned to him, leaned his head out of the cart and to shout at the dust on the road, "My men, your noble task is a heavy one. Difficult marches are ahead. You will all of you deprivations and hardships of every kind. However, I am convinced that I can confidently rely on your pluck and you should." Švejk put in. Lieutenant Dub went on, "For you, my men, there is obstacle so that you cannot it. Once more, my men, I reiterate to you that I am not leading you to victory. It will be a hard nut for you to crack, but crack it you will. You are the heroes of whom his stick your finger down your thrcnt, Švejk put in again. And as though Lieutenant Dub had heard this he suddenly began to vomit into the dust of the R&D with his head bent down, and when he had wet it all out he shouted, "Renkray, on, old ears, on! Hurrah!" Then he fell to pack again and slept till Tinwewoloska, where by order of Lieutenant Luck, who had a very long and difficult talk with him. They finally put him on his feet and took him out of the cart. He then recovered so much that he was able at last to declare, "From a *****ical point of view I've committed an act of folly, which I shall redeem when we are to HC with the fur." He was of course yet completely himself, because when he went back to his platoon he told Lieutenant Luck, "You don't know me yet, but wait till you get to know N%. If you want to know what you've done, you and get the information from Švejk," Lux replied. So before returning to his platoon, Lieutenant Dub went to see Švejk and found him in the company of Blount and Van Eyck. Blount was just telling them that in his mill at home he always used to keep a bottle of beer in the well. The beer was so cold that it his teeth on edge. In other mills in the evening they drank tea *er to wash down cottage cheese, but he, in his gluttony, for which the good Lord had punished him, always guzzled a sizable pie of meat after it. Now in his justice had him with tepid stinking water from the wells at Tyrowolaska. As a precaution against cholera they had to pour into it citric acid, which they had distributed to them only a moment ago when the well water was issued to them by companies. Blount expressed a view that the citric acid was no doubt intended to starve them. It was true indeed that he had managed to get a little to eat at Sanook and that Lieutenant had even left him again half a portion of veal which he had brought him from the brigade. But it was dreadful. He had thought that when they came here and there was rest and night quarters they would something as well. He had been quite convinced of this when the cooks fetched water for the cauldrons, and had at once gone to the kitchens to ask about it. The answer he got was that they had only received an order to draw water for the time being and any minute another one might come ordering them to pour it away. At this very moment Lieutenant Dub came up and, very uncertain of himself, asked, "Are you having a chat?" "Yes, we are, sir," Švejk's word for all of them. "And our chat is in full swing. It's always best to have plenty of chat. Just now we're chatting about citric acid. No soldier undo without a chat. That's how he forgets all his tribulations." Lieutenant Dub told him to come a little of the way with him, because he had a few questions to ask him. When they were on one side he asked him in a frightfully uncertain voice, "Isn't it me you're chatting about?" "Oh no, sir, not at all, never, sir, only citric acid and stmked pork. Lieutenant Luck told me that I am to have done thing wrong and that you know all about it," Švejk said very gravely and with great emphasis. "You haven't done anything at all, sir. You were only visiting a house of ill fame. But it was most likely a mistake. It was just the same as what once to a tinsmith called Pimper from Kozy in the old town of Prague. Whenever he went to buy metal sheets in the town they always used to search for him and always found him in the kind of establishment, either at Usoha or at Udvafaku, just as I found you. On the ground floor there was a cafe and upstairs there were tarts as in our car here. You were probably where you were by mistake, sir. Cause it was so hot and when someone's not used to drinking in hot weather like that he gets drunk on ordinary rum, to say nothing of Irabinka, sir. And I got an order to deliver you a summons to come to the conference before we left and I found you with that tart upstairs. Being news of the heat and the Irabinka you didn't even meet and lay on the sofa without any clothes on. You didn't kick up a shindig there and you didn't even say, you don't know me yet. A thing like this can happen to anytskly when it's hot. Some love doing it as a regular thing, while others just get into it by pure accident. If you had known old Vejvksla, sir, a builder's foreman from Vrtajavis, he once TTK'd into his head that he wouldn't drink any drink which WCMLD make him drunk. And he had his last wee dram for the road at home and set out on a journey to find some non-alcoholic drinks. He called first of all at a pub called At the Stop, had a quarter-liter of vermouth there and started his unobtrusive inquiries of the landlord what sort of stuff those total abstainers actually drank. He was quite right in thinking that pure water was rather cruel fare even for total abstainers. The landlord then explained to him that total stainers drink soda water, mineral water, milk, and then various kinds of alcohol-free wines, cold clear soup and other beverages without spirit. Of this wide range of drinks it was the alcohol-free wine which most appealed to Vejvoda's taste. He asked one more question, whether there also existed spirits without alcohol. Then he had another quarter-liter of vermouth, talked with the landlord about how it was a real sin to get tight very often, whereupon the latter told him that he could endure everything in the world except a chap who goes and gets himself sold in another pub and only comes to him to get sober with a bottle of Oda water and perhaps makes a terrible row as well. "Get sozzled in my pub," said the landlord, "and you are my man, but otherwise I won't have anything to do with you." Old Vezirode finished his vermouth and went out to continue his journey until he came, just imagine it, sir, to a wine shop at Charles Square which he also used to visit from time to time. He asked there whether they didn't have wines without spirit. "Sorry, Mr. Vejvrksla," they told him, "we don't have any wines without spirit, just vermouth, or sherry." Somehow or other old Vejvoda felt ashamed, and he had a quarter-liter of vermouth and a quarter-liter of sherry, and as he met one of those total got talking and drank another quarter-liter of sherry, and in the end it turned out that the gentleman knew a place where they served wines without spirit. "It's in Balzanova Street," he said. "You get there down the steps and they have a gramophone there." In reward for this cheering information, old Vejvoda ordered a whole bottle of vermouth, and then they both walked to the in Balzanova Street, which was down the steps and where they had a gramophone. And it was quite true that they only served fruit wines there, not only free of spirit but without alcohol either. First of all each ordered a half-liter of wine and then a half-liter of red currant wine, and when they had drunk another half-liter of spirit-free gooseberry wine they to feel pins and needles in their legs after all the vermouth and sherry they had had T*4. And they began to shout that they must be given official confirmation that what they were drinking there was spirit-free wine. They were total abstainers, and if they didn't get this at once they would break everything up including the gramophone. Finally the cops had to drag both of them up the St and again to Balzanova Street. And they had to put them in a drunk's cart and chuck them into the isolation cell. Both had to be sentenced for being drunk and disorderly when they were total abstainers. "Why are you telling me this?" shouted Lieutenant Dub, who had turned completely so aired up by this speech. "Humbly report, sir, it's not really to the point, but I thought that while we were having this nice chat." At that moment it suddenly to Lieutenant Dub, who had now nearly completely recovered, that Švejk had insulted him once again, so he shouted at him, "One day you'll get to know Mel. What about the way you are standing?" "Humbly I'm standing wrong." "Humbly Reb, RT, I've forgotten to put my heels together." "I'll do it at once." And Švejk was already standing at the best possible attention. Lieutenant Dub tried hard to think what he should say next, but in the end confined himself to the remark, "You'd better look out and that I don't have to you again," and then he a modified version of his old "You don't know me yet, but I know." When Lieutenant Dub left Švejk he thought to himself in his state of hangover, perhaps it would have had a greater effect on him if I'd said to him, "I've known you for a long time, you instart, and from your bad side." Lieutenant Dub then had his Batman Kunert called and ordered him to look for a jug of water. To Kunert's credit let it said that he spent a long time in scouring Altinwe Wolaska for both the jug and the water. In the end he managed to steal a jug from the vicar and filled it with enter from a well which was completely nailed over with planks. To do this he had of course to tear off one or two of them. The well was in fact boarded up because the water in it was of being typhus infected. Lieutenant however, drank up the whole jug without any further effects, which only confirms that a pig can swallow anything. It was a mistake to think that they might sknd the night at Tinwe. Lieutenant Lucas Alet Kuxlaunski, Van Eck, Švejk, and Blaun. His riders were quite simple. They should leave their equipment by the ambulance, set out straight away to Mokpelank by a path over the fields, and then go along the down in a southeasterly direction towards Liskoik. Švejk, Van Eck, and Chaunski were to a beleading party. They were to find night billets for the which would follow them in about an hour, or at the most an hour and a half. As for Blaun, he was ordered to roast at the Ho** where Lieutenant Lukag would ken the night. The other three had to krp an eye on him, and he did not wolf up half of it. Alright, from this Van Eck and Švejk had to buy a pig within the limits of the quantity of meat allotted to the at night they were to make goulash. The night billets for the men must be up to the required standard. They should avoid lousy hovels that the men could have a really proper rest. Biaus the wood out from Liskoik as early as 6:30 in the morning over Krosienko in the direction of Stara's Solution Battalion was no longer short of cash. The brigade supply office at Sanok had paid out to it advances in respect of the slaughter that was to come. in the company till there was more than 100,000 crowns, and Van Eyck had already received the order that when they were finally somewhere at their destination, by which they meant the trenches, he should settle accounts and pay the men the sums which were indisputably owing to them for the bread rations and the mess portions which they had not been issued with. And while these four set out on their journey, the local vicar at company headquarters and distributed to the men leaflets with the Song of Lords in all languages according to their nationality. He had a bundle of these songs, which had left here by a high military clerical dignitary, who passed through ravaged Galicia in a car with some tarts. The Luxall vicar was to distribute them to the military units which passed through. We the river flows deep down in the dell, the angels me age rings out on the bell. Ave, Ave, Ave Maria, Ave, Ave, Ave Maria. The maiden was by Lord down to the bank through the fresh green sward. Ave. There she sees on THCRTWKS in a glow of a sublime being with a holy Ave, a lovely she in her raiment of white with a cloud-colored girdle, simple and bright. She holds it in hand serene, our merciful and gracious kind. Ave. A change over Bernarda's ease. It is lit by the glow of Our Lady's grace. Able she kneels and prays, and the Virgin and address uses to her these words of Ave, my child, I conceived, sektes and true, and shall now be the guardian for all of you. Able my pious people pass and they worship me and find salvation. Able in this dell I shall build marble dome in token that here I shall make my this bubbling SPRI1W calls thee down from ABME. It shall be the gauge and pledge of my love. Ave, O glory to thee, most merciful dell, in thee the Mother of God shall dwell. Ave, there in the rock is the Ave of thine. Thou hast given us paradise, merciful kind. Ave, since this glorious and day men and women come here to pray. Able worshippers thou shalt have in throngs. Down UBJN us and right our wrongs. Able, O of Salvaticum, show us the way to the throne of God, that we may pray. Able most holy Mother, hold us dear and shed thy mercy on thy children here. In Tyrawawolaska there were many latrines, and scattered all over them could found TLE leaflets with Song of Lords. Burl Nach Tigel, who came from somewhere near Kosk-Hori, had bought a bottle of spirit from a frightened Jew. Now he gathered together of his comrades and they all started to sing the Song of Lords after the German text without the refrain Ave I and to the tune of Prince Eugene. It was a bloody awful journey when it got dark, and four, whose duty it was to find night accommodation for the RTH company, got to a spinney above a brook which was supposed to lead to Liskoik. Blount, who found himself for the first time in a situation where he was going somewhere into the blue, and to whom everything, the darkness, the fact that they were going ahead to look for night billets, seemed suddenly extraordinarily mysterious, was seized by a frightful suspicion that things were not as they should. Chaps, he said quietly, as he stumbled along the path above the brook, TLEYVE sacrificed us. What do you mean? Save J and roared at him all nurses inaudibly. Oh chaps, don't let's make such a shindig, Blount in I feel it in my bones. The enemy hear us and at once start shooting at us. Oh, I know it. They've sent us forward to see whether the enemy's there, and when they hear the firing they'll know at once that it's not possible to advance any further. Chaps, we're the avant-garde, as Corporal Turna once told me. Well, go on then, said K. We'll follow you nicely and you can protect us with your body as you're such a giant. When you're shot, let us know, that we have time to lie flat on the ground. You're not much of a soldier, he's afraid going to shoot at him. But every real soldier ought to enjoy that frightfully. He must know that the more the enemy the more ammunition he has up. Every shot which the enemy fires at you reduces his fighting capacity. And he's glad try, that he can shoot at you, because he doesn't have to drag his cartridges ATMT with him and can run much easier. Blount gave a heavy sigh, but I've got a farm at home. Oh, damn that farm, Švejk advised him. It's much better for you to give your life for His Imperial Majesty. Didn't they teach you that in the army? They only mentioned it, said the idiotic Blount. They only took me to the drill ground and after that I didn't hear anything any more cause I came a Batman. If only His Majesty would feed us better. You're a gluttonous pig. A soldier shouldn't given any food at all in engagement. We were told that years ago in the school by Attain Undergrees. He always used to say to us, "You blue-body bastards, if there should be a war and you should get into a battle, you mustn't gorge yourselves before it. A chap who's overgorged and a bullet in his is done for at once, cause all the soup and army bread fly out of his guts after a shot like that, and a soldier who stops one gets an inflammation and is finished at once. But if he's got an NG in his stomach, then a shot there doesn't mean anything to him. It's just like when a wasp stings you, a pure pleasure." "I digest very quickly," said Blown. "Nothing ever stays very long in my stomach. Just imagine, chaps, I might eat a whole dish of dumplings with pork and cabbage and half an hour later I don't shit out of me more than 2 or 3 soup spoons. That gets lost inside me. Some people say for instance that when they chanterelles they come out of them whole just as they went in. You wash them and cook them again in sour mousse, but with me it's the opposite. I stuff myself full with chanterelles that anyone else would burst, and when I go to the rears afterwards I just RT out a little yellow gruel like a baby. The rest gets lost inside me. You won't mhaps believe me," Blown told confidentially, and even plumstones get dissolved in me. Once I counted them. I ate 20 plum dumplings with their stones, and when my time came I went behind the huts, ut in it with a stick, separated the stones and counted them. Of those stones more than half got dissolved inside me. A quiet long-drawn sigh escalardi Blown's my old W. Manused to make plum dumplings out of, to which she a little curds to make it richer. SBE always preferred to sprinkle them with MPY rather than with cheese, but I liked the so that once I smacked her face because of it. Oh, dear, I wasn't capable of appreciating my domestic bliss. Blown stopped, licked his lips, his tongue over his palate and said sadly and softly, "You know, old man, now I don't have them I believe my wife was right and that they are teeter with poppy seed. Then I always imagined the poppy seed stuck in your teeth, but now I think if only they did. Yes, my wife suffered lots of trouble with me. How often she wept when I insisted that she put more marjoram in a jitterness, and I always used to biff her one. Once I her up much, poor thing, that she lay in for 2 days, and it was all cause she wouldn't slaughter a turkey for me for dinner and said that a turkey-rel would gockle enough. Yes, old chap," Blown began to cry, "if only I had jitterness even without marjoram. And now do you like dill mousse? You see, we always had rows about it and I drink it like coffee." Blown slowly forgot his fears of an imaginary danger, and in the dead of the night, while they were still going down towards Liskowie's, he continued to tell Švejk with emotion what he had not before and would now like to eat, until his eyes were full of tears. Behind him walked Gdansk with Vanek. Krienskv was eyeing to Vanek that in his opinion the World War was nonsense. The worst thing about it was that if a telephone wire was cut anywhere he had to get up in the night and put it right, and what was even worse was that when there had been a war Trefor searchlights had not been invented. But nowadays, just when you were mending those bloody wires, the enemy picked you out at once with searchlights and set their whole artillery on you. Down in the village, where they had to find night billets for the company, it was dark and all the dogs started barking. This forced the expedition to stop and consider what they should do to cope with the brutes. "What at going back?" whispered Blown. "Oh, Blown, if we reported what you've just said you'd be shot for cowardice," said Švejk. The dogs barked more and more the farther they went, and they started to bark even to the south beyond the river Ropa as well as in Krosienko and several other villages, for SVCJK shouted out into the night quiet, "Down, down, down," as he used to shout at his dogs when he had a dog seen as the only barked all the more, that Vanek said to, "Don't shout at them, Švejk, you'll set the whole of Galicia abark." "Something similar happened to us on maneuvers in the region of IWR, Švejk answered. "We marched in the night to a certain village and the dogs started making an enormous racket. The region all round is fairly heavily populated that the barking spread from village to village, always farther and farther on, and when the dogs in the village where we camped, who had already stopped barking, heard this barking from far away, even as far away as Pelhimov, they started to bark again, and after a while there was nothing but barking over the whole area of Dibor, Pelhimov, Budajevis, Ilumpolik, Tfeba and Hilava. Our captain was a very nervous old man and couldn't stand the barking of dogs. He couldn't sleep the whole night but walked up and down asking the patrols, "Who's that barking? What's that barking?" The soldiers humbly reported that it was dogs who were barking, and this infuriated him so much that those of us who were then on patrol got confined to barracks when we for maneuvers. After that he always chose out a dog command and sent them ahead. It had the task of informing the inhabitants in the village where we were going to stay overnight that no dog must be allowed to bark in the night, otherwise it would liquidated. I was also on one of those commands, and when we came to a village in the region of Milovsko I got mixed up and told the mayor that every owner whose dog barked in the night would be liquidated for strategic reasons. The mayor got frightened, immediately harnessed his horses and rode to headquarters to beg mercy for the whole village. They didn't let him in. The sentries nearly shot him and so he returned home, but we got to the village. Everyko his advice had tied rags round the dogs' muzzles with the result that 3 of them went mad. They went down to the village after general acceptance had been accorded to Švejk's doctrine that dogs in the night fear the lighted points of cigarettes. Unfortunately none of them were smoking cigarettes, so that Švejk's advice had no effect. It turned out, however, that the dogs were barking out of joy, cause they remem with affection the troll who passed through and always left something behind for them to eat. From a long way off the dogs sensed the approach of creatures always left them bones and horse. Suddenly, as though THX had come from nowhere, 4 huge dogs appeared and sprang on Švejk in a friendly fashion with their tails erect. Švejk stroked them, patted them, and to them in the dark as though they were children, "So at last we're here. We've come to you to go bye-byes, to have our yum-yum. We'll give you delicious bonies and crusties, and the next morning we'll go on towards the enemy." In the cottages in the village, lights to go on, and when they started to knock on the door of the first cottage to find out where the mayor lived, they HNRD from inside the squealing and shrill voice of a woman, who said in what was neither Polish nor Ukrainian that she had a husband in the army, her children had smallpox, the Ruskies had taken everything away from her, and that her husband he went to the front ordered her not to open the DCXR to anyone in the night. Only when they lent weight to their assault on the door by assuring her that they were believers was the door opened by an unknown hand. When they got inside it turned out that it was actually here that the mayor lived. He vainly tried to persuade Švejk that it was not he who had imitated the squeaky woman's voice. He excused himself by saying that he slept in the hay and that when someone suddenly awoke his wife from sleep she didn't know what she was saying. As for night billets for the whole company, the village was teeny tiny, he said, that there was no space even for one soldier. There was no place to sleep at all. There was nothing to buy either. The Ruskies had requisitioned everything. Perhaps their gracious lordships would condescend to come with him to Kroasienko. There were big farms there and it was only 3/4 of an hour away. There was plenty of room there. Every soldier could cover himself with a sheepskin and get a mess tin of milk, as they had lots of cows there. The water was good there tk. The officer gentleman could sleep in the castle, but here in Liskoik there was nothing but penury, the itch and lice. HC himself had once had 5 cows, but the Ruskies had requisitioned them all, so that even when he wanted milk for his sick children he had to go to Kroasienko. As though in confirmation of this, the cows mooed next door in his cow shed and a shrill woman's voice could be heard shouting at those unfortunate cows and wishing that the cholera would seize them. However, the mayor did not let himself disturb by this and went on putting on his high. "The only cow here is the one to my next door neighbor Wojciech. It's the one you have just heard, my gracious lords. It's a sick and miserable cow. The Ruskies took away her calf. Since then she doesn't give any milk, but the landlord doesn't like to slaughter her. He hopes that the mother of G11 from CZFST, Rowan will put everything right again." While he said this he put on his sheepskin coat. "Let's go to Kroasienko, my gracious lords. It isn't even 3/4 of an hour. What I'm saying, sinner that I am. It won't even half an hour. I know a way over the brook and then through the birch grove, the oak. The village is a big one, and they've got very powerful vodka there in their pubs. Let's go, my gracious lords. Why delay? The soldier gentlemen of your glorious regiment must able to go to bed in order and comfort." Royal and Imperial who fights with the Ruskies undoubtedly deserves a clean bed and comfortable sleeping quarters, and here lice, the itch, and cholera. Yesterday in our cursed village here 3 peasants turned black from cholera that has placed a curse on. At this moment Švejk waved his hand majestically. Listen, my gracious he aid, imitating the voice of the mayor. I once read in a book how in the Swedish wars, when orders had trend given to billet the men in a mulage or other, the mayor to make excuse and wouldn't give them help and they hanged him on the nearest tree. And today in Sanoka Polish Kory, Ral told me that when the beleading PARV come the mayor has to summon all the members of the council, and they go with him into each cottage and say quite simply, 3 men can go here, 4 there, the officers will be billeted at the vicarage and everything be ready in half an hour. My gracious lord, Švejk, turning solemnly to the mayor, tell me where is your nearest tree? The mayor did not understand the word tre and Švejk explained to him that a tree was a birch, an oak, an apple tree, in short anything that had strong branch. The mayor again failed to understand, but when he heard the names of fruit trees he got startled. The cherries were already getting ripe and so he said he had no idea anything like trees, but there was an oak in front of his house. All right, Švejk, making with his hand the international sign for hanging. We're now going to hang you in front of your house, because you must be aware that there's a war on and that we have orders to sleep here and not in any Kroksienko. You won't change our strategic plans, you bastard. You're going to swing just as it in that about the Swedish wars. There was a case like that, gentlemen, once on the man, Kuvra at Velkomazit. At that moment Vanak interrupted Švejk. You can tell us ATXUT that afterwards, Švejk, he said, and coming to the mayor added, very well, put up your socks and PRR_slus the billets. The mayor began to tremble and stammered something about how he meant it for the best for their gracious lordships, but if there was no other way he could perhaps find something in the village so that all the gentlemen would be satisfied, he would immediately fetch his lantern. And he went out of the which was very sparely lit by a small after lamp under the image of a saint, who was twisted on the picture like the most wretched cripple, suddenly exclaimed. Where's Blount got to? However, before they could about them, the door behind the stove, which led somewhere outside, quietly opened and Blount slipped in through it. He round him to whether the mayor was there and said, sniff as though he had a heavy cold, I've been in the larder. I've found some thing. I've my mudded to ID and now ID's all stuck to my deed. LDISND's sald or swayed. ID's bread dough. Vanak shone the electric torch on him and all were able to convince themselves that they had never yet in their lives an Austrian soldier in such a filthy mess as he was. After that they got frightened because they saw that Blount's tunic was blown up as though he were in the last stage of pregnancy. What's to you, SV you're okay? Asked him pityingly, prodding his bloated it's the gherkins. Blount rattled, struggling for breath through the dough, which he couldn't get either up or down. Careful, they are salt gherkins. Ate 3 of them in a rush and I've brought you the others. Blount began to take out FRCRN under his tunic gherkin after gherkin and handed them round. The mayor in a DT ecre with his light. Seeing that he crossed and the Ruskies have robbed us and now our do the same. They all went out to the village accompanied by a pack of dogs which clung obstinately to Blount and jumped up at his true ear where he had a piece of bacon also obtained from the larder but kept secret from his comrades in arms due to his greediness. Why are the dogs running after you, Ed Blount, who answered only after long reflection, "Ni sense in me that I'm a man." What he did not was that he had his hand on the bacon in his pocket and that one of the guys was continually snapping at it. They went round to for billets. They discovered that Liskowice Urs, a big settlement which had indeed been drained of everything by the war hawk. It had suffered any fires, it is true, as miraculously enough neither warring parties had it in their sphere of operations, but on the other hand the Malation of nearby villages which had destroyed, such as OYR6W, GRAMW, and Holly Black, had been settled in it. In some of the huts there lived as many as 8 families in the greatest Nuri after all losses which they had through the war, when a whole of it hurled it *LF over them like the devastating wave of a flood. The company had to in a small devastated dist Mary at the other end of village, where half a company could be put into the fermenting RTM. The rest were billeted by tens in various farms who the rich nobility had refused to shelter the miserable riff-raff who had lost their homes and land and reduced to Gary. L. He company staff within the officers, Van Eyck, the batman, the ambulance, the cooks, and Švejk were billeted at the vicarage with a vicar, who had not taken in a single one of the destitute familiae from the either, although he had plenty of room. He was a tall thin old gentleman in a faded and greasy ensign who out of stinginess hardly ate at all. He had brought up by his father to detest Russians, but at once lost his hatred for them when they retreated and the Austrian army came and devoured all his geese and chickens. The Russians had touched these, when several shaggy from beyond Lake Baikal had been billeted on him. His hatred for the Austro-Hungarian army increased still more when the Hungarians came to his village and took away from him all the honey from his beehives. Now he looked with loathing at his unexpected guests, and it gave him pleasure to be able to walk lust them, shrug his shoulders and say again and again, "I've got absolutely nothing. I'm a beggar. You won't find even a crust of bread here, gentlemen." The man who was the saddest of all at this was Blount, who nearly burst into tears at such penury. In his head he always had a vague idea of a roast-sucking pig with flesh which crackled and smelt like honey. All this time he was in the vicar's kitchen, where from time to time a lanky youth peeped in who worked for the vicar as servant and CMK and had strict orders to keep an eye on the whole house and see that nothing got stolen. Blount could find nothing in the kitchen either except a little bit of fur with a pinch of caraway seed which was lying in a salt cellar. He stuffed it into his mouth and its aroma woke in him savory hallucinations of sucking pig. In the small distillery the vicarage the flames blazed under the cauldrons of the field kitchen. The water was already boiling, but there was nothing to boil in it. The quartermaster sergeant major and the cook went up and down the whole village vainly scouring it for a pig. Everywhere they got the answer that the Ruskies had eaten everything up or taken it away. They also woke up a Jew in a pub who began to tear his long curls and express desperate regret that he could not help the soldier gentlemen. In the end he made them buy from him an old centenarian of a scraggy living carcass, which was only skin and bones. H.C. asked a horrific price for it, tore his beard and swore they would not be able to find a cow like it in the whole of Galicia, in the whole of Austria and Germany, in the whole of Europe, in the whole world. And all the time he howled, wept, and swore that it was the fattest cow which had ever CMNE to the world at Jehovah's bidding. He swore by all his ancestors that people came riding all the way from Wolaziska to look at that cow. They talked about it in the whole region as a marvel. It wasn't really a cow at all but the most succulent of buffaloes. Finally he knelt down and for them and hugging their knees one after the other cried out, "Kill the old Jew if you like, but go away without his he all often much by his screaming that in the end they carried off that to the field kitchen, although any knacker would have refugued it. But long afterwards, when he had already got the money in his piquet, he went on weeping before them and that they had completely ruined him and destroyed him and that he had been utterly by such a magnificent chaplain. He urged them to hang him for committing in his old age and of such utter 611 that his freeders would turn in their graves. After he had been groveling in the dust before them he suddenly shook off all his self-pity, went home, and gid to his wife in the privacy of his my Elsakins, Meldiers are FCDS and your Nathan is a clever. They had a lot of trouble with that cow. At times it as if it would be possible to skin it. In flaying it broke the skin several tim and underneath AP Fred Muxels as twisted as a drid up hawser. Meanwhile they dragged in a egg from somewhere and hopelessly to sinews, and while Narby in a smaller kitchen the in utter despair tried to make officers' portions out of a piece of that skeleton. This wretched cow, if that of nature deserved the name of cow at all, remained indelibly the memory of all who were there, and it is almost certain that if afterwards before the battle of Sokol the commanding Kvakas had reminded thee of the cow from Liskoik, the th company would have hurled itself with fixed bayonets at the enemy to the accompaniment of frightful of rage. The cow was such a disgrace that it has even to make beef soup out of it. The longer the was the more firmly it clung to the bones and drew into them. It grew as ossified as a bureaucrat who spends half a pasturing on red and devours nothing but official documents. Švejk, who as courier maintained unbroken between the staff and the kitchen as to ascertain when the mal would CMKED at last, announced to Lieutenant Locke, "Sir, it's come out like Burselin. Cod is top percentage that you could cut glass with it." When the Pavlik, the mat with Blount, he broke off his front and Blount St. His backblown solemnly advanced before Lieutenant Luck and, stammering, handed him the broken which was up in the Song of Lords. Humbly, sir, I've done what I would. I broke the tooth when we tried the officer's pardons to if it was possible to make a beefsteak out of the mat. At these words a melancholy figure RCR from an armchair by the window. It was Lieutenant Dub, who had been brought in on an ambulance art in a state of complete ruin. Please be quiet, he said in TC and RM. He sat down again in the old chair an easy crack of which there were of bugs' eggs. I'm tired, he said in a tragic RM and suffering. Don't fack of broken trth in my mind is, Smov Kralovskaitin. If I don't live to tomorrow's day, please see that my family are informed of it and that their feelings are spared. Don't forget to note on my gravestone that before the war I was at SCHCX, Lurnaster and Royal Grammar School. He started to snore gently and could longer hear the verse which Švejk quoted from an elegy for the dead. O Eve Verg Ws and led the guide to Haven Eve my. After this Van Eyck ascertained that the wonderful cow would have to be 2 hours imgur in the off CCRS kitchen. There was no question of there being any treefsteak from it, and instead they would make goulash. It was decided that the signal for mess the men should allow to have a nap, in any would not be ready tx4 morning. Van Eyck fetched a bundle hay from placed at neath him, and the vickers nervously twisted his mustache and said quietly to Lieutenant Luck, who was resting above him on an old, believe me, Dr., that in the course of the whole war I've never seen a cow like that. In the kitchen Slouncy was sitting by the lighted stump of a church candle preparing in advance a stock of letters for home so that he wouldn't have to at UT writing any when the number of their field BBT had been finally decided. He wrote me, dear darling wife. It is night time and I think of you. My picture you thinking often as you look at MTTRDTIDEU. You must forgive me if words of thoughts spring into my mind. KRWW very well that I have on military and field the very of the war, and that I've already heard GRTS of things fran my comrades who have been wounded and gone on leave. TTWY can back home they would rather have been in their graves than find that XNE rascally *MP had been at their wives. It's very ruinful for MC to have to write this to you, darling. I wouldn't be writing like you know very well yourself that you confided to me that I ms the erst man though knew you really well and could Mr. Kraus from Avenue Lud you from me. I think this very N*HT in my Knesirech might make an aids you, I'm ready, darling, to him on SBT. For a long time I've kept it to Mixie, had I think that he might more run after you. My heart to, and I warn you of one thing, and that is with me bitch has gone a whoring after all and sundry and brought a slur my name. Pardon me, darling, for but take find out thing bad you. If I forced to hack guts mit of both of you cause I'll stick at nothing even if it might for. I kiss you 1,000 times. Give my love to PAB your to no INB don't 6RGET. He went on writing further editors the you get us the great battle in which the have turned in among other things we've shot down a UTTM Uni plan and one general with a big wart on his in the of when over our was thinking what you might how you and at I often how we went together to St. Thorns as led me on and how next day your arm ate now we again and I know madame time to continue my letter. You have been lith fool to me, because you very well that in the RCSFT I'm a devil. But it's already time fix the IA dear boyinka, and you hope that Ivatharu tum well. You're loving to Noel CH, down ski ergon to and fell asleep at the table. The vicar, who could not sleep and all the time walked up and down in the vicarage, OFNED the to the kitchen and for economies blew out the burning stump of the candle beside Kodansk. In the dining room no one sleeping except Lieutenant Dub. Van End, who had received in the off-CE at Sanook a new budget for the catering of the tram, was studying it carefully and found that THC nearer the army got to the front the more the portions were reduced. He even had to laugh over one paragraph of the order in which it was forbidden to crawn and ginger in making soup for the men. There was also a note to the instructions that in the field kitchens had to collect it and dispatch to the division at the it was rather vague no CME could know. Which L-ness were meant the of human beings of other slaughtered livestock. Listen, Švejk, said Lieutenant yawning with boredom, see before we start eating, you could tell me a story? Oh dear, Švejk answered, before we get any food I'd have time to tell you the whole history of the Czech nation, sir. But instead know only a very short story. A wife from the district of Seattle and New York, who after the death of her husband took over the office I straightway thought of her when I heard that speech. These field posts, although it has nothing to do with field Švejk, said Lieutenant Law from the ISFA. You're starting to talk frightful again. Certainly am, humbly Rick's right, sir. The really is frightful. In fact, I don't know how anything trippish could come into my head or how I could talk of such a thing. Either it's my natural or else it's memories of my youth. There are, as you know, sir, with various natures on our end. That cook George Daw was fter all right that time in Bruck when he was drunk and fell into the ditch, and when he couldn't get out and shouted from it, man is destined and chosen to know truth, that he may with his spirit rule the whole universe in harmony, that he knew he continually develop and educate himself and gradually rise to higher and higher spheres and more intelligent and affectionate worlds. When we wanted to drag him out he scratched and bit. He thought he was at home, and it was only when we threw him back again into it that he urged begging us to drag him out of it. But what happened to that? Lieutenant Law cried in. She was a very woman. The thing was that she was a bit of a bitch, sir. She carried out all her duties at the post office, but she only had one fault, and that was that she thought was per asterisk cuting her ind headed down on her. And after her day's work she denounced them to the authorities according to how the circumstances came. Once she had gone in the early morning to pick mushrooms, and had carefully how when she went past the SCHTL the QOL master was already up. He had greeted her and asked her where she was going early in the morning. When she had told him that she was going to pick mushrooms, he had said that he would follow after. From that the silly old woman concluded that he had some indecent intentions towards her, and afterwards when she saw him actually coming out of the bushes she took fright, ran away, and at once wrote to the local school council denouncing him for having tried to rape her. The schoolmaster was summoned before a disciplinary board, but to prevent a public scandal the school inspector himself came to look into the. He spoke to the sergeant of the gendarmerie and asked him to give his view whether that schoolmaster was likely to have done such a thing. The sergeant of the gendarmerie looked into the documents and said that he was incapable of it, because once already he had been accused by the priest of running after his niece, whom the priest used to sleep with, and the schoolmaster had obtained from the district court a certificate confirming that he'd been impotent since he was 6, when he fell with wide open legs from the loft down onto the shaft of a hay cart. And so that bitch went and denounced the sergeant of gendarmerie, the district doctor, and the school inspector for having all of them been bribed by the schoolmaster. They all of them took her to the courts where she was found guilty, but she appealed on the grounds that she was mental. She was examined by the medical experts and they issued an OMSL certificate that although she was feeble-minded she could hold any OMS in the state service. Lieutenant Luke exclaimed, "Jesus Mary," and added afterwards, "I'd like to something to you, Švejk, but I don't want to my supper," after which Švejk I warned you, sir, that what I was going to tell you frightful tripe. Lieutenant Luck only waved his hand and said, "You've dropped so many pearls of wisdom, Švejk." "Not every man can have wisdom, sir," said Švejk convincingly. "Stupid people have to exist too, because if everyone were wise then there would be so much good sense in the world that every other would be driven crazy by it. If for instance, humbly sir, everyone knew the laws of nature and could calculate the distance of the heavenly bodies, then he would only be a trouble to those aiming him, like a man called Mr. Kapik who used to come to the chalice, and whenever he went out of the pub onto the street at night he looked at the stars in the sky, and when he came back went up to everyone and to each of them, 'Today Jupiter is shining bountifully.' You've got no idea, you bastard, of what you've got over your head. Talk distances. If Tikwy were to out of a gun with the speed of a shell, you immorcy brute, you'd still have to fly for lions and millions of years to get there." He said this he was CXNRSE and rude that afterwards he himself usually flew out of the pub with the usual s-fed of a tram, sir, at 10 kilometers an hour. Or take for instance, sir, ANS Lieutenant Lucas CAI *D himself who soa and put his hands together in prayer. "I'm really at my for always talking to you, Švejk. After all, I've known you for long." Švejk conceded affirmatively. "It's a question of habit, sir. It's due to the VCT that we have known each other for long and that we've gone through a lot together. We've suffered a lot together, and if we gn into trouble it was always by a pure fluke. Humbly report, sir, I think it's fate. What His Imperial Majesty ordains he ordains well. He brought us together and I wish nothing better for than to able to a really great help to you sometime. Aren't you hungry, sir?" Lieutenant Lux, who had meanwhile himself out on the old sofa again, said that Švejk's last quotation was the TRST ending to this lamentable conversion, and that he should go and ask what had happened to the mess. It old certainly better if Švejk could go out for a little and leave him, cause the trij asterisk which he kept on hearing from him exhausted him than the whole march from Sanook. He would like to go to sleep FCR a bit, but he couldn't. It's all because of the bugs, sir. There's an old saying that vicars breed bugs. You'll not find anywhere many bugs as you do at vicarages. In the vicarage in Homey the vicar, who was Zama still, even wrote a hole at UT bugs crawling on him even when he MS preaching. Well, what did I New York, SV asterisk? Are going to the kitchell or not? Švejk went out and behind him out from a turner like his shadow. When in the morning they left IAOI stand S61 and they carted in the field kitchen with them the wretched cow which was still not CMKED enough. It was that they should cook it in the way and that they would eat it at the rest pause halfway bet when Lisko Eek and stand S61. For the IOUNI they made the men black coffee. Lieutenant Dub was again carried on the ambulance cart because he felt still worse after yesterday. The man who suffered most from him was his Batman, who had continually to run beside the cart, while Lieutenant Dub shouted at him without CO that he had not looked after him at all yesterday and that when they reached their destination he would settle with him. Every moment he asked for water and when he drank it he vomited it up again. What are you laughing at? He shouted from the cart. See, I'll teach you. Don't play with me. You'll get to know Mel. Lieutenant Luck rode on horseback ACC accompanied by Švejk, who marched sprightly forward, as though he could hardly wait for the moment when they were to fight the enemy. All the time he talked, have you noticed, sir, that of our are really like flies? They have hardly 30 kilos on their backs and yet they can't stick it. They ought to be given lectures like the late Lieutenant Butchanak gave to us. He was the man who shot Heimelf because of the advance which he got out of his future father-in-law for his marriage and which he on other tarts. And then he got another advance from another future father-in-law and was a bit more economical with it. He slowly ICBT'd at cards and left the tarts alone. But he couldn't hold out for long and had to find a third future father-in-law for an advance. With this third advance he could hide a horse, an Arab stallion, not a thorough. Lieutenant Luka jumped down from his horse. Švejk, he said in a menacing tone, if you start talking about a fourth advance I'll chuck you into the ditch. He jumlrd back onto his horse and Švejk went on solemnly, humbly report, sir, there was no question of a fourth advance, he shot himself after the third or. At last, said Lieutenant Luck. Not to forget what we've been talking about, Švejk went on, the sort of lectures which Lieutenant Butchanak always to give us whenever soldiers collapsed during the march ought, in my modest opinion, to be given to all the TR. P.S. He gave the order for rest, made us all line up like chickens round a hen and TK gan to explain to us, you're quite incapable of the fact that you're marching on this globe, because you're such uneducated scum that it's enough to make a chap vomit when he looks at you. You should be made to march on the sun. A man who weighs 60 kilos on our miserable planet weighs over 1700 there. That'd do you all in. You'd have to march carrying in your packs over 280 kilos or about 3 quintals, and your rifle alone would be 1.5 quintals in weight. You'd groaning with your tongues hanging out like exhausted hounds. We had with us an unfortunate schoolmaster and he was so bold as to break in, if you'll excuse me, sir, the moon a man of 60 kilos weighs only kilos. On the we'd be able to march better because our packs would only weigh 4 kilos. On the we should not marching at all, we should be floating in the air. Rut! That's really awful, the late Lieutenant Butchanak said. You seem to be asking for a sock on the jaw, you lousy bastard. You can be glad I'm going to give you just an ordinary earth. If I were to give you a sock with your light weight you'd fly as far as Mech here in the Alps and be smashed up there. If I were to give you a heavy sun SEK your uniform would be changed into pea soup and your head would fly somewhere to Africa. And so he gave the Jimmy Noel an ordinary earthock, and he started blubbing and we went on marching. But during the whole march he talked, sir, about human dignity or something like that, complaining that they were treating him as if HC were a dumb creature. After that the lieutenant sent him on report and they jailed him for 14 days. He had 6 more weeks to serve, but he didn't serve them because he got a rupture. Somehow or other they made him twist on the horizontal bars in the barracks and he couldn't take it and died as a mailing error in the hospital. It's really very peculiar, Švejk, said Lieutenant Lukai, that as I've already told you many times, you have a habit of speaking in a specially disparaging way about the officers' ranks. Oh, no, I don't, Švejk answered sincerely. L only wanted to tell you, sir, how in the old days in the army people drove to ruin. That man whom I was talking thought that he was more than a lieutenant. With his talk it meant that he to lower him in the eyes of the troops, because of that he got that earth on the jaw. And everybody sighed with relief. No one minded. On the contrary, all were only glad that the lieutenant had made such a good joke about his earth. That's what you call saving the situation. A chap has to have a sudden bright idea and then it's all right. Opel J sighed the Carmelite convent in Prague, sir, there used years ago to a shop with rabbits and other birds kept by a Mr. Genom. He started walking out with the daughter of a bookbinder called Bialik. Mr. Bialik didn't approve of the acquaintance and announced publicly in the pub that if Mr. Genom asked for the hand of his daughter he'd knock him down the stairs in a way the world had never seen. Mr. Genom then had a GRXD drink to get his courage up and went to see Mr. Back all the same. The latter welcomed him in the hall with a large knife which they used for trimming hooks and which looked like a chop XR. He thundered at him and asked him what he wanted, and at that moment the good Mr. Genom farted so loudly that the pendulum on the grandfather clock stopped. Mr. Fleck burst out laughing, SHCX, K his hand at once, and from then on it was just, welcome, dear Mr. Genom, please come in. Do take a seat if you haven't cacked your trousers. You see, I'm not such a bad chap after all. It's true I wanted to chuck you out, but now I see that you're quite an agreeable gentleman. You're a rarity indeed. I'm a ink binder and I've read many novels and stories, but I've never read in any yet of a future bridegroom himself in this way. Mr. Bialik laughed so much that he nari burst his sides and kept on saying with considerable relish that he felt as though they'd known each other since the day of their birth and were born brothers. He immediately offered him a cigar, sent for and for him, called his wife and introduced him to her, giving her all the details of the fart. But she only spat and walked out of the room. After that he called his daughter and told her, "This gentleman has come to ask for your hand in such and such circumstances." The daughter immediately burst into tears and said she didn't want to know him, and had no wish even to see him so there was nothing for them both to do but drink up the beer, eat up the and part. Afterwards it brought shame upon Mr. Genom in that pub where Mr. Bialik used to go, and in the end all over that quarter of the city had no other name for him but Shikrjanam, and everywhere they talked how he had tried to save the situation. Human existence, beg to report, sir, is so complicated that the life of a single individual is nothing more than a bit of rubbish in comparison. Before the war a police sergeant called Mr. Hubeka used to come to the chalice at NA. Another regular guest there was Ein Dieter, who collected stories of broken legs and people who were run over or committed suicide and reported them in his newspaper. HC was a merry gentleman and happened to he more often at the police station than in his editorial office. One day he got the police sergeant, Hubeka, completely drunk, and they exchanged clothes in the kitchen, so that the police sergeant was in mufti and became the police sergeant. All he did was to cover up the number on his revolver and set out on patrol in the streets of Prague. In Reslova Street behind the former Wenceslas prison he ran into an elderly gentleman in top hat and fur coat, who was walking in the middle of the night arm in arm with an elderly lady in a fur wrap. Both were hurrying home and not exchanging a word. He rushed up to them and shouted into the gentleman's ear, "Don't make such a shindig or I'll have you up." Imagine, sir, what a shock they had. In vain they explained to him that there must be me mistake, because they were both returning from a dinner at the governor's. They had gone in their carriage as far as the National Theatre and now they wanted to take some fresh air. They lived not far away at N.A. Morinai. He was a senior counselor in the governor's office and the lady was his wife. "You won't fool me," the disguised editor shouted at him. "All the greater shame on you if you are, as you say, a senior counselor in the governor's office and behave like a young HCK, Ligon. I've been watching for a long time how you've banging with your stick at the roller blinds of all the shops on your way and how you're as you call her, wife has iron helping you in it. But I don't have any stick, as you can we. It must have been some Tuxley else thus. I should say you haven't, said the disgust editor, when as I saw with my own eyes you broke it there roundly on the head of an old woman who round the pubs with roast potatoes and chestnuts. The lady was not even able to cry, and the senior councillor got angry that he began to speak of insolent rudeness, whereupon he was arrested and handed over to the next patrol in the district of the police station in Samova Street. The disguised editor told the patrol that the couple should be taken off to the police station. He himself was from the station at Svetigindiuk and was on an umptual errand to Vinarati. He had caught them both when they were disturbing the night peace and were involved in a night brawl. In addition, they had committed the offense of abusing the police. He would finish his business at the police station at Svetigindiuk in an hour's time to the police station in Samova Street. And so they were both of them taken away by the patrol and locked up until the next day while they waited for that police agent who had in the meantime returned by roundabout ways to the Chalice at Na Boisty. There he woke up the police sergeant, Hubina, and told him very delicately everything that had happened, that an investigati would be made and if he didn't keep his mug shut. Lieutenant Lukis seemed to already tired by the conversation, and before he urged his horse into a to get in front of the vanguard he said to Švejk, if you were to go talking until evening, the longer you went on the more rot you'd talk. Sir, Švejk called out after the departing lieutenant. Don't you want to know how the story ended? Lieutenant Lukai got into a gallop. Lieutenant Dub's condition improved much that he got out of the ambulance cart, gathered round him the whole staff of the company and to instruct them as though in a haze. He delivered an enormously long speech which weighed on them all more heavily than their ammunition and rifles. It was a hash-up of various parables. He began, the soldiers' love for their officers makes blees sacrifices accessible. But that's not the extent. On the contrary, if this if does not come natural to the soldier it must be forced on him. In civil life love like, shall we why, a SCHL janitor's love for the teaching staff, lasts only as long as the external power which IMGSES it. In the army, however, we observe the contrary, because an officer must not allow *80 or the slightest relaxation of the love which binds him to his superior officer. This love is no ordinary love. It is in fact fear and discipline. All this time Švejk walked him on the left, and as Lieutenant Dub SP, he had his face constantly turned towards him and eyes right. At first Lieutenant Dub did notice this and went on with his this discipline and obligatory to the compulsory love of the dear for the officer, is succinctness itself, because the relationship soldier and officer is at straightforward one, the one obeys, the other commands. Long ago we read in TXKS on military science that military laconism, military straightforwardness are those very virtues which every soldier must acquire. For, whether he likes it or not, he must love his superior officer, who in his eyes must be the greatest, the most perfect and completely crystallized embodiment of a firm and flawless will. It was only now that he noticed Švejk's eyes right fixed on him. It was extremely disagreeable to him, because he suddenly felt that he was getting muddled in his and could not get out of the rut of the soldier's love for his superior officer. And so he at Švejk, what are you gawking at me for? By your own orders, humbly sir. Once you yourself were GMD enough to warn me that when you speak I must follow your lips with my eyes. As every soldier must carry out the instructions of his superior officer and remember them for all future occasions, I have to do this the other way, Lieutenant Dub shouted. Suddenly forsake not at me, you stupid bastard. You know I don't like it and I can't bear to see you. I'll give you such hell. Švejk turned his head to the left and went on walking stiffly by Lieutenant Dub that the latter shouted out, where are your eyes when I'm talking to you? Humbly report, sir, by your own orders, I'm now doing eyes. Oh, my God, sighed Lieutenant Dub, what a cross you are to bear. Straight in front of you and think this about yourself. I'm such an idiot that if anything happens RNS to me no one will the worse. Will you remember that? Švejk looked in front of him and said, humbly report, sir, am I expected to reply don't you dare behave like this? Lieutenant Dub roared at him. Don't you dare speak to me like that. What do you mean by it? Humbly report, sir, I'm thinking only of your orders at a station once when you rebuked me and told me that I shouldn't answer when you had finished speaking. "And so you're frightened of me," said Lieutenant Dub in delight. "But you haven't yet learned to know me. You're not the only one to have trembled in front of me, remember that. I've succeeded in taming other, and so you'd better shut your mug, stay quietly behind, and keep out of my sight." Pan Švejk stayed at the back by the ambulance and rode comfortably its two-wheeled cart to the next halt, where at last everyone got what they'd been waiting for, the soup and meat from the miserable cow. This cow ought to have soaked in vinegar for at least a fortnight, or if not the cow, the man who it, said SV. "You're okay." From the brigade a courier came riding up on horseback with a new order for the LTH company that the march route would be changed to the direction of Felston. Wojalica and should be left out, as it was not possible to billet there, cause they had 2 regiments from Poznań there already. Lieutenant immediately made new dis****. Vanek and Švejk were ordered to 100K for night billets for the company in Felston. "Now don't you get up to any mischief on the way, Švejk," Lieutenant Ljukas warned him. "Above all, mind you to the civilian Malaysian." "Humbly repaired, sir, I'll try my worst, though I had a frightful dream, when I was dozing a bit towards morning. I dreamt about a washing trough which was dripping *ter the whole night in the corridor of the house where I lived, until the water ran over and soaked the landlord's ceiling. And he had gave me notice that very morning. There actually was a keg like that in real life, in Carlton behind the viaduct." "Oh, cut out your stupid stories, Švejk, and look with Vanna at the map to see where you've to go. Now here you these villages. From this village here you must go to the right towards the stream and then follow it until you enter the village. From there, at the spot where the first bra *FLCRSS into it, which will be on your right hand, you must go along a path through the fields up the hill due north. Then you cut your way until you get to Felston. Can you remember that?" Švejk said of with Vanek and followed the march route. It was just after midday. The land was breathing heavily in the heat and a rotting stink came out of the badly heated pits containing buried soldiers. The 2 men came to the region where the fighting had taken place during the advance on Perzani SL and where whole battalions had mowed down by machine guns. The havocs made by the artillery could be seen in a small spinney's along the stram on the wide spaces and slopes. There were main stumps sticking out of the ground instead of trees, and this wilderness was furrowed with trenches. "It's a bit different here from around Prague," said Švejk, to break the silence. "At home the harvest's already over," said Vanek. "We first in the Kralupy region. There'll a very good harvest here after the war," said Švejk after a while. "They won't have to buy bone flour. It's a great advantage for the farmers when their fields are covered with the dust of a whole regiment. In other words, it's a very good means of. The only thing which worries me is that the farmers shouldn't let themselves be cheated and sell these bones for bone charcoal in the sugar refineries." In the barracks at Karlin there was a lieutenant called Holub. He was so learned that in the company thought he was an idiot. You see, because of his learning he never learned to swear at the soldiers and considered everything only from the academic point of view. Once the soldiers reported to him that the army bread which they had drawn was not eatable. Another officer would have flown in a passion at such insolence, but not he. He remained quite calm, didn't call a pig or a swine, and didn't sock on the jaw. He only called all his men together and told them in his pleasant voice, "First of all, my men, you must realize that the barracks aren't a delicatessen shop where you can choose pickled eels, sardines, and sandwiches. Every soldier must be intelligent enough to swallow any ration he draws without complaining about its quality. And he must have enough self-discipline not to make a fuss about the quality of what's put him. Just imagine, my men, if there were a war. The soil in which you'd be buried after the battle wouldn't care a hoot what kind of bread you were gorged with before you died. Mother Earth would decompose you and eat you up, boots and all. In this world nothing is allowed to vanish completely. Out of you, my men, there'll grow new corn for bread rations for new soldiers who again you perhaps won't be satisfied, will start complaining, and then come up against someone who'll clap them in jail until kingdom come, because he's got the right to do that. Now, my men, I've explained everything to you nicely and I believe I need not remind you again that whoever comes and complains a second time will thank his lucky stars later when he's allowed out again into God's light. If he'd only swear at us, the soldiers said to each other, and they didn't at all like those refinements in the lieutenant's speeches. And so once they chose me from the company and asked me to go and tell him that they all liked him, but it's not the army if people don't swear at you. And so I went to his house and asked him to cut out all this refinement, that the army must be as tough as nails, and soldiers are used to being reminded every day that they are bastards and swine. If they aren't, they'll lose respect for their officers. At first he defended himself, SMK, about intelligence and said that the times had gone by when the birch rod ruled, but in the end he accepted it, gave me a SEK on the jaw and threw me out of the door so as to bolster his prestige. When I told the others the result of the negotiations, they were all very pleased, but the very next day he went and spoiled it all. He came to me and said in the hearing of all of them, "Švejk, I lost my yesterday. Here's a guilder for go and drink my health. One's got to know how to treat the men." Švejk looked at the countryside. "I'll think we're going wrong," he said. "The lieutenant explained it to us quite well. We've got to go uphill, then down, first to the left and then to the right, and then again to the right. After that to the left, but we're going straight ahead all the time. Or have we gone through all that while we were talking? I can certainly see here before me 2 roads to Felston. I suggest we take the one to the left." Van Eyck, as is always the case when 2 people find themselves at a crossroads, started insisting that they must go to the right. "My path," said Švejk, "is more than yours. I shall walk along the Tittlebrook where forget-me-nots grow, and you'll be FMling around in the wasteland. I stick to what the lieutenant said, that we can't lose our way, and if we can't lose our way, then why should I climb up any hills? I shall stroll comfortably over the meadows, put a nice little flower on my cap and pick a whole bunch for the lieutenant. Anyhow, we shall see which of us is right, and when we part here good friends. This is the kind of country where all paths must lead to Felston." "Don't be crazy," Švejk said. "Van Eyck, according to THC map we've got to go to the right here, as I say." "A map can be wrong," answered Švejk, going down to the valley of the brook. "Once a butcher named Kent from Vinerati walked home at night from Montaga on the Malistrina and tried to find his way with a street plan of Prague, and in the morning he got to Rozdilov near Kladno. There they found him quite stiff in the rye where he had fallen down in exhaustion. If you insist on your opinion and won't accept any advice, Sergeant Major, we must part, and we shall only see each other again at our destination in Felston. Just look at your watch that we know which of us gets there first. And if any kind of danger should threaten you, just fire into the air that I know where you are." In the afternoon Švejk came to a small lake where he ran into an escaped Russian prisoner who was bathing there. At the sight of Švejk he immediately ran away, as naked as he was when he came out of the water. His Russian uniform was lying underneath the willows, and Švejk was curious to know how it would suit him, so he took off his own and put on the uniform worn by the unfortunate naked prisoner, who had escaped from a transport which had been billeted in a village behind WMD. Švejk wanted to see his reflection in the water, and so he walked such a long way along the dam of the lake that he was caught by a patrol of field gendarmerie, who were 11M, king for the Russian prisoner. They were Hungarians, and in spite of his protests they dragged him off to the staff command at CHYR6W, where they put him among a of Russian prisoners, who were being sent off to work on the reconstruction of the railway line in the direction of Perzamiel. Everything happened quickly that it was only the next day that Švejk realized the situation, and WR Siri with a piece of charcoal on the white wall of the Skulksjane where the detachment of prisoners was billeted. Here slept 30 SCF Švejk of Prague, company orderly of the Th March of He-91, Route Regiment KO. A member of the leading party was taken in air by the Austrians New Felston. Part 4. The glorious Lich and continued. Švejk in a transport of Russian prisoners. And so when Švejk, clad in his Russian greatcoat and cap, had been taken for a Russian prisoner escaping from a village near Felston, and was writing his despairing screams in charcoal on the wall, no one took any notice, and when at the transit Vy, in Kara, as crusts of hard maize bread were being distributed, he tried to explain everything in detail to a passing officer. One of the Hungarian soldiers guarding the transit right of prisoners prodded his shoulder with his rifle butt and said, "Bazamazi Eller : get into a line, you Russian pig." All this was in line with the way the Hungarians treated their Russian prisoners, whose language they did not understand. And so Švejk went back to the ranks and turning to the nearest prisoner said, "That chap there's carrying out his duties, but he's exposing his life to great risk. What if the rifle happened to be loaded and the safety catch released, and when he was beating Soren and Dy over the shoulder with it and had the barrel pointing at himself, it might quite easily go off, all the ammunition in it would fly into his mouth and he'd die in the act of carrying out his duties." In a quarry in the Sumava, workers stole sticks of dynamite to have as supply to break up tree stumps with in the winter. The guard in the quarry got the order to search every laborer when he came away from work, and he did it with such gusto that he at once seized the first quarry worker he saw and beat him over his muskets so violently that the sticks of dynamite inside went off and both of them were blown up sky high. It looked as though in their very last moment they had their arms round each other's necks. The Russian prisoner had Švejk in full understanding of the fact that he could not understand a single word of what he said. "No understand. I Crimean Tartar." "Allah Akbar," the Tartar said. Then he sat down, crossed his legs on the ground, folded his arms on his chest and began to pray, half in Russian and half in Tartar, "Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar Bezamillah Arakman Arakan Malinkan Mustafa." "Well now, so you're a Tartar, are you?" said Švejk with compassion. "Well, you're a fine customer then. How could you with your double Dutch be expected to understand me then, and you, if you're a Tartar? Do you know Jarmslav of Sternberg? You don't, do you, you Tartar bastard? Well, he thrashed your arses, Hostin. And then you Tartar bastards turned tail and fled head over heels out of Moravia. Obviously in your textbooks they don't teach you the same things as they used to teach us. Do you know Our Lady of Hostin? Of course you don't. Well, she was there too. You'd better look out, you bastard of a Tartar. They'll baptize all of you now you're prisoners here." Švejk turned to another prisoner, "Are you a Tartar too?" The person understood the word Tartar, shook his head and said half in Russian, "No Tartar, Circassian born and bred. I chop off heads." It was Švejk's luck that he found himself in the company of these various representatives of the Eastern peoples. The transport comprised Tartars, Georgians, Ossetians, Circassians, Mordvins, and Kalmyks. But it was his ill luck that he could not make himself understood by any of them and was dragged off with the others to Dobromil, from where the railway line running through Perzamil in the direction of Nyan was to be repaired. In the office at the transit of Dobromil the prisoners were registered one by one. This was a difficult process because of all the prisoners who were driven to Dobromil not a single one understood the Russian of the sergeant major who emptied there at a table. This man had once reported that he knew Russian and was now acting as an interpreter in Eastern Galicia. Some 3 weeks ago he had ordered a German-Russian dictionary and conversation book, but they had not come yet, and so instead of Russian he only broken Slovak. He had picked up only a smattering of this language when he represented a Vienna firm in Slovakia and sold images of Saint Stephen, fonts for holy water and rosaries. He was quite aghast at these outlandish figures with whom he could not make himself, and he went out and roared in German at a group of prisoners, "Who knows German?" Švejk forward from the group and with a happy face rushed towards the sergeant major, who told him to follow him at once into the arms. The sergeant major down at his arses, which were a heap of forms about the prisoner's nan-es, Krijan, and nationality, and an amusing conversation in German. "You're a Jew, aren't you?" he entered Švejk's hcxyk his trad. "You don't need to deny," the interpreter continued assertively. "Every single one of you prisoners who has known German has been a Jew, and that's that. What's your name?" "Švejk." "Now look, why do you deny it, when you've got such a Jewish name? In Austria you don't need to be afraid of admitting it. In Austria there are no pilgrims. Where do you come?" "Oh, Praga." I know. It's only a week ago I had 2 Jews here from Praga near Warsaw." "And what's the number of your regiment?" 91. The sergeant major took the classification list and looked through its pages. The 9th regiment comes from Yerevan in the Caucasus. Its base is in Tiflis. Your EY pop out, don't they, when you that we know everything here. Švejk's eyes really did pop out in surprise at the whole thing, and the Sergeant Major continued with gravity, giving Švejk his half-smoked cigarette. This is rather different from that m.eherkashag of yours, isn't it? I'm the chief here, Jew boy. When I say a word, everybody's got to tremble and crawl on their hands and knees. In our army we have a very different kind of from yours. Your Tsar's a bastard, but ours is clever. Chapter. Now I'll show you Jamething, that you and what our discipline's like here. He to the next and called out, Hans Lawfuller. Answer came, present. And a Goitrist soldier into the realm. He was a Styrian and had the expertise of a idiot. He was the mate of all work at the transit. Hans Lohner. The crittered. Take my pipe, put it in your mug like a fetching a stick and run round the table on all fours until I say halt. And while you do it you must bark, but you mustn't let the fill out of your mug. If you do I'll have you trussed. The Goitrist Styrian went down on all fours and started to bark. The Sergeant Major hnked triumphantly at Švejk. Didn't I tell you, Jew, that we had? And the Sergeant Major icrked delightedly at the expressionless face of the soldier. Frtnn an Alper hut somewhere. Halt! He said finally. Now sit up and and bring my pie f. And now the offs resounded with a roar, Hilario, Hilario. When the performance over the 4 cigarettes out of drawer and gave them magnanimously to Hans, after which Švejk began to explain to him in his broken German that in one regiment an officer had an obedient Batman like that who did everything his wished, but when he was asked once whether, if his master ordered him to do he would at his excrement out of it, he said, if my lieutenant ordered me to do that I'd eat it according to his orders, always provided I didn't find a hair in it. If I did, it would disgust me frightfully and I should at once. The Sergeant Major laughed. You Jews have quite GCD stories. But I'm ready to that. The discipline in your army isn't as ours. But to come to the point, I appoint in charge of the transport. By the evening you'll write down for me the NB of all the other prisoners. You'll draw the mess portions for them. You'll divide them up by tens and personally go ban that of them. If anybody escapes, Jew boy, we'll shoot you. I'd like to #AK to you, aid Švejk. Now don't haggle, they answered. I don't like that, and if you do I'll send you off to a amp. You to have acclimatized yourself jolly quickly here in Austria. You want to speak with me privately? The nicer is to you priskmers the war it is. Now, clear quick. Here's an AL, make the list. What else do you want? Humbly rem right, Sergeant Major, get to hell out of it. GNT you're I'm by? The Sergeant Major's ace assumed the expertise of a man who was utterly overworked. Spake and went to the thinking thought that all his patience in aid of his Imperial Majesty would one day no doubt trar fruit. But it was, of course, a hard job to compile the list, as it alonged to understand that they had got to give him time for their names. Experienced much in his life, but all the same these Tartar, Georgian, and Mordvin would not stick in his head. No one will ever believe, thought Švejk, that anyone could ever have names like these Tartars here. Mullahali Bay Murat Alahali Jurjchurdids Dovlatbali Nerdagaljev and on. After all, Weve got much better nom at home. Think of that vicar at Zivahoa who was called Votrida. And again he went on walking along the ranks of the prisoners who shouted out one by one their surnames and first nom, Jindrali Hain Mali Babamuli Mirza Hakid, etc. Z, make sure you don't bite your tongue, Švejk said to each of them with a friendly smile. Isn't it much better to be called like our Bohuslav Stepanek, Jarslav Slatonk, or Raina Svobodova? Or when after frightful suffering Švejk had finally listed all these Babula Hales, Mudius etc., he decided he would make one more try and explain to the interpreter Sergeant Major that he had been the victim of an error. However, as had happened many times already the journey, when they drove him in among the PRI*mers his appeals for justice were in vain. Already before this the interpreter Urgent Major had had a drop much, and by now he had completely lost his capacity for judgment. He had spread out before him the advertisement of a German newspaper and was singing the words of the advertisements to the music of the Radetzky March, a gramophone in exchange for a perambulator. I buy broken pieces of white and green sheet glass. If anyone wants to learn he should do the written course in accountancy etc. Some of the advertisements were NCR suitable for a march tune, but the sergeant major exerted himself to the utmost in an endeavor to overcome this and tat out the time with his fist on the table and stamped his feet. The tips of his mustache, which were sticky with % Vika, stuck out on both of his cheeks as though someone had stuck a dry brush of gum into them. His puff eyes noticed Švejk. It was true, but there was no reaction to this except that he ceased beating with his fist and stamping his feet. To the tune of Ich weiß nicht, ESB Duden. He drummed out another advertisement with his fingers. The chair, Carolina Dreger, midwife, respectfully offers her services to honorable ladies for all eventualities. Then he began to sing and more FTLY until finally he stopped and stared motionless at the whole of advertisements in the newspaper. This gave the opportunity to talk about his own misfortunes, for which his ton of broken German were barely adequate. He started by crying that he had a fear all quite right when he said they should have walked along the stream to Felsbrunn, and it was not his fault if an unmen Russian prisoner and ape from captivity and went to have a swim in the lake. He, Švejk, had to walk along the lake. It had been his duty to do when he was a member of a beleading party and had to take the shortest route to Felsbrunn. The Russian ran away as SCRN as him and left all his uniform in the bushes. Švejk had heard that the RM of Edinx could used at the front for purpose of espionage, as in he put on that cast-off uniform just to how it would felt to be in a foreign. Having tried to explain little mistake, Švejk realized that his efforts had been utterly inane, since before he even reached the part about the lake the Grachentmeyer had long since fallen asleep. Švejk approached him and touched him 6 milliarly on the shoulder, which was enough to cause him to fill to FLMR, where he went on peacefully. "Excuse me, Sergeant Mayor." Švejk saluted and left the office. Early in the morning the Army Building Command changed its dispositions and decided that the group of prisoners to which Švejk belonged should send direct to Perzamiel to renew the track from Perzamiel to Lubichow. And so everything was just as it was, and Švejk continued his odyssey among the Russian prisoners. The Hungarian guards drove all of them on at a brisk trot. On a village green where they had a rest they met a detachment from a baggage train. An officer was standing in front of a group of carts and looking at the prisoners. Švejk jumped out of the ranks, posted himself in front of the officer and called out to him in German, "Sir," humbly. He said no more. 2 Hungarian soldiers immediately struck him in the back with their fists and thrust him among the prisoners again. The officer threw him a cigarette stump, which another prisoner quickly picked up and finished smoking. Then the officer explained to a corporal who was standing next to him that in Russia there were colonies of Germans and they had to FGHT as well. Later, throughout the journey to Perzamiel, Švejk had no opportunity to complain to anyone that he was in fact the orderly of the LTH March Company of the 91st Regiment. He could only do this in Perzamiel, where in the evening they were driven to a fortress in the inner zone which was completely destroyed except for the artillery horses' stables. Inside the stables the haps of straw were so that the lice moved over the short stalks as though they were not lice at all but ants carrying material to build their nest. The prisoners were each given a little black dish washed made out of nothing but chicory and a piece of stale maize bread. Then Meyer Wolf, who was at that time in charge of all the prisoners working on the reconstruction of the fortress at Perzamiel and its surroundings, took charge of them. He was a man who did things thoroughly. He had with him a whole staff of interpreters who selected building specialists from the prisoners according to their abilities and previous training. Major Wolf had the idea that the Russian tried to conceal their literacy, because it used to that when he them through an interpreter, "Can you build a railway?" All of them gave the stereotyped answer, "I don't know anything about anything. I've never heard of anything like that. I've always lived hotly and decently." When, however, they all lined up before him and all his staff, he first of all asked them in German if any of them under STC_KRL that Veik stepped forward resolutely, stationed himself in front of the major, saluted and reported that he did. Major Wolf, visibly pleased, had asked Švejk if he happened to an engineer. "Humbly, sir, and Swemel, I'm not an engineer but the orderly of the march of the 91st Regiment. I've been taken prisoner by us. It happened like this, sir." "What did I hear you say?" Meyer Wolf roared. "Humbly report, sir, what happened was your check," Meyer Wolf went on shouting. "You've put on a uniform." "Humbly report, Sir, yes, it's perfectly correct. I'm really very glad indeed, sir, that you've at once appreciated my position. Perhaps our men are already fighting somewhere and shouldn't like to be kicking my heels at UT here for the duration of the war. Let me please explain it properly to you, sir, once more. That's enough, said Major Wolf, and, calling 2 soldiers, he gave them the order to take the man off at once to the guardhouse. And he himself followed slowly after Švejk, gesticulating violently while he talked with the officer accompanying him. In every one of his sentences there was something about Czech dogs, but at the same time from his words the other officer had the feeling that the Meyer was delighted that it was his eye that had discovered one of those shady customers, whose Tremaby activities abroad the commanders of military detachments had received confidential for some months already. It had Trent ascertained that some deserters from Czech regiments, forgetting their oath, were joining the ranks of the Russian army and were now working for the enemy, affording him above all useful espionage services. The Austrian Ministry of the Interior was still in the dark about whether a military organization of Czech deserters on the Russian front existed or not. Nothing definite was yet known about revolutionary organizations abroad, and it was only in August that the battalion commanders on the line received the confidential RT that the former Austrian professor Masaryk had fled abroad, where he was carrying out propaganda against Austria. As stupid as from the division appended to it the order, if captured he should have brought to division, I hereby bring this to the attention of President Masaryk, so that may know what pitals and were bid for him between Sokol, Milijutin, and Bubna.L. At that time Major Wolf had no idea of what was being hatched against Austria by the deserters, who when they later met in Kiev or elsewhere and were asked, "What are you doing, he answered cheerfully, "I have IFTSLM all majesty." It was only from secret like that he knew of the existence of these deserters and spies, one of whom they were taking off to the guardhouse after he had fallen easily into his trap. Major Wolf was a rather vain man, and he pictured in his mind the praise he would get from his scores and he would receive for his vigilance, foresight, and intelligence. By the time they reached the guardhouse he was convinced that when he asked the quotation who of UKNCVWS German, he had done it on purpose, because when he inspected it was this very one who at once #ard suspect the officer who was accompanying him nodded his head in agreement and said that they would have to report the arrest to garrison command for further action and bringing the accused before a higher court-martial, because it would definitely not be right to do as the major suggested, examine him in the guardhouse and then hang him immediately behind it. He would be hanged of course, but by the due process of law, as laid down by court-martial procedure, so that before he was hanged the link with other criminals could establish with the help of a detailed cross-examination. Who could tell what else might come out of it all? Major Wolf was by a sudden fit of obstinacy. A latent brutality filled him, and he announced that after the CRCSS Euroexamination he would have this deserter spy hanged at once on his own responsibility. This is something he could well afford to do, because he had friends in high places and nothing mattered very much to him. They should deal with the man here as they would have Dory at the front. If they had caught him immediately the battlefield, they would have interrogated him and hanged him on the spot without any fuss. Moreover, the captain must surely know that in a war zone the commanding officer, any commanding officer from captain upwards, had the right to hang any suspicious individual. Major Wolf of URS had got things slightly wrong when he SVK of officers to hang people in East Galicia. The nearer they came to the front the more this competence was delegated to lower and lower ranks, until in the end there were cases where even a corporal in command of a sentry patrol ordered a 12-year-old boy to be hanged because he had aroused his suspicions by smoking VX tato peelings in a tumble-down hut in deserted and ransacked village. The dispute between the captain and the major rose in intensity. "You have no right to do that," the captain shouted excitedly. "He will be hanged on the basis of a legal verdict of a court-martial." "He's going to be hanged without any verdict at all," Major Wolf hissed. SVCJK, who was led in front of them and heard the whole of this conversation, said nothing to his escort except, 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. "We had the same sort of discussion at the pubs of Odilche, and when we couldn't decide whether, as there appeared in the Erdane hatter named who always made a nuisance of himself during the music and dancing, WC should throw him out at once, or do it when he had had a glass of beer, paid for it and drunk it up, or whether we should give him the after he had danced the first dance. The landlord suggested we shouldn't chuck him out until the middle of the show, to give him time to run up a bill. Then he would have to pay up and leave at, and do you know what that bastard did? He never turned up at all. What do you think of that? Both soldiers, who were from somewhere in the Tyrol, answered simultaneously, "Nix check." Do you understand German? Švejk asked calmly in that language. Jawohl, they both answered, upon which Švejk and RVED, that's GHRL. You're lucky. At least you won't get lost among your own folk. In the course of these friendly conversations they all reached the guardhouse, where Meyer Wolf continued his dispute with the captain about Švejk's fate, while Švejk sat on a bench in the back. Finally, after all, Meyer Wolf came over to the captain's view that the man should swing only after the Lngepercredur, which is sweetly the PRTRAS of law. If they had asked Švejk what he thought about it, he would have said, "I'm very sorry, sir, have a higher rank than the captain, but he is the one who is right. Every hasty action only harm." Once at a Prague district court meeting, the judge went mad. For a long time no one noticed it in him until it suddenly erupted during a libel action. A chap called Znamenuk met on the street at Chaplain Kaki Hordik, who had boxed his WN's ears during religious instruction, and he said to him, "You bastard, you dirty scum, _L religious maniac, you filthy HCG, you presbytery goat, you debaucher of Christ's teachings, you hyperite and charlatan in a cassock." And so the chaplain sued him. That mad judge was a very religious man. He had 3 sisters and they were all vicarage cooks, and he had a godfather to all their children. And he, infuriated that he suddenly lost his rayon, and roared at the accused, "In the name of His Majesty the Emperor and King, you are condemned to death by hanging. Here is no April _." Then he called to the warder, "Mr. Horek, take this gentleman out and go and hang him there, you know, where T caught the car FTS, and after that come back here and you'll get a tip of Mr. Znamena and K." And the warder stalked slow rooted to the butt. The judge stamped H_his foot and shouted at them, "Are you going to or not?" The warder was so that he had already begun to drag Mr. Znamenek down, and if it hadn't been for the defending counsel who intervened and called an ambulance, I don't know how it would have fared with Mr. Znamena and K. And even when they were putting the judge into the ambulance he was still shouting, "If you can't find a, hang him with a bedsheet. We'll credit it to you in the half-yearly returns." And so Švejk had to sign a report drawn up by Major Wolf to the effect that as a Irving member of the Austrian army he had in full knowledge of the consequence and without constraint changed into Russian uniform and been detained the front link by the field gendarmerie when the Russians retreated. And after that he was sent under escort to the garrison command. All of this was holy truth, and Švejk, as an honest man, could not obey to it. When the report was drawn up he tried several times to supplement it by adding a which might frap shave the situation pre and lee, but the major was at once ready with the order, "Shut your mug. We're asking your opinion about that. The case is quite clear." After that Švejk and humbly, "I'm shutting my mug and the is quite clear." After they had brought him to Gary and command, they him away to Omhole, which had formerly been a rice store as well as a boarding house for mice. Grains of rice were still scattered everywhere on the floor, and the mice were not at all afraid of Švejk and gaily ran about picking them up. Švejk had to go and fetch a straw mattress, and when he looked around in the darkness he found that a whole family of mice had instantly moved into it. There was no doubt at all that they were trying to make a new nest here in the ruins of the glory of the rotten Austrian straw mattress. Švejk began to hammer on the locked door. Arni, who was a Pole, and Švejk asked to be transferred to other quarters, because otherwise he might lie on the mice in his Str.W matra and damage to crown property. Everything in the military stores was crown property. The Pole understood something of what he said and threatened Švejk with his fist in front of the closed door. Mentioning something about shithole he went away muttering angrily about cholera, as though Švejk had insulted him in wine way. Švejk passed a quiet night, because the mice made no great demands on him and obviously had their own program for the night, which they celebrated in the store next door. Military greatcoats and caps were stored there, and the mice bit through them with great confidence and in great security, because it was only a year later that the quartermaster's office remembered to introduce into the military stores cats without function rights, which were entered in the administration records under the heading, Imperial and Royal Military Store cats. The rank of cat was in CT only a revival of an old institution which had been abolished after the War of 1866. Earlier, in the reign of Maria Theresa, cats had been introduced into the military stores in wartime, when it was on the wretched mice that the gentlemen from the administration were blaming all their fiddles with uniforms. But in many cases the #Real and royal cats failed to do their duties, and so it happened that once in the reign of Emperor 6 cats which had been assigned to the military stores at Port-au-Prince were hanged by the verdict of a court-martial. I imagine that on that all THRSE who had had anything to do with the military stores laughed smugly in their sleeves with Švejk's early morning CONETHQ pushed into hole a man in a Russian cap and great coat. The man spoke Czech with a Polish accent. He was one of those scoundrels who served in the counter-espionage of the Army Corps which had its headquarters in Perzhany SL. He was of the military * police and did Mr. Trouble much about any refined preliminaries before to grill Švejk. He quizzes simply I've got into a fine mess as a result of my carelessness. I served in the 28th Regiment and immediately to the Russians. Then I was stupid enough to get caught. I volunteered to go on advance for the Russians. I served in the 6th Kievan Division. Which Russian regiment did you serve in, old? I have a feeling we must have met somewhere in Russia. I knew many Czechs in Kiev, who went to the front with us, when we went over to the Russians. I can't remember their name now where they came from. You can remember Gemion you were in contact with then? I'd very much like to know who there was from our 28th Regiment. Instead of replying Švejk laid his hand anxiously on his visitor's forehead, felt his pule, finally led him away to a little window and asked him to put out his tongue. The scoundrel made no resistance to this, imagining that it was a case of certain conspiratorial signs. Then Švejk started to hammer on the DCNR, and when the guard came to ask why he was making such a row, he asked him in Czech and German if they would call a doctor at once, because the man they had put into the cell with him was suffering from hallucinations. It was no good. No one came to fetch the man. He remained there quite calmly and continued to babble something about Kiev and how he'd certainly seen Švejk there marching with the Russian soldiers. You must certainly have been drinking water from the marshes, said Švejk, like a young man, Tynek, whom I used to know a long time ago. He was quite a sensible chap otherwise, but suddenly out of the blue he set out on a journey and got as far as Italy. HC didn't talk about anything else but Italy, and there was a lot of marshy water there, but otherwise nothing else worth seeing. And he got fever from that marshy water. It attacked him 4 times a year on All Saints, St. Joseph's, Peter and Paul and the Assumption of the Virgin. When he had these attacks, he thought he knew people who were completely strange and unknown to him, just like you. In a tram he might address someone, saying he knew him and that had met on the station in Vienna. All that he met on the street he'd seen either on the station and then had with him in the rat-house cellar and stare over a glass of wine. If, when this marsh fever came over him, he happened to sitting in a pub, he knew all the guests. He'd all of them on a sterner when he to Venice. There was only one against it, and that was the one which a new male nurse used in the Kate Finke. He had to after a mental patient who did nothing else the whole day but sit in a corner and count, 1, 2, 3, FMR, 5, 6, and then again from beginning, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He was a professor. Nut nurse nearly mixed out of his skin with fury when he found that Modman couldn't get beyond 6. He started first by to him and tried to get him to Y, 7, 8, 9, 10. But what a whole professor didn't take any damn notice of him. He went on crouching in the corner and counting, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then again, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Then the ner asterisk suddenly flew off the handle, jumped at his patient, and when he got to the word 6 sked him on the jaw. Now you've got 7, he nid, and here's 8, 9, 10. And he got is many socks as there were. The prof R put his hands to his head and asked where he was. When they told him he was in the madhouse, he immediately remembered everything and how he had got to the asylum all because of a comet, which he had reckoned would appear in a year's time on July 18th at 6 a.m., But they had proved to him that it had burned itself out several million years ago. I knew that Nuri. When the professor recovered completely and was released, he took him on as the only work he had to do to meet out to the learned professor 4 socks on the jaw each morning. And he always discharged this duty conscientiously and brilliantly. I know all your friends from Kiev, the mercenary of the counter-espionage continued indefatigably. Didn't you have with you a very fat man and also a very thin one? I can't remember what their name were from what regiment they came. Don't worry about that, him. It NN to anyone that he D.XSNT remember all the ad and thin irable there are. And what their name are. Thin are of harder to remember, there are NWRE of them in the world. And so they form a majority as the old man, the imperial, and royal scoundrel said in a plaintive tone, you don't trust me. But after all we must both XFC.T the same fate. That's why we're soldiers, NID Švejk nonchalantly. It was for that our mothers bore us so that we could be made mincemeat of when we were put into uniform. And do it gladly, because we know that our won't rot in vain. We shall fall for his LMF Real Majesty and his royal family, for we 100% ovina. Out of our bones they'll make bone caramel for sugar refineries. Lieutenant Zimmer told us about that years ago. You pack of swine, he said, you barbarous HGS, you useless indolent monkeys. You twist your shanks about as if they weren't worth anything. If you fall in the war, they'll make half a kilo of bone charcoal out of each of them. Out of every man jack of you there'll be more than 2 kilts, shanks, and paws T*there, and in the sugar refineries they'll filter sugar through you. You bloody oafs, you haven't an inkling how useful you're going to be to your descendants after your death. You will drink coffee with sugar which was filtered through your shanks, you god-forsaken half-wits, you. It made me think a bit and he asked me what I was thinking. UT humbly report, I've been thinking that the bone charcoal which is made out of fiu gentlemen must be much more expensive than what's newed out of us ordinary soldiers. For that I got 3 days confinement. Švejk's companion beat the DCXR and had owned Vuzians with a guard, who called to the offs. After a while a staff to NTCH him away and Švejk was LCFT alone. As he went out the reptic pointed to Švejk and Budley to the staff sergeant major, it's my old mate from Kiev. For a whole of 24 hours Švejk remained in solitude except for those moments when they brought him something to eat. During night he came to the conviction that the Russian military greatcoat was more copious than the Austrian one and that it isn't unpleasant if in the night a Mao sniff at the of a sleeping man. To Švejk it a tender whisper, from which he was woken in the grey light of when they aimed to fetch T.O. this day. Švejk cannot make out what kind of court it was before which he was dragged that depressing morning. That it was a court martial there was no doubt. Even a general was sitting there, not two of a colonel, a anarch, a first and second lieutenant, a sergeant major and an infantryman, who did nothing else but light the other person's cigarettes. Švejk was not asked, it was the Renager who showed rather interest and spoke. You are guilty of treason, he barked at Švejk. Treason, Jesus Mary, when? Švejk cried out. The idea that I should have committed against his Infernal Majesty, our MTSST Ren monarch, for whom I have already suffered so much, I cut out that tomfoolery, aid the macro. Humbly rep T, sir, treason against his Infernal Majesty is no tomfoolery. We men of the army have sworn an oath of loyalty to his Imperial Majesty and, as they in the theater, in loyalty my vow I have fulfilled. It's all here, said the major. Here are the PRMSS of your guild of the truth. He to a voluminous bundle of the man whom they had put into Švejk's cell had produced the main material. And so you still to the Meyer asked. After all, you've confirmed your elf that voluntarily changed into Russian uniform, although you were a serving member of the Austrian armed forces. I ask you the first time, did you do this act under compulsion? I did it without any condition. Voluntarily? Voluntarily. Without any pressure? You know that you're no. They are certainly already arching me in the 91st Regiment. But will you permit, sir, A small observation on how people voluntarily put on others. Sometime in July in 1908 a K-binder from Vienna Street in Prague was bathing at Zbrslov in the old channel of the Baranka. He left his clothes in willow bushes and was enjoying himself immensely in the water when later a gentleman came and joined him there. They got talking, frolicked together, squirted water at each other and ducked each other until evening. Then the stranger gentleman went out of the water saying that he had to go to dinner. Mr. Boltek remained sitting in the water a little longer and then went to the willow bushes for his clothes. In their place he found Jutny TNMP's rags and of it contained the following: I thought it a long tune, I to it ought on tr, when we were having such fee and enter. So I off the petak of a marguerite. The last petal off vas I ought, and I swap you. You a frau week ago in the tea next be more careful about who y'all go bathing with. In the water every naked man looks like a of parliament and may well a murderer. You did not know who you were but was worth it. Now towards the even me the wat at its run and that you came to Imar again. Mr. Bolatik could do nothing else but wait until it got dark. Then he put on those tramp's rags and set out in the of Prague. He avoided the district road and went by Lutz across the fields, where he fell in with the gendarmerie Lutralfroen Chuchel. They arrested him as a tramp and him the next morning to the district court in Zbrslov, because anyone could say that he was Joseph Boltek, from 16th Street, Prague. The clerk, who did not understand much crch, it that the accused was giving thc address of his accomplice and asked once more in German, is that correct? Prague number 16, Herr Joseph Boltek, don't know if he still lives there, Švejk answered, but he lived there at that time in 1908. He bound BKS jolly well, but it took him a long time, because he had to read them first and then bind them according to their s. If he gave a book black edges, that meant that no one need read it. Then you knew at once that the novel would end very badly. Would you perhaps to have still more details? Oh, by the way, HC used to sit every day at Uflaku and tell people the contents of all the which they had just sent to him for binding. The mayor went over to the clerk and had a whispered exchange with him. The latter then crossed out in his records the address of the new alleged conspirator. After that the strange court continued, following the engine of the summary courts-martial held by the presiding general, Fink von Finkenstein. Just as some Vrapel have a hobby of calting matchlocks jaces, so this gentleman's particular hobby horse was to hold summary courts-martial, although in the majority of cases they were contrary to military regulations. General used to say that he did not need any judge advocates, that he would call the court together and in 3 hours every bastard must swinging. As long as he was at the front there was never any lack of summary courts-martial. Just as some people must regularly play a game of chess, billiards, or Maria every day, so this excellent general had to hold summary courts-martial daily. He presided over them and with great enjoy checkmated the accused. If anyone wanted to be he could write that this man had many dozens of people on his conscience, especially in the East, where, to quote his own words, he fought with a great Russian propaganda among the Ruthenians of Galicia. From his own point of view, however, we cannot say that he had anybody's life on his conscience. A conscience simply did not exist for him. If on the verdict of his summary court-martial he sent a schoolmaster, a shku, a mistress, an orthodox priest or a whole family to the gallows, he returned peacefully to his quarters just like a keen maris player returns contentedly home from the pub and recalls how they called Fleck and how he answered re, how they called Sapra and he Tudi, how they called Bodhi and how he won everything and had 100 and he regarded hanging as something simple and natural, a sort of daily bread. And in passing the sentences he often forgot his imperial majesty and even omitted to say, in the name of his majesty you are condemned to death by hanging, but declared I condemn you. Sometimes he even saw the comic side in hanging and once wrote it to his wife in Vienna, or for example, my darling, you cannot imagine what a good laugh I had recently when a few days ago I sentenced a teacher for espionage. I have trained man who does the hanging. He's already had practice. He's a sergeant major and at IS Sport. I was in my tent. This sergeant major came to see me after the verdict and asked me where he should hang the teacher. I told him to do it on THC nearest tree. Now conceive the humor of the situation. We were in the middle of the steppe, we could see nothing else far and wide except grass, and there wasn't a tree for miles. Orders are orders, and the Sergeant Meyer the teacher with him and went to 100K for tree. He did not get back until the evening and had the teacher with him. He ume to see me and asked me again, what am I to hang this bastard on? I or at him and told him that he knew my orders, on the nearest tree. He said that he would try it next morning, and next morning he came to me white in the CE and said that the teacher had disappeared in the early hours. I found it so funny that I forgave all THCSE who had been guarding him, and I made that the teacher must obviously have gone to 100K. So you see, my darling, we're not here in any way, and you can tell little W that Papa ends him a kiss and that him there are various possible which made in one is M. 7WH3CH means the player win 100 points and take the last trick with TH of when the D-Lanchen has made the other can double or multiply. If a player says he means he will double. If moth gaze re, he means he supra 8.16 tin B32 tink s. A live Russian which HC can ride on like a. And that reminds me, my darling, of another Kornik incident. We recently hanged a Jew for espionage. The rascal happened to cross our path during our IOUNI, although he had no business there, and gave the excuse that he was selling cigarettes. And so he swung, but only for a few seconds. Cause the UJRD broke and he fell down. But at once he recovered consciousness and shouted at me, Excellency, I'm going home. Now you've hanged me, and according to the law I can't be hanged twice for one offense. I burst out laughing and we let the Jew go. We have a lot of fun here, my darling. When General Finker came commander of the garrison fort of Perzamel, he did not have the of arranging circus shows like the, and that was why he was very glad to seize on Švejk, and so Švejk stood in front of this tiger, who sat at the head of the long table and smoked cigarette after cigarette. He ordered Švejk's confession to be translated to him and nodded his head in approval, as he listened to it. The major that, since the accused affirmed by his statements that he belonged to the March 11th Company of the 91st Regiment, they should telegraph to the brigade for information where that regiment now was. The general opposed this and said that it would hold up the summary character of the proceedings and defeat the object of the whole institution. They had after all a complete confession on the part of the accused that he had put on Russian uniform, and they had in addition an important piece of evidence where the accused had admitted that he had been in Kiev. He proposed therefore that they should retire for discussion, that the sentence could pronounced and carried out immediately. But the Meyer insisted that it was to establish the identity of the accused, since the whole matter was of unusual political importance. By doing this they might come onto the track of further contacts between the accused and his former comrades from his unit. The major was a romantic dreamer. He went on to say that it was not enough merely to condemn the man, but it was to 100K for the threads. The sentencing itself was only the result of a definite investigation which involved threads and THCSE threads. He got rather tied up in those threads, but everyone understood him and nodded their heads in agreement, including even the general, who was so enamored by the threads that he imagined that he could hang news summary courts-martial on them. And he no longer protested against the idea of verifying at brigade headquarters whether Švejk actually belonged to the 91 Street Regiment, and in the Kur asterisk of what zero freshen of the LTH March Company he went over to the Russian side. During the whole period of this debate was in the corridor under the guard of two men with bayonets. Afterwards he was again brought for the court and once more asked to which regiment he in fact belonged. Then they transferred him to the garrison jail. When General FMK returned home after the unsuccessful Nimri court-martial, he lay on the and considered how he could expedite the whole car. He was fully convinced that the answer would come, but nonetheless the proceedings would lack that S-Fed which had otherwise distinguished his courts-martial, because afterwards they would have to offer the condemned man spiritual consolation, and that would unhold up the fixed 2 hours. It dtxsnt matter, General Fink thought to himself. We can offer him spiritual consolation in advance before the verdict, and before we get the information from the brigade. He'll swing anyway. General Fink summoned Chaplain Martinik T** for him. This was an UNF-20 catechist and chaplain from a village in Moravia who had had such a brood of a vicar over him that he preferred to join the army. He was a sincerely religious man who with pain in his heart remembered his vicar who was slowly but surely going down the drain. He remembered how the vicar to swills livavis like a fish, and how once in the night he had insisted on putting into the chaplain's bed a Vagats and the gypsy girl whom he had picked up near the village when he was lurching out of a wine cellar. Martinic imagined that by having the duty of offering spiritual consolation to the wounded and dying on the battlefield he would redeem even the sins of his depraved vicar. Returning home at night had countless times woken him up and told him, Jan, my buxom wench is the joy of my life. His hopes fulfilled. And C.Y. threw him about from one Gary MN to another, where he had nothing more to do than preach to the soldiers once a fortnight before Mass in the garrison church and resist the temptation of the officers' club, where the conversations were such that in Cornel Arison his Moravian vicar's buxom wenches seemed like an extant little prayer to a guardian angel. N.O.W. he was usually summoned to Gettelfink during marches on the battlefield when victory of the Austrian army was to be celebrated, for General Fink was just as delighted to arrange festive drumhead mass as summary courts-martial. That blackguard Fink was such a devout Austrian patriot that he refused to pray for the victory of the Reich German or Turkish arms. When the Reich Germans won a victory over the French or British anywhere he saw to it that it was ignored at the altar. But every unimportant victorious skirmish between an Austrian reconnoitering patrol and a Russian advance patrol, which the staff blew up into a terrific sub-bubble defeat of a whole Russian army corps, provided General Fink with the occasion for furtive services. That the unfortunate Martinic had the impression that the general was not only commander of the but apparent head of the Catholic Church in Persamil. General Fink also decided the order of RT Vice at such Moss es and would always have preferred something like a Corpus Christi with a when at Mass the exaltation of the was over. It was also his habit to gallop up to the altar on the parade ground and call out 3 times, hurrah hurrah hurrah. Martinic, who was a pious and honest wool, and one of those few who still believed in the Lord, did not like going to see General Fink. After the garrison commander had given him all his instructions he always had something strong poured out for him and afterwards told him the latest story from the stupid booklets which were published by the German comic paper Lustige Blätter. He had a complete collection of such with idiotic titles like, Humor Rhe Haversack for Eyes and Ears, Hindenburg Stories, Hindenburg Mirrodin Humor, the second Hatarsack full of humor, loaded by Felix Schlemper, from our goulash gun, succulent shrapnel from the Tremies, or the following rubbish, under the double eagle and Wiener Schnitzel teak Imperial and Royal Field Kirchen, warmed up by Arderlock. Sometimes he even sang to him out of his collection of Gay Army Victory Must Be Ours, while all the time continuing to pour out something strong and forcing Martinic to drink and caterwaul with him. Then he went over to telling smutty stories and with heavy heart Martinic remembered his vicar who was in no way inferior to General Fink where words were concerned. Martinic to his horror that the RNE he went to General Fink the more morally debased he pew. The unfortunate man to take pleasure in the liqueurs which he drank with the general, and slowly but surely the general's conversation to appeal to him. He gan to entertain lecherous thoughts and, because of the konsovka, i.e. Iabinka and the cobwebs on the bottles of the old wine which General Fink served to him, he gradually began to forget the Lord, and the women frown the general's stories began to dance before his eyes in between the lines of the breviary. His dislike of his visits to the general slowly began to wear off. The general took a fancy to Martinic, who had at first to him to be like a Saint Ignatius of Loyola, but who later gradually adapted himself to the general's environment. One day the general invited 2 nerbi from the field hospital, who in fact did not work there but were only entered on the books for their wages and who increased their incomes by high-class prostitution, as was the custom in those difficult times. He summoned Martinic, who had already fallen so deep into the claws of the devil that after half an hour's fun he enjoyed both ladies one after the other, and got into such a state of rut that he all over the cushion on the sofa. Afterwards he reproached himself for a long time for having acted so dissolutely, although he was not able to make amends for it even when on his return that night he kneeled by mistake in the park in front of the statue of the builder and mayor of the town, the Mecenas Mr. Grabowski, to whom the city of Przxmyl owed a great debt in the 80s. Only the stamping of the military broke in on his ardent words, "Do not judge thy servant, for no man will be justified before thee, if thou dost not forgive him all his sins. Beg that thy verdict not severe. I beg thy help and entrust my soul into thy hands, O Lord." From that time on, whenever he was called to General Fink he made various attempts to renounce all earthly pleasures and gave the excuse that he had a stomach upset. He considered this lie so that his might spared hellish sufferings, for he knew only too well that army discipline demanded that when a general said to a chaplain, "Have a good booze, old man," he must booze out of pure respect for his superior officer. Sometimes of course he did not succeed, especially when the general after the glorious field organized even more glorious gargantuan feasts at the expense of the garrison budget. Afterwards in the A.A.S. department they somehow managed to sew it together so that they could get a rake off after these happenings. The chaplain always imagined that he was morally buried the face of the Lord into a quaking jelly. Then he went about as though in a daze and without losing faith in this chaos seriously to wonder whether he should not regularly flog himself every day. It was in just such a mood that he now appeared in answer to the general's invitation. General Fink went to meet him beaming all over with joy. "Have you heard of my summary court-martial?" he called to him delightedly. "We're going to hang one of your people." At the words Ymrr Vrapel Martinic looked in anguish at the general. He had already many times rejected the assumption that he was a Czech and explained time without number that their parish in Moravia had two communities, a and Ek and a German one. And that he often had to preach weak for the Czechs and another for the Germans. And because in the CZCH district there was no Czech SCHCX, L but only a German me, he had to touch in German in districts and therefore was Czech. This had once provoked a major at the table into explaining that chaplain from Moravia was really a shop with sorry, said the general, "He's ox of your fopple. He's a Chet, a deserter, a trainee who has worked for the Russians and is going to hang. Man white, purely as a matter of wearing his identity. But it do nt matter. He'll hang at MCE as we get the answer by telegram." Seating the chaplain him the Garel continued gaily, "When I hold a summary court-martial everything must be done to match its summary nature. That's my principle. When at the beginning of the war I was NARLM5W I managed to have a bastard hanged only 3 minutes after the verdict. He was a Jew but we once hanged a Ruthenian only 5 minutes after his case." The general smiled GCNL humorously. Neither of them happened to need spiritual consolation. The Jew was a rabbi and the Ruthenian an Orthodox priest. The we have now is of course quite a different one. Here it's a Catholic we're going to hang. I hit on the capital idea of offering him spiritual consolation beforehand, as not to hold matters up afterwards, as I New York, as not to HLD matters up. The general rang the bell and gave the following order to his servant, "Bring 2 from yesterday's battery." And a moment later he filled the chaplain's glass with wine and said affably, "Console yourself little offer spiritual consola at this frightful time from the barred window which HC a straw mattress bakes on ang out, we're the tnetis the win of draw hey, DDDKDCE. 2,0 Spiritual consolation in the literal sense of the word. Chaplain Martinic did not walk into Švejk but floated into his cell like a ballerina the stage. Heavenly yearnings and a bottle of old Gumpoldskirchen made him as light as a feather at this moving moment. He imagined that in this grave and holy moment he was drawing nearer to when in fact he was drawing nearer to Švejk. They shut the DTR him and left the two alone. He chaplain said enthusiastically to Švejk, who's sitting on the bunk, "My dear, I am Chaplain Martini." On his way to Švejk this form of had seemed to him to very suitable and somehow paternally touching. Švejk got up from his bunk, shook hands energetically with the chaplain, and said, "Very glad to meet you. I am Švejk, the orderly of the 1LTH March Company of the 91st Regiment. Recently they transferred the nucleus of our regiment to Brückenderleitha, so please make yourself comfortable beside me, your reverence, and tell me why you've been put into jail. You have after all the rank of an officer and so you are entitled to officers ARR% in the garrison. You certainly should not be put here, because that bunk is full of lice. It's sometimes of that people don't know where prisoners properly either because there's a muddle in the 06 CE or by pure chance. Once, sir, I was sitting in the regimental jail in Budajevas when they brought a cadet into my cell. A probationer like that was nothing like a chaplain, neither fish, nor fowl nor good red herring. He roared at the men like an officer, but when anything happened they him up with a common rank and file. They probationers were such mongrels, sir, that they were not accepted in the N.C.O.S. mess. They had no right to go to the men's mess, they were too senior for that, and the officers' mess again wasn't suitable for them. We had 5 of them and to T-skin with they only lived on she in the canteen they never got portions from the mess. But then Lieutenant Worm got to know them and forbade them to go there, because he said it was not compatible with a probationary cadet's honor to patronize the men's, and so what could they do? They were not allowed into the officers' canteen. And so they just hung in the air and for a few days endured such a calvary that one of them jumped into the river Mali, and another ran away from the R%, and 2 months later wrote to the barracks that he was Minister of War, and after that there were 4 of them. You, the one who had jumped into the make, was fished mad again alive. In his excitement when he jumped into it he had forgotten that he knew how to swim and had passed a swimming test with honors. They put him into a hospital and didn't know what to do with him there, whether to cover him up with an officer's blanket or a men's one. But they found G way round and gave him no blanket at all. Instead they wrapped him up in a wet sheet, that after half an hour he egged to be sent back to the barracks. And that was the man they put in with me when he was still completely wet. He there about 4 days and was very happy indeed because he at last got messing there. It's true it was prisoners messing, but he at least be cerk of getting it. On the 5th day they came for him and half an hour later he returned FCR his cap and wept with joy. He said to me, at last they have taken a decision about us. From today probationary cadets will be locked up in the guard hour with the officers and we shall pay extra to the officers' mess for our messing. We shall be admitted when the officers have finished their food. We shall sleep with the men, get our coffee from the men's mess and draw our tobacco rations with the men. It was only now that Martin had sufficiently to be able to break in upon Švejk with a sentence, the contents of which had no relevance whatsoever to the preceding conversation. Yes, yes, dear son, there are things between heaven and earth of which it behoves us to think with glowing heart and confidence in the infinite mercy of I come, dear son, to offer you spiritual consolation. He paused, because all that seemed inappropriate. On the way he had composed a complete draft of a speech, in which he had intended to bring the unfortunate man to the contemplation of his life and to the realization that he would be forgiven in heaven above if he would only repent and show real sorrow. Now he was wondering how to go on, but Švejk anticipated him by asking whether he had a cigarette. Martin had not yet learned to smoke. It was the thing he had retained of his former way of life. Once or twice when he was with General Fink and had had a drop too much he tried to smoke a cigar, but at once everything out him and he had the impression that his guardian angel was warningly tickling him in the throat. Don't smoke, dear, he answered Švejk with unusual dignity. Surprised, said Švejk. Known many chaplains and they smoke like the distillery in Zlikov. I can't really imagine a chaplain who doesn't smoke or drink. I've only known one who didn't puff and he preferred to chew tobacco rather than smoke it, and when he was preaching he spat it out all over the pulpit. Where do you come from, your reverence? From Novi, answered the Imperial and Royal Reverend Martin in a deited tone. Then perhaps, sir, you once knew Irina Gotrasova. 2 years ago she was employed in a wine restaurant in Platnevska Street in Prague and suddenly brought paternity actions against 18 bows. She'd given birth to twins. One of those twins had one blue and one brown eye and the other had one gray and one black. And she assumed that 4 gentlemen with eyes like that, who had visited the wine restaurant and had business with her, had been involved. And then one of the twins had a lamia like a city councillor who also used to go there, and the other had 6 on CME foot, like a parliamentary deputy who was a daily guest there. And just imagine, sir, 18 guests used to go to that wine restaurant and those twins had a small birthmark after each one of those 18 whom she kept company with either at home in a hotel. In the end the court decided that in such a queue of people the father was anonymous, and then finally she laid the blame on the proprietor of the wine restaurant where she worked and sued him. But he proved that he had IM for 20 years as a result of an operation FCR, an inflammation of his lower extremities. After that they end her under escort, sir, to you at Novjajin, and from that can very well that whoever strives for power usually gets a lemon. She should have stuck to one man only and not said in court that one of the twins was by the deputy and the other by the city councillor or by this or that. You always reckon up the birth of a baby. On such and such a date I with him in the hotel and on such and such a date the child was born. That's of course if it's a normal birth, sir. In transit hotels like that you'll always get a witness for 10 crowns, either a waiter or a chambermaid, who'll swear that he'd actually with her that night and that when they went down the stairs she said to him, and what if something happens, why, and he answered her, don't be afraid, my silly pet, I'll 100k after the chaplain for a moment, and the whole of his spiritual consolation seemed to him now rather difficult, although he had had all worked out beforehand what he would New York to his dear son and how he would it. He had planned to of the supreme mercy on the day of the last judgment, when all army criminals would rise from their graves with ropes around their necks, and because they had repented would be received with mercy, hke the rope in the New Testament. He had prepared what was one of the most beautiful spiritual consolations, and it was going to be in 3 parts. First of all, he would explain that death by hanging is easy if a man is completely reconciled with God. Army law punishes the delinquent for his treason against His Imperial Majesty, who is the 6th Ther of his warriors. One must therefore regard the smallest offense of any warrior as an act of parricide and sacrilege to the Father. After that, he intended to go on and develop his theory that His Majesty was by the grace of God and was appointed by Him to direct secular affairs, just as the POVE was by Him to direct spiritual affairs. Treason against the Inward was treason against the Lord Himself. And the army criminal must expect not only the rope but eternal punishment and eternal perdition as well. If, however, because of the requirements of military discipline, secular justice could not quash the sentence and had to hang the criminal, everything was not yet lost as far as the other punishment in eternity was concerned. A man could improve his position by means of an excellent move by relentance. The chaplain pictured this very moving as something which might help him in heaven by obliterating all the traces of his activities and actions in general thinks in PRZCMYL. To start with, he would shout at the content man, let us kneel together. Repeat after me, my son. And then this stinking lousy cell would resound with a prayer. O quality it is always to give grace and to forgive, earnestly beg thee for the soul of this warrior, whom thou hast commanded to leave this world by the sentence of a summary court-martial in Persemi grant that this infantryman by his piteous and total re-intance I'm read from suffering the torments of hell, and that he may partake of the everlasting joys. If you allow me to say so, your reverence, you've been sitting like a stuck pig for 5 minutes as though you'd lost your capacity for anyone, and see on you that this is the first time you've been in jail. Have for spiritual consolation, said the chaplain gravely. It beats me why you keep harping on this spiritual consolation, sir. I'm awfully sorry, sir, but I don't feel strong enough to be able to offer you any consolation at all. You're not the first or the last chaplain to get himself behind bars. And moreover, to tell the truth, sir, I don't have the eloquence to offer consolation to anyone in such a difficult situation. I tried, but it didn't turn out very well. Now, come sit down nicely here next to me and I'll tell you all about it. When I used to live in Opatovica Street, I had a friend called Faustin, who was a porter in a hotel. He was a very decent fellow, very fair, and hard-working. He knew every girl on the streets, and you could come to him, sir, in the hotel at any time during his night duty and just tell him, Mr. Faustin, I'd like a girl, and he would at once ask you very conscientiously whether you wanted a blonde, a brunette, a short one, a tall one, a thin one, a fat one, a German, a Czech, a Jewess, a married one, a divorced one, a widow, an intelligent one or an unintelligent one. Švejk to the chaplain in a way and putting his arm round his waist continued. Let's say now, sir, that you had said, I'd like a blonde with long legs, a widow without intelligence. Well, in 10 minutes you'd have had her in with you with her birth certificate as well. The chaplain began to feel hot all over, and Švejk went on talking, clasping the chaplain to him like a mother, and you wouldn't have guessed, sir, what a feeling for morality and decency Mr. Faustin had. He didn't take a single kreutzer tip from those women whom he bargained with and delivered to the rooms. And if ever one of those women forgot and wanted to slip him on a thing, you should have how furious he got and how he started to shout at her, you filthy bitch, you, when you sell your body and commit mortal sin, don't imagine that 10 kreutzers of yours are going to make any difference. I'm no TNWD, you impudent whore, you. I only do this out of compassion for you, that when you've sunk so low you won't have to display your shame to passers-by in public, caught in a night somewhere by a patrol and 3 days scrubbing the floors of the police headquarters. Here at least you're warm and no one sees how low you've fallen. But he compensated himself at the expense of the guests when he refused to accept money like a bawd. He had his tariff: blue eyes cost 10 kreutzers, black eyes 15. and he always made out a detailed bill on a piece of paper which he presented to the guest. Those were very reasonable agent's prices. For a woman without intelligence there was a surcharge, often kreuzers, because he took the view that a vulgar piece like that provided more fun than an educated lady. Well, once towards evening Mr. Faust Yn came to see me in Opatavika Street. He was in a very excited state and not at all himself, as though they had only a moment ago dragged him out from underneath a protecting rail on a tram and stolen his watch in the Park. At first he didn't a word, and then he drew out of his kit a bottle of rum, took a swig at it, offered it to me and said, "Drink." And then we didn't say anything until we'd drunk up the whole bottle, when he suddenly said, "Old man, please do something for me. Open the window onto the street. I'll sit on the ledge here. You take me by the legs and throw me DCFRN from the 3rd floor. I need nothing more in life. I've now got this last consolation that there's a true friend who can see me off out of this world. I can't go on living in it. Honest as I am, I have Tren accused of procuring like a bot from the Jewish quarter. After all, our hotel's a first-class one. All the 3 and my wife have police books and don't owe the doctor a single kreutzer for his visits. If you have any for me at all, throw me down from 3rd floor and give me this last concession." I told him to climb out onto the window ledge and I threw him down onto the street. "Don't be afraid, your reverence." Švejk's TMD on the bunk and pulled the chaplain up with him. "Look, your reverence." I seized him like this and whiz bang, down he went. Švejk lifted up the chaplain and dropped him on the ground again, and while the horrified chaplain picked himself up from the floor, Švejk went on saying, "So you, sir, that nothing happened to you, and nothing happened to him, to Mr. Faustin Sither, although it was 3 times as high." Mr. Faustin was completely tight and forgot that I was living on the ground in Opataviki Street and not on the 3rd floor as I used to a year before, when I lived in Kremenkova Street and he used to come and me there. On the floor the chaplain coked up an rem at Švejk, who stalked over him on the bunk and waved his arms. It flashed on the chaplain that he was dealing with a madman and so he stammered, "Yes, my dear, it wasn't even 3 times as high." Then he shuffled slowly towards to the began suddenly to bang on it and uttered such frightful shrieks that they at once opened it for him. Švejk saw through the barred window how the chaplain hurriedly rushed across the courtyard, extradited by a guard and gesticulating in a lively manner. "And now they are probably taking him to the mental ward," thought Švejk, as he jumped down from the end around aisle NEV ring PVE Lunme. "Why ever when I get to my R*IM a few minutes later they reported to General Fink that the chaplain had come. The general was again entertaining many guests, among whom an eminent role was played by 2 pleasant ladies, not to speak of wine and liqueurs. Here were met together all the officers who had formed the board of the summary court-martial, except the ordinary infantrymen who had lit their cigarettes in the morning. The chaplain floated into the gathering like a phantom in a high story. He was pale and dignified, like a man who is conscious that he has had his FACC slapped, no fault of his own. General Fink, who had latterly very familiarly to the chaplain, drew him beside him on the sofa and asked him in a drunken voice, "What's the matter with you, old spiritual consolation?" At the same time one of the gay ladies threw a cigarette at the chaplain. "Have a drink, old spiritual consolation," General Fink said again, pouring him out some wine in a large green goblet. As he did not start drinking at once, the general began to wind down him, and if the chaplain had not imbibed very valiantly he would have made a nice over him. It was only then that the inquiries about how the condemned man had conducted himself while the spiritual consolation was being offered. The chaplain stood up and said in tragic tones, "He's gone that must have a brilliant spiritual consolation." The general said with a loud guffaw, upon which all the others had fits of frightful laughter and both ladies began once more to throw cigarettes at the chaplain. At the end of the table the major nodded in his chair. He had already taken a drop tcx much and now he woke up out of his apathy, quickly a liqueur into 2 wine glasses, made his way through the chairs to the chaplain and forced the confused servant of God to drink to brotherhood with him. After that he rolled to his place and went on with his 40 winks. With this toast the chaplain fell completely into the clutches of the Deva, who stretched his arms out to him from all the TK, dolls on the table and from the looks and smiles of the gay ladies who put their legs on the table opposite him, that Beelzebub was even peering at him out of lace frillies. Up to the very last moment the chaplain had not lost the conviction that his soul was at stake and that he was a renarder. This he expressed in his meditations, which he addressed to the general's two batmen who carried him into the next RCXM and laid him on the sofa. A sad but exalted spectacle is opening up before your eyes, when with an unprejudiced and pure mind you recall so many famous sufferers who became victims for their faith and who are known by the name of martyrs. In my you can observe how a man can feel exalted over all his sufferings, when justice and virtue dwell in his heart, and armed with these he wins a glorious victory over his most frightful sufferings. Then they turned his face to the wall and he immediately fell asleep. He had very disturbed slumbers. He dreamt that in the daytime he was carrying out the duties of a chaplain and in the evening he was porter in the hotel in the place of Faustin, whom Švejk had thrown out of the window from the third. Complaints against him came to the general from inside on the grounds that he had brought a guest a brunette instead of a blonde, and that instead of a divorced lady with intelligence he had supplied a widow without intelligence. He woke up in the morning sweating like a pig and with a queasy stomach. It occurred to him that his vicar in Moravia was an angel compared with him. Švejk, back in his March company, the mayor who acted as judge advocate at the court proceedings with SVCJK the previous morning, was the same figure who at the general's evening party drank to brotherhood with the chaplain, and one thing was certain: no one knew at what hour and in what state the mayor left the general that night. They were all of them in such a condition that no one noticed his absence. The general was even confus el who of the company was speaking. The major had already more than 2 hours away when the general, twirling his moustaches and smiling in an way, out, very well, said, Malheur. In the morning the mayor could found his great CTNT hung in the hall, his saber was on the hook, and the only thing missing was his officer's cap. He thought he had perhaps gone to sleep in the WC in the house somewhere, and so they looked through all the W.Cs but failed to find him and here. Instead they discovered on the second floor a lieutenant who had been one of the general's guests and who was fast asleep in a kneeling position with his mouth in the hole, sleep having overtaken him just as he was vomiting. The major seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. But if anyone had happened to 100K through the TNRRCD window into where SVCJK was locked up, they would have seen that under Švejk's Russian military greatcoat 2 were sleeping on one bunk and 2 pairs of boots were out. The boots with spurs belonged to the major, those without to Švejk. Both men lay jacily together like 2 kittens. Švejk had his paw under the major's head and the major was embracing Švejk's waist, snuggling up to him like a puppy to a bitch. There was nothing mysterious about this. The major was duty conscious and that was all. You must certainly have had the experience of sitting and drinking with Neon the whole night until late the next morning, when suddenly your drinking puts his hands to his head, jumps up and shouts, Jesus Mary, I ought to have Tren in the Omps at 8 OCL, EK. This is the so-called fit of which comment on as of a guilty conscience. A poor man who is seized by such a noble fit is easily deflected from his conviction that he must at MCE go to the and make up for what he missed there. These are the Haddle's apparitions whom the porters in the offices catch in the and tuck up the in their hole that they and sleep it out. And this was the fit that had the major. When he woke up in his chair it suddenly occurred to him that must at once interrogate Švejk. This fit of official duty conscious bobbed up quickly and suddenly and was implemented promptly and decisively that no one noticed the major's disappearance. But all the more conspicuously the majors felt in the Gardel asterisk of the army jail. He erupted there like a bomb. The sergeant major duty was deeping at the table and around him tier rest of the men slumbered in urious musicians. The major with his cap on one side let off such a volley of oaths that all in the midst of their yawns and their faces acquired a grimacing expression. It was not a pack of old ears who stared at him hopelessly and grotscaly but a VNCK of grinning apes. The major struck the table with his fist and shouted at the sergeant major, "You indolent bastard! I told you 1,000 times that your men are a pack of swinish shits." Turning to the goggling men he shouted, "Men, there's staring out of your EY even when you're asleep and when you're awake, UUICX, K as if each one of you had wolfed up a truck of dynamite." After that there followed a long and copious in the duties of all the men on guard and finally the order that they should at once open up for him the cell where Švejk was hidden, as he wanted to subject the delinquent to an introduction. And so this was how the major G to Švejk's cell in the night. He arrived there at the when was, to ripening within him. His final outburst, his order that the keys of prison should be handed over to him. In a last despairing recollection of duties the sergeant major to comply. At Nuda and * impression the map or you swinish pack of shit slow, he shouted into the courtyard. If you'd given me the keys I'd have shown you. Humbly report, sir, the sergeant major answered, I am obliged to lock you up and to put a guard over the prisoner for the sake of your own safety. When you want to leave, sir, just knock on the door. You half-wit, said the major, you baboon, you camel, do you really imagine that I'm afraid of any prin and you have to station a guard to protect me when I'm going to interrogate him? Bicod hell. Lock me in and clear out quick. In the opening over the door in the barred lantern a lamp with a short wick emitted a faint light which barely sufficed to enable the major to find Švejk who, awake and standing in military position by his bunk, patiently awaited what would actually come out of this. Švejk remembered that the best thing to do would be to give the major AR and RT, and so he called out energetically, humbly sir, one jailed man and otherwise nothing to report. The major suddenly could not why he had come there and he said, at ease. Where have you got that jailed? Humbly report, it's me, sir, Švejk proudly. The major, however, this reply, for the general's wine and liqueurs were producing in his brain the final alcoholic reaction. He yawned so frightfully that any civilian would have sprained his knee. Of the major, however, this yawning shunted his thoughts into those of the brain where human trinks preserve the art of song. Without any ceremony he fell onto Švejk on the bunk and screamed out in the tones of a slaughtered pig just before its final end, O Tannenbaum, O Tannenbaum, wic Hansen den Bladder. He repeated this several times, punctuating the song with incomprehensible shrieks. Then he rolled over onto his back like a small, made himself into a ball and began to snore at once. Sir, Švejk said, waking him, humbly report, you'll get lice. It was no go L. The major was dead to the world. Švejk looked at him tenderly and said, well, then, to bye-byes. Old Dan covered him with his great coat. Later he accepted beside him, and it was in this sitting they found them next morning snuggled at about 9 OCHXK, when the hunt the major reached its climax, saved JK up and thought it appropriate to wake him. He him several times very thoroughly, pulled TLR Russian grade cut off him, until finally he sat up on the bunk and dully at Švejk tried to find out from him the solution to the enigma of what had actually happened to him. Humbly report, sir, THVE Madame here Verl from the guard room to make sure you're still alive. And I've taken the of waking you up now, because I don't know how long you generally sleep and wouldn't like you to oversleep. There was once in a brewery at Ahlav's who always slept until 6 OCLCRK in the morning, and should he happen to oversleep only a quarter of an hour to a quarter 6, he went sleeping until noon, and did this for so long that they kicked him out of his job. After that he got angry and abused the church and a member of our ruling house. You dotty, no, said the mayor in broken Czech, not without a touch of hopelessness, because he had a terrible hangover from the previous night and still could not find an answer to the question why he was actually sitting there, why people kept on coming here from the and why this fellow who was standing in front of him was driveling such nonsense which was completely Greek to him. It all seemed frightfully queer. He remembered vaguely that he had already been there once in the night, but what on earth was the already here night, he asked in a tone of some uncertainty. According to instructions, sir, Švejk answered, as I from your words, sir, humbly report, you came to interrogate me. And then it all suddenly dawned on the major and he looked at himself and behind him as though he were searching for something. Don't worry about anything, sir, said SVCJKYCMVE, woken up exactly as you were when you came in here. You arrived here without a granite and without a saber but with a AP. Your cap is over there. I had to take it from your hand because you wanted to put it under your head. An officer's parade cap, sir, like a top hat. There's only one man who could go to sleep on a top hat, and that was a Mr. Cardiraz Elsianus. He stretched himself out on a bench in a pub and put his top hat under his head. He used to sing at funerals, you see, and went to every funeral in a top hat. He put his top hat nicely under his head and impressed it on his mind that he mustn't squash it. Then throughout the night in some way or other he kept the full weight of his TDY off it so that it wasn't damaged at all but rather benefited from it, because when he turned from one side to the other he slowly brushed it with his hair till he had completely ironed it. The Major, who was now already grasping the whys and wherefores, continued to 100k dully at save JK and could only u-dotty, no. I now hear. I go away. He got up, went to the door and hammered before they came to open it. He had time to say to SVCJK, if telegram no come that you're you then you hang. Thank you very much indeed, said L. No, sir, that you're taking very care of me, and if by any chance, sir, you should have caught one on this bunk, you can be assured that if it's a small one and has little red buttocks it's a male. And if there's only one and you don't find a long gray one with reddish stripes on its belly, then it's all right, because otherwise there would have been a pair, and these bastards breed frightfully, even worse than rabbits. Drop that, the Meyer said dejectedly in German to SV*, when they opened the door for him. In the guard room the Major made no further scenes. He just stiffly ordered them to get him a droshky, and during its vibrations on the wretched cobbles of Perzamiel he had only one thought in his head, and that was that even if the delinquent was an imbecile of the first water, he was probably only an innocent bastard after all. As far as he personally was concerned, there was nothing else for him to do except either shoot himself as he came home, or send for his great coat and saber from the general's apartment, take a bath in the town baths, stop at Wallgruber's wine cellar afterwards, put his appetite in order again, and book by telephone a ticket for the performance in the town theater that evening. Before he reached his apartment he decided on the latter. But in his a small surprise awaited him. He arrived just at the right moment in the corridor. General Fink, who was holding the Major's Batman by the manhandling him frightfully and roaring at him, "Where have you put your Major, you swine? Sink, you animal!" But the animal did not speak, either cause he was blue in the through, the general suffocating him. As he came in upon this scene the Meyer saw that the unfortunate Batman was firmly holding under his arm his great coat and brie, which he had obviously brought from the general's vestibule. Scene began to give the Major a great deal of entertainment, and he stck in a doorway and went on ltx*ing at the suffering of his faithful servant, who had the quality of having drawn onto himself the Major's dislike on account of his various pilferings. The general let go of the Batman only for a moment in order to take a telegram out of his hicket. He then began to und the Batman sss the mouth and lips with it, and to shout at him, "Where have you put your Major, you swine? Where have you put your Meyer Judge at rate, you bastard, so that you can hand him a telegram on an official matter? Here I am, Meyer dear." Woda called from the door. The association of the words Major, Judge Advocate and telegram reminded him again of his duties. Shouted General Fink, "So you're coming back, are you?" There was so much malice in his tone that the Major did not reply but stood there irresolutely. The general told him to follow him into the sitting RCVJM, and when they sat down at the desk he threw onto the table the telegram with which he had pounded the Batman's face, and said to him in a tragic voice, "Read it. This is your work." While the Major read the telegram the general got up from his chair, ran up and down and knocked over the chairs and shouted, "But I'll hang him nonetheless." The telegram read as follows: Infantryman Joseph Švejk, orderly of the Th March Company, got lost on this month on the route while on a journey to look for billets. Send Infantryman Švejk to brigade headquarters at Wiley without delay. The Major opened the drawer of his desk, drew out a map and reflected that Felston was 40 kilometers southeast of Perzamiel, and it was a frightful mystery how Infantryman Švejk could have come across the Russian uniform in an area more than 150 kilometers away from the front, since the forward impositions stretched along the line Sokol Terskaz. When the Meyer informed the general of this and showed him on the map the place where, according to the telegram, Švejk had got lost a few days ago, the general bellowed like a bull, because he felt that all his horrors of having a summary court-martial had dissolved in smoke. He went to the telephone, called up the guard RM and gave orders that they should at once bring the prisoner Švejk to him in the Major's apartment. Before the order was carried out the general, amid a volley of frightful oaths, gave full rein to his annoyance. Countle and times, he should have had him hanged on his own without any further investigations. The Major opposed this view and said something to the effect that law and justice must go hand in hand. HC spoke expectantly in resounding freuds about justice and the law, judicial murders, and everything he could possibly think of. After the night before he had a ghastly hangover which he felt an urge to relieve by 3 wii, and they at last Duchate Švejk, the Maine demanded an explanation from him of what had Felston and the facts the Russian uniform. Švejk duly explained this and it with a few examples from his chronicle of human suffering. When afterwards the major asked him why he had not stated this under cross-examination before the court, Švejk answered that no one had in fact asked him how he got in Russian uniform and that all the questions had trend. Do you admit that you voluntarily and without any presuer put enemy uniform? Since that were true he could ncr anything else but, of why it like that undoubtedly. These was why he had rejected with indignation the accusations made in the court that he had betrayed his imperial majesty. The fellow is a complete, said the general to the major. Only a idiot would put on a Russian uniform left on the dam of a lake by Gekkonis nose and then get himself drafted into a party of Russian prisoners. Humbly report, sir, Švejk said, you are right. I do sometimes notice myself that I'm feeble-minded, especially towards evening when shut up. You ox, the mayor said to Švejk and turned to the general to ask what they should do with him. Let his brigade hang him, the general decided. An hour later the escort took Švejk to the station to conduct him to the staff of the brigade in Wojalica. In the jail Švejk left trimmed him a small memorial of himself, having scratched on the wall with a piece of wood a list in 3 columns of all the soups and main dishes which he had eaten in civil life. RT was a kind of protest against the CT that 24 hours they had given him nothing whatsoever to eat. The following applied Švejk to the brigade, in accordance with instructed in telegram number 469 the is forwarded to brigade staff Fertier. The court itself, which consisted of men, was a medley of nationalities. RT was made up of a Pole, a Hungarian, a German and a Czech. The last named, who had the rank of a corporal and led the escort, tried to show his importance towards the prisoner who was his fellow countryman by letting him feel his frightful superiority. When for instance Švejk expressed the wish at the station that he might be permitted to urinate, the corporal told quite rudely that he could urinate when he came to the brigade. Very well, QID save JK, you'll have to give me that in writing, that when my bladder bursts it who is responsible for it. There is a law about that, Catmull. The corporal, who was as simple, was frightened by the word bladder and the whole ceremoniously led Švejk to the WC on the station. Throughout the journey the corporal gave the impression of a brutal fellow and he LCNKED stuck up that you might have you height he was going to get at the very least the rank of commander of an army corps the very next day. When TLRY were sitting in the train on the line Persimilchyr6W, Švejk remarked to him, when I LMK at you, I'm always reminded of a certain Biazba, who used to serve in Trento. The first day they promoted him corporal he began suddenly to increase in girth. First his cheeks started to swell and then his TRLLY blew up so that the next day his crown property trousers weren't big enough for him. But what was worst of all was that his ears to grow long. They sent him to the sick room and the regimental doctor explained that it was what usually to corporals. At first they blow up and with me corporals this over quickly, but this of his was a very serious one and he might burst, because it was spreading from his star down to navel. To eave him THQ had to cut off his star and then he went down again. From that moment Švejk vainly tried to keep up a conversation with the corporal and to explain to him in a friendly way why it was a common saying that a corporal was a disaster for a company. The corporal did not answer except to make dark threats which of them would the one to laugh when they came to the brigade. In short Švejk's fellow countrymen did not prove to much go XL, and when Švejk asked him where he came from he answered that it was no business of his. Švejk tried all kinds of methods on him. He told him that this was not the first time he had been led under escort and that he had always had a grand time with all those who had escorted him. The corporal remained silent and Švejk went on, well, now, I think, corporal, that some disaster in the world must have struck you if you've lost your power of speech. I've known many gloomy corporals but such a forsaken disaster as you are, Corb. Please excuse me and don't be angry that I'm saying it I've never yet seen. Tell me frankly what's worrying you and perhaps I can advise you, because a soldier who is being led under escort always has more experience than those who are guarding him. Or do you know what, corporal? What about your telling us a story that the journey pass more? Perhaps you could tell us something about what it looks like in the part of the country you come from, whether there are lakes there or whether there are the ruins of an old castle there and, if there are, you could tell us the legend about them. "I've had enough of this," shouted the corporal. "Then you're a happy man, Švejk. Many people never have enough." The corporal ENVE10FD himself complete silence after he had spoken his LXT word. "In the brigade they'll explain it all to you and I shan't bother myself about you anymore." There was very little fun in the port altogether. The Hungarian talked with the German in a peculiar way, because the only words he knew in German were "and was." When the German explained something to him, the Hungarian nodded his head and said, "Jawohl," and when the German stopped talking the Hungarian said, "was," and the German started again. The Pole in the escort behaved like an aristocrat. He took notice of anyone and emerged himself on his own by blowing his on the ground, very cleverly using forthies the fingers of his right hand. After that he nearly smeared it with the butt of his rifle and in a well-bred manner willed the sticky butt of the rifle muttering all the time, "Holy mother of GLD, you aren't very clever at it," aidsfully to him. At an Abogeti there lived in a cellar apartment a Maka and K. He used to blow his on the window and smear it round so cleverly that he made out of it a picture of Libby prophesying Prague's glory. For every picture like that his wife gave him such an honorarium that he had a mug like a barn DCX then. But he wouldn't give it up and went on perfecting HQLF in it. It was the only pleasure had, you see. The Pole did empty answer and finally the whole Diort was plunged in deep silence, as though they were going to a funeral and were thinking PNJ's thoughts about the late lamented. It was in this state that they approached the brigade staff at Woja. Meanwhile at the gaff there had very considerable the command of the brigade staff had been entrusted to Colonel Gerbich. This was a gentleman of great military talents, which had gone to his legs in the form of gout. But he had very influential friends in the ministry who to it that he did not retire but could KNCRK about in the various staffs of the larger military units, draw increased pay together with various kinds of war and remain in each place until in a fit of gout he committed an act of complete asininity. Then he was again moved somewhere else and usually it was a kick upstairs. At lunch he never talked to the officers about anything except his swollen which times attained such frightful dimensions that he had to wear a big boot. At meals it was his Vauritrixcupitic to tell every so how his TTK oozed and continually swat, that HC had to have it in cotton wool, and that these exudations smelt like oxtail up. These was why whenever he was transferred to another IOB the whole officers' corps always idea galbi to him. Otherwise he was a very jovial gentleman and behaved quite affably to the junior officers, to whom he recounted the things he used to drink and eat *4 he was attacked by gout. When they brought to the brigade and, at the orders of the officer on duty, escorted him *3 with the NEC Aridswoman's Colonel G. Gerbich, Lieutenant Dub was sitting in the office. During those few days since the march from Sanok to Sarnr Lieutenant Dub had experienced one more adventure. Beyond Felston the LTH march command and meta of horses which were being led to the Dragran regiment inside Wisnia. Lieutenant Dub himself hardly knew how it had happened that he had wanted to demonstrate his equestrian skill to Lieutenant Luka and how he had jumped onto a horse which with him down the valley of a stream, where they afterwards found him firmly planted in a small that even the clever Gardner would not have capable of doing it. When with the help of ropes they dragged him out Lieutenant Dub had complaints. He only groaned in a low voice, as though his last hour had come. As they marched by the staff of the brigade, they TMK'd him there and eddled him in a small military hospital. A few days later he recovered at the could that they should rub his back and 2 or 3 tim more with tincture of after which he could go back to his unit. Now he was sitting in Colonel Gerbich's office and was chatting with him various illnesses. When he QW spake he shouted cut in a loud voice, because he knew all at HUT his mysterious D*P France on the way to Felston, so we've got you back again. Many go away as brutes and return as even bigger monsters. You're one of those. I suppose for the sake of completeens it would appropriate to add that Lieutenant Dub, as result of his adventure on horseback, had suffered a slight concussion of the brain and therefore we must not be surprised if coming close to Švejk he called upon the Lord to struggle with and shouted out in Father, LCNK, I urge thee. The smoke and boom. The bullets whistle me with a terrifying Lord of battles, Father, help me against this rogue. Where have you trend such a KMG time, you bastard? What's that unify, RM you've got on? It must also reordered that the gout-stricken Monal had everything arranged very in HB office when he had no attacks. Officers and NCOs of all ranks to visit him to listen to his opinions about his swollen TCR with its flavor of sour oxtail during the when Gerbich did not suffer attacks. His office was always full of the nust-averse ranks, cause in such exceptional circumstances he was vague, gay and talkative and was glad to have listeners around him to he tell his dirty stories. This gave him a lot of pleasure and gave the others the satisfaction of being forced to laugh at his shotnuts, which were probably in circulation as ago as the time of General Lawton. It was very easy to under Colonel Gerbich at such times. Everybody did what they liked, and wherever the colonel turned up in any staff everything knew that Propel would and fiddle in every kind of way. And so now, in addition to Švejk, who was brought for him, the colonel's room ms crowded with officers of the most varied ranks who waited to what would happen, while the colonel the document addressed to the brigade staff and composed by the major from Piersmiel. But Lieutenant Dub continued his conversation with Švejk in his usual charming tray. You don't know me yet, but when you get to know me, you'll be dead stiff with horror. The colonel was completely flummoxed when he read the document from the major at Piersmiel. The latter had dictated it when he was still under the influence of slight alcohol poisoning. Colonel Gerbich was in a mood nonetheless, because yesterday and today the unpleasant pains had eased and his toe was as quiet as a lamb. Well, what have you actually done? He asked Švejk in such an affable tone that a dagger went through Lieutenant Dub's heart and impelled him to reply in the place of Švejk. This man, sir, he said, presenting Švejk, pretends to a half-wit for the sole purpose of concealing his rascality under the mask of imbecility. I am not acquainted with the contents of the document which has been sent with him, but nonetheless I presume the blackguard has again committed some offense, but this time on a larger scale. If you would allow me, sir, to familiarize myself with the contents of the document, I could surely give you, should you wish it, certain pointers to the way he should be handled. Turning to Švejk he said to him, you're sucking my aren't you? I am, answered Švejk with dignity. So you can see what he's like, sir, Lieutenant Dub continued in German. You can't ask him any questions. You can't talk to him at all. One day the scythe must strike against the stone and he will have to punish in an exemplary fashion. Allow me, sir. Lieutenant Dub buried himself in the document which had been drawn up by the major from Piersmiel, and when he had finished reading it he called out triumphantly, now it's amen for you, save JK. What have you done with your crown property uniform? On these rags too. I left it on the dam of the lake when I was. It's really see how a Russian soldier feels in them, answered nothing more than a misunderstanding. Švejk began to tell Lieutenant Dub all the troubles he had had on account of this misunderstanding, and when he had finished Lieutenant Dub roared at him, it is only now that you're really going to know me. Do you know what it means to lose crown property, you scoundrel, to lose your uniform in wartime? Humbly RQY.RT, sir, answered Švejk. When a loses his uniform he has to draw another one. Jesus Mary, shouted Lieutenant Dub. You hound, you reptile, how much longer are you going to play with me? Do you want to serve another 100 years after the war? Colonel Gerbich, who up to this moment had remained sitting calmly and at his table, suddenly grinned in frightful way because his TCK, which up to that time had been very quiet, was suddenly transformed by a fit of gout from a gentle and peaceful iamb into a roaring tiger, an electric current of 600 volts, a limb which was being slowly crushed to rubble by a hammer. HC just waved his hand and roared in the frightful voice of a man who is ixing slowly roasted on a spit, get out everybody. Give me a revolver. Everyone already recognized the symptoms and so they all rushed out, including Švejk, whom the guard dragged out into the passage. Only Lieutenant Dub remained. The moment seemed to him a very favorable one to settle scores with Švejk, and he said to the grimacking colonel, allow me to observe, sir, that this man. The colonel mewed and threw in at him, whereupon the horrified Lieutenant Dub saluted and said, of course, sir, and disappeared him read through the door. After that roars and howls resounded from the coroner's office for a long time until finally the painful lamentations ceased. The colonel's was suddenly transformed back into a peaceful lamb. The fit of gout had passed. The colonel rang the bell and ordered Švejk to be brought back to him. Well, what's the matter with you? He asked Švejk, as though a load had fallen from his shoulders. He was as free and happy as though he were rolling in the sand at the seaside. Švejk smiled affably at the end, told him his whole odyssey, how he was the orderly of the march company of the 91st Regiment and how he had no idea how they could get on without him. The colonel also smiled and then issued the following orders: write out a railway warrant for Švejk via LW6W to Zaltafice, where his march company is due to arrive tomorrow, and give him a new uniform out of the store and 6 crowns 82 hellers for messing, and when later, dressed in a new Austrian uniform, Švejk left the brigade staff to go to the station. Lieutenant Dub was hanging the staff headquarters and was not a little surprised when Švejk ported to him in a strictly military fashion, showed him his documents and asked him solicitously whether he should take any message from him to Lieutenant Lukai. Lieutenant Dub could utter no word dismiss. When he after the disappearing figure of Švejk he muttered under his breath, "You'll get to know me in time, Jesus Mary." You will at the station of 2 Edifice Antane Signers whole battalion was assembled except for the rear guard of the 14th, which had got lost somewhere when they marched round Lwa. Arriving at the small country town, Švejk found himself in a completely new environment. It was possible to observe from the general bustle that it not very far from the front where people were massacring each other. All around the artillery and baggage trains had their encampments. Soldiers of various regiments came out of every house. Like an elite among them all, Reich Germans were slottling about and aristocratically offering the Austrians cigarettes from their lavish supplies. In the Reich German field kitchens in the square there were even whole barrels from which they tapped beer for the men, who fetched rations of it for their lunch and supper. The neglected Austrian soldiers with their bellies distended by filthy concoctions of sweet chicory hung around them like greedy cats. Groups of Jews with hanging curls and in long kaftans pointed to the smoke clouds in the west and gesticulated with their hands. Everywhere they were shouting that on the river Bug the villages of Osiskow, Busk, and Derwini were on fire. The thunder of guns could be clearly heard. They shouted that the Russians were bombarding Kamyanka-Stromalawa, from that fighting was going on along the whole of the Bug, and Soldates were stopping refugees who wanted to go back to their homes at Ertuns the Bug. Everywhere disorder and confusion, and no one knew for certain whether the Russians had not started anew and halted their continuous retreat along the whole front. Every moment field gendarmerie patrols brought to the main headquarters of the town frightened Jewish soul who was accused of having spread mendacious and false news. There they beat the wretched Jews until they were covered with and released them to go home with their hindquarters lacerated. It was into this chaos that Švejk arrived, and in this country town that he started his quest for his company. Already on the station he had nearly come into conflict with the transit command guard. When he came to the table where information was provided for soldiers for their units, the corporal shouted at him from the table whether he didn't perhaps want him to go in for his company for him. Švejk told him that he only wanted to know whereabouts in the town the LTH March Company of the regiment was billeted. "It's very important for me to know where the 11th Company is," Švejk stressed. "I am its orderly." Very unfortunately a staff sergeant Meyer at the next table. He jumped D up like a tiger and roared at Švejk, "You blasted swine, you are an orderly and you don't know where your march company is." Before Švejk could answer, the staff had into the office and a moment later brought out from it a fat lieutenant who looked as worthy as the owner of a large factory. The transit commands tended to be the collecting grounds for wild soldiers who might spend the whole war looking for their units and knocking about from one transit point to another. They would have liked most of all to wait in long queues by the tables at the transit commands, where their WSS the inscription, payment for messing. When the lieutenant the urgent Meyer shouted out in German, "Attention," and the lieutenant asked Švejk, "Where are your documents?" When Švejk had shown them to him and the lieutenant was satisfied as to the correctness of his march route from the staff of his brigade to his company in Zatas, he returned them to Švejk and said patronizingly to the at the table, "Give him the information he requires," and again shut himself in the office next door. When the door closed after him, the sergeant major took Švejk by the schnelder and leading him to the gave him the following information: "See that you clear out of here quick, you stinking bastard." Švejk found himself once more in the chaos and started to look for whom he knew from the battalion. He walked for a long time on the streets until in the end he staked everything on one card. He stopped the colonel and asked him in his broken German if by any chance he knew where his battalion and company were quartered. "You can speak Czech to me," the colonel said. "I'm Czech too. Your battalion is quartered nearby in the village of Klymont 6W behind the railway." It's not allowed in the town because people from one of your companies fought with the Bavarians in the town square the very day they arrived. And Švejk set off to climb on 6W. The colonel called after him, put his hand in his pocket and gave him 5 crowns to buy cigarettes with. Then he said a friendly goodbye to him and went away from him, thinking to himself, what a nice lad. Švejk continued his to the village and thinking about the colonel drew the inference that 12 years ago in Trento there was a Gonal Habermayer who behaved as nicely to the soldiers but turned out in the end to be in the baths nar the ODJ he had tried to violate a cadet probationer, using Irvis regulations as blackmail. Walking slowly, and in the *GKXRNY thoughts, Švejk reached the nearby village and had little trouble in finding the staff of his battalion. Although the village was very extensive, there was only one decent building in it, a big elementary SCHCX-L, which the Galician administration had but in this purely Ukrainian area as of an intensive drive to make them more Polish. They had gone through various fars during the war. Various Russian and Austrian staffs had quartered there and the former gymnasium had been turned into an 0F-18 theatre at the time of the great battles which decided the fate of LW6W. They cut off legs and arms and carried out skull trepanning there. Behind the cruel building in the garden was a huge crater caused by the expulsion official of Hail Libra. In the corner of the garden stand a very large and of the branches hung a piece of cut. Not long ago the Greek Catholic vicar had been handed as a result of a denunciation by the headmaster of the local Polish who accused him of a memtek of the group of old Russians and of having during the Russian Krikopation celebrated a Nus and Tier Church F the victory of the arms of the Russian Orthodox. It was in fact not true. The accused had not ironed there at the time, had been undergoing a cure for his gallstones at a Inkrniazamurlin, which was untouched by the war. Various lanterns played there in the hanging of the Greek Catholic priest, nationalism, religious strife, and a hen. Shortly before the war the unfortunate vicar had killed in his garden one of the headmaster's hens which was up the melon he had. Just after his death the vicarage built IVNYD empty and it could that everyone took something away in memcry of him. One Polish even me the piano, the top of which he used for repairing the of his pigsty. Some of the furniture was up by the as was the custom, and it was a stroke of luck that the stove in the kitchen was not ruined. It was big and had an excellent cooker, because the Greek Catholic vicar was no different from his Rotnan Catholic and enjoyed his yum-yum. So he liked to have many pots and pans on the cooker, and in thus it a tradition that all units of the army which passed through here used this kitchen for CTX, king for their officers. Upstairs in one big room was a sort of officers' club. The tables and chairs were collected FRCN and the inhabitants of the village. That very day the officers of the were having a banquet. They had together and bought a pig and Jurjda was making a PJRK feast for them. He was surrounded by various hangers-on from those ranks who served the officers, among whom the quartermaster Sergeant Meyer played a prominent. He advised Jurjda how to *RVE the pig's head so that a piece of its snout was left for him. The eyes which most were those of the insatiable Balaun. He had the same lustful and longing 100k as cannibals have when they see a missionary roast on a spit and the fat runs down and gives out a pleasant smell when it is being fried. Balaun felt like a dog leading a milk cart when a boy from the delicatessen shop G.K.S. passed with a basket of pieces of freshly smoked meat on his head. A string of smoked sausages hangs out of the basket over his back and the dog would jump and snap at it, were it not for the nasty straps in which it is harnessed and its horrible muzzle. The initial phase of the atronus was the preparation of the sausage meat, and here it lay on the baking an enormous embryo smelling of pepper, fat, and liver. And Jurado with his rolled-up sleeves was solemn that he could have served as a model for a painting of how created the world from chaos. Balaun could not contain himself and began to sob. Then his sobs grew into a heart-rending wailing. "What are you bellowing like a bull for?" Jurjda asked him. "It reminds me of home," Balaun answered sobbing, "how I was always at home at such times as this and never wanted to send a hamper even to my Natsor. I always wanted to wolf it all myself, and so I did. Once I myself up much with jitternous sausage, pig's head, and trotters that everyone thought I was going to burst, and they drove me up and down and round the courtyard with a whip just like a CCW that's blown up after eating clover. Mr. Jurjda, please let me EMP up a little of this and after that I don't mind if they me. I shan't be able to stand the suffering." Blount got up from the bench and swaying as if he were drunk stepped towards the table. He stretched out his paw in the direction of Heap. Then there came a tough gruggle. It was only with a difficulty that all T could him from hurling himself at the sausage meat. Nonetheless, when they were dragging him out of the kitchen they were able to hold him, and in his desperation he managed to have a grab at the with Gus which were being prepared for filling with a George Daw was angry that he threw a whole bundle of sausage sticks at the reeing Blount and read after him, "Go and stuff yourself on sausage sticks until you burst, you bastard." By that rhyme the officers of the battalion were already assembled upstairs and were waiting ultimly for that marvel which was being born in the kitchen tea-slow. In the meantime, for want of other alcohol they drank a crude calm spirit-colored yellow with onion eel juice, which the Jewish merchant maintained was the most delicious and most genuine French cogmeat which he had inherited from his father, who in his turn had had it to him by his grandfather. "You bastard, you, NID Captain Signer on this sea Kazayan, if you go on saying that your grandfather it from the French when they re-raided from Macau, I'll have you in jail until the youngest in your family becomes the oldest." While after every sip they one the enterprising Jew, Švejk was sitting in the Tunchalion office, where there was no one else except Marek who, as the battalion historian, was using the asterisk Jernadzadik to write up a STCXK of which would obviously break out in the future for the time he was making certain preliminary inquiries, and when Švejk he had written down, "If in our MINNSI we conjure up all herders who in the battles at the village of N, where alongside there fought a battalion of Regiment N and Aruher of our Dollarment N, we shall find that our nth Tuntalion displayed the most brilliant strategic abilities and contributed undeniably to the victory of the nth Division, the obit of which was the final consolidation of our position in Sector N, and so I'm back again, you see," said Švejk to the volunteer. "Allow me to smell you," said Marek, pleasurably touched. You certainly stink of the dungeon hole." "As usual," said Švejk. "It was only a matter of a small misunderstanding." "And what are you doing as you see?" answered Marek, making a rough cockshy about the heroic defenders of Austria, but somehow or other it doesn't hang together and the result's pure drivel. "I am stressing the letter which has attained extraordinary perfection in both the present and the future. In addition to my former talents, Captain Signer has in me an unusual gift for mathematics. I have to control the battalion, and I've come to the conclusion so far that the battalion is completely in the red and is only waiting for the time when it can reach a settlement with its Russian creditors, because most stealing takes place after a defeat or a victory. Lokver, it makes no difference what it are really. Even if we were wiped out to the last man, the documents of our victory are still in existence here. In my capacity of battalion historian, I'm honored to able to write, again fortune has turned against the enemy at the very moment when he was thinking that victory was in his grasp. A sortie by our soldiers and a bayonet attack are the matter of a moment. Enemy flee in despair and throw themselves into their own trenches. We yell at them without mercy that they abandon their trenches in disorder, leaving wounded and unwounded prisoners in our hands. It is one of the glorious moments. Whoever survives all this will write a letter home by field PTBT. They caught it square on their arses, dear wife. Am well. Have you weaned our little brat yet? Only, don't teach him to call strangers papa, because that would difficult for me. Afterwards the censorship will black out the words it on their kiosk. No one knows who got it, and it could be liable to various interpretations owing to its not tring clearly the rally. Important thing is to unequivocally, Švejk. The missionaries were at the Church of St. Ignatius in Prague in 1912. There was a preacher there who from the pulpit that he would probably not meet again in heaven. There was present at that evening spiritual exercise a tinker named Kulsek, and after the service he said at a pub that that missionary must have been up to quite a lot in his time, if he could declare in the church like at a public confession that he wouldn't meet again in heaven. Why did they allow such a coal up into the pulpit? People ought always to speak clearly and distinctly and never in any kind of conundrums. At Ubreku there was a head cellarman years ago, and when he was sozzled and went home after his work he had habit of stopping at a night cafe and drinking toasts with strangers. And he always said at each toast, "We'll on you, and you'll on us," and because of that he once got such a VCR, and the jaw from a respectable gentleman from Hilava, that when the proprietor swept up the teeth the next morning he called his daughter, who went to the 5th class of the elementary school, and asked her how many teeth a grown-up man had in his mouth. because she couldn't tell him he knocked out 2 of her teeth and on the 3rd day got a letter from that head cellar man in which he apologized for all the unpleasantness he had caused and said he had wanted to anything core asterisk but that the public didn't understand him. What he had in fact meant to say was just this: have a down you and you'll have a down on us. Anyone who speaks ambiguously has got to think carefully before he opens his mouth. A straightforward chap who calls a spade seldom gets a swipe acrtss the jaw. But if he happens to get one several times, then he's careful and prefers to keep quiet when he's in company. It's true that Ryable think that a fellow like that must up to some trick and that he often gets beaten up but that's what his delicatession and bring him. After all, HC has to reckon that he's on his own and that he has against him a lot of people who feel they've been insulted by him, and if he started to fight with them he'd get twice as much in return. A chap like that has got to resist and ancient. In Nussel there is a certain Mr. Hogger, and once a Sunday the Etcondratice they stab-crowed him with a knife by mistake, when he was returning from a trip to Bartonek's mill. He came home with a knife stuck in his back, and when his wife took off his coat she drew it cleanly out of his back. That same afternoon she was using it to chop the mat for goulash, cause it was made out of Zollingen steel and beautifully sharpened, and their knives at home were all sawed and blunt. After that she wanted to have a whole of such knives in her household, and she kept sending him every Sunday on a trip to Kondratice, but he was serious that he never went further than to U-Bonzati at Nussel, where he knew that when he was sitting in the kitchen old Bonzat would chuck him out *4 anyone could lay hands on him. "You haven't changed at all," the volunteer said to him. Haven't," answered Švejk. "Haven't had the time to. They even wanted to shoot me, but that was not the worst. I've not had any pay since the 12th. And you won't get it here either. We're going to Sokol, and the pay will only be issued after the battle. We've got to economize. If I reckon that the fighting will break out in a fortnight, they'll save 24 crowns 72 hellers on every fallen soldier, including the bonus. And what's the news here otherwise? First our rearguard got lost, then the officers' corps is having a pork feast at the vicarage, and the men are dispersed all over the village and are committing all sorts of immoralities with the female population. This morning they trussed a soldier from your company B. He climbed up to the attic after a 70-year-old woman. The fellow is innocent in the order of the day. It was never stated up to what age it's permitted. Of course the chap said Švejk, when an old woman like that climbs up on a ladder he can't her face. We had just the sort of at the Mansovereign near Tabor. One of our Plateks, NS was quartered in a pub and a woman was scrubbing in the hall when a fellow called Kremasta came up to her and spanked her on her, what should I say? Her petticoat. She had a very well developed, and when he spanked her on it she didn't register at all. He spanked her a second time and then a third time and she still didn't register, as though it didn't concern her. And so he resolved to start operating, but she went on calmly scrubbing the FLCR around. Afterwards she turned round to him, looked him straight in the eyes and said, "Ever had, soldier?" The woman was over 70 and she told this story all over the village. "And now I'd like to ask you whether during my absence you haven't been jailed too." "There was no opportunity," Marek apologized, "but on the other hand, as far as you're concerned, I have to inform you that the battalion has issued an arrest warrant for you." "It DWSRFT matter," Švejk put in. "They are quite right to have done. The battalion had to do it. It had to issue an arrest warrant for me. It was their duty. One knew where I for such a long time. That was no hasty on the battalion." "Well, did you that all the officers are at the vicarage having a pork feast? Then I must go there and myself to show that I'm back again. I am sure that Lieutenant Lucas has anyhow been very worried about me." Švejk set off the vicarage with a firm military step. "Now X** at me, my treasure, at Mel my treasure, at me. See how they've made a geatlon of me, a gentleman of me." After that Švejk entered the vicarage and went up the stairs to the room where the voices of the officers could be. They were talking about everything on earth and just going on about the brigade and the muddle there was at the staff. Even the brigade adjutant added fuel to the attack by CNRVING. "We telegraphed yesterday because of that fellow Švejk." "Present." Švejk called out from the half of and repeated as he came in, "Present." "Humblylensentryman Švejk," company orderly to the March CNPany presenting the Irewildered FAC of Captain Signer and Lieutenant Lookout, in which could be a certain mute D pair. He did not wait for any questions and called out, humbly they wanted to me having his Imperial Majesm for Jesus Christ, what earth are you talking? Lieutenant La shouted in despair. He wis deathly humbly report, it was like this, sir. And began to Reby in detail what had actually happened to him. They looked at him with staring ease and he told Re with all possible detail, not even forgetting to mention that forget-me-nots were blooming on the dam of the lake where his misfortune had happened. When afterwards he mentioned the names of the Tarars he had got to know on his pilgrimage, like Halamulabalabe, to which he added a whole string of NAM6 he had himself invented, like Valavolavalavy, Malimulamalanry, Lieutenant Lookai could stop himself from I'll kick your you mule. Go on, but brief and to the end. Švejk went on with his customary consistency, and when he came to the summary court-martial, the general, and the major, he mentioned that the general squinted in and that the major's were blue. And they LG-ked me through and through, he added afterwards in rhyme. Lieutenant Zimmerman, the commander of the 12th Company, threw a mug at Švejk. He had drunk out of it strong spirit bought from the JEU. Švejk went on quite unruffled and explained how afterwards there had spiritual congelation, and how the major slept in his embrace till the morning. Then he made a fine defense of the brigade, where he had transcended when the reported him missing and Mandl return. Handing over the documents to Captain Sagner to prove that he bad trend cleared of also *ion by the highest authority of brigade, he added, humbly report, I take the alacrity to inform you that Lieutenant Dub is in the brigade with concussion of the brain and asks to remember to you. May I now have my pay and tobacco money, please? Captain Signer and Lieutenant Luck exchanged questioning but at that eminent the RNED and they brought the steaming hot soup in a kind of tub. That was the of all thr delights for which they had waiting long. You bastard, Captain *ID to Švejk. He was in a mellow the forthcoming treat. It's only the pork feast which has saved you. Švejk, Lieutenant Law added, if anything happens, it'll be a bad day for you. Humbly report, it will have to be a day for me, Švejk said, saluting. When a man is in the army he has to be aware of. Clear off, low Captain Signer roared at him. Švejk cleared off and went down to the kitchen. There the crushed Blount had returned and asking if he could wait on his Lieutenant Lookout at the feast. Švejk arrived at the very when Jurata was arguing with Blount. In the argument urged pretty incomprehensible terms. You're a hodulous he to you'd go on stuffing yourself until the swat pure cut of you, and if I were to let you take the jitterness you'd be out sibbing with them on the stairs. The kitchen now had quite another appearance. The battalion and company quartermaster sergeant majors were nibbling in accordance with their rank and Jurata's carefully and rated plan. Out of a rusty washed basin the battalion writers, techfinists, and one or two N.co.s were greedily gulping the soup, which had been thinned with water that they all could get a mouthful or two. Hello. Van Actus Švejk is he not a pig's claw? A moment ago Marek was here and you'd come back and had a new uniform on. That means you've got me into a pretty mess. He's been frightening me by saying that we shan't be able to get our accounts straight with the brigade of that uniform. Your old uniform was found on the dam of the lake and we've already reported that to the brigade through the battalion offs. I had entered you as drowned while bathing. You had no business to come back and make trouble for us with two uniforms. You have no idea what you've done to the battalion. Every part of your uniform is entered in our books. It's registered as an extra in the list of uniforms which I have for the company. The company has one whole uniform in EXCS. I've this to the battalion. Now we shall get a notification from the brigade that you've got a new uniform there. And because in the meantime the battalion will show in its equipment records that there's one cornplate uniform in X's. I can imagine what that can mean. We could get an inspection because of it. Over a trifle this supply headquarters would come and inspect us. If two TH0LNND pairs of are lost no one worries it at all. But we've your uniform, said Van Atradielli, sucking Raro FMRN a bone which had hung into his hand, and digging out the rest with a matchstick which he used instead of as for a trifle like that there's sure to be. And when I was in there wasn't just tea cause the order had not carried out that frozen oldies should have their boots pulled off without damage to the they tried to pull them off, pulled and on two of them in the burst while this was being done, and one of them had broken even before he died. And so the Mihif was done. A colonel aimed from supply headquarters, and if it hadn't that as he arrived he stopped one in the head from the Russians and rolled down into a valley, I don't know what might have out of it. Did they take his bow, ts off as when? Asked with interest. They did, said Van Eyck pensively, but one knew who had done it, so we couldn't show the colonels in our accounts either. Georgda returned from again, and his first glance fell on the prostrate Blount, who admirable a bench by the stove and gazed at his emaciated belly in despair. You should belong to the he sickest, said Lane Cook. They spt whole day sick at their navel until they do imagine that a halo shone round it. After that they had reached the third degree of Georgda reached into the oven and out a small piece of blood. Now put that into your maw, Blount, he said affably. Have a good glut until you burst. Choke yourself, you greedy guts. Tears came to Blount's eyes. At home when we slaughtered, he said plaintively, as he gobbled up the small piece of block sausage, I always ate first a piece of I'll pig's head, its whole snout, its heart, its ear, a bit of its liver, its kidneys, its spleen, a slice of its ribs, its tongue, and afterwards. And he added in a hushed voice as though he were telling a fairy tale, afterwards it was the turn of the jitterness, 6, 10 pieces, and then pocklet blood sausages stuffed with meat and pearl barley or bread crumbs, so that you didn't know which to bite into first, those with bread crumbs or those with barley. Everything melted on your tongue, everything smelled so good, and you went on tongue and stuffing. So think the bullets will spare me, Blount went on lamenting, and it will be hunger that'll get me, and I'll never more in my life come across such a roaster of blood sausage meat as I had at home. As for brawn, I didn't like it too much, because it only shakes like jelly and you get nothing out of it. My wife on the other hand would die to get brawn, and I wouldn't ict her put even a piece of pig's ear into it cause I wanted to wolf everything up myself in the way I liked it best. I didn't appreciate that wee delicacies, that living, and once I even refused to let my old father-in-law have his pig. I slaughtered it and wolfed it all up myself, and I was so greedy that I didn't even send him a tiny ham, and afterwards he prophesied that when I kicked the bucket it would have starvation. And that's the situation, said Švejk, from whose lips nothing but rhymes seemed to flow involuntarily that day. Georgda had already got over his sudden fit of sympathy for Blount. The latter nimbly slipped towards the stove, took out of his a pie of bread and tried to dab the whole of it in the sauce, which was nestling up to all sides of the great lump of roast pork in the huge roaster. Georgda hit him over the hand. That Blount's slice of bread fell into the sauce just like a swimmer jumping from a diving board into a. Before Blount had an opportunity of snatching the delicacy out of the roaster, Georgda seized him and threw him out of the crushed Blount through the window. How Georgda took out on a fork the piece of bread which had become brown in the sauce, gave it to Švejk and put on it a piece of meat which he had cut off from the top of the RMST, saying, Eat, my dear old modest friend. Holy Mary, Mother of God, Blount lamented behind the window, my bread's gone down the drain. Swinging his long arms he went to find a tidbit in the village. As he ate Georgda's noble gift, Švejk with his mouth full, I'm truly glad that I'm back again among my own folk. I should really have hated it if I couldn't have gone on rendering them my effective services. Wiping from his chin the ovness and ht which fell and the bread, he continued, really can't imagine what you'd have done without me if they had held me somewhere and the war had continued a few years longer. Van Eyck with interest, how long do you think the war will go on, Švejk? 15 year *kns. Veered Švejk. That's obvious. Once there was a 30 years war and now we're twice as clever as they were before. It follows that 30 divided by 2 is 15. Our captain's Batman told us that he'd heard that as we occupy the frontiers of Galicia we shan't advance any further, said Georgda. Then the Russians will begin to sue for peace. In that case it wouldn't worthwhile having a war at all, said Švejk emphatically. When there's a war on, let it a war. I certainly won't hear of peace until we are in Moscow or Petrograd. After all, when there's a world war on, it's not really worth it just to sit about on our R's near the frontiers. Let's take for example the Swedes during the 30 Years' War. How far away they came from when they got to Nemeki Brtkl and Lipnice, where they made such a breach that to this very day they talk Swedish in the pubs after midnight there and don't understand each other. Or take the Prussians. Weren't exactly our next door neighbors, and yet in Lipnice they managed to leave them bags of Prussians. They even got as far as Jedushev in America and back again. Besides, said Jurjdal, who was today completely driven off balance by the pork feast and was in a mental muddle, all people are descended from Carvood. Take for instance Darwin's theory of evolution. Chaps, his further meditations were interrupted by the sudden entry of the devil take the hindmost, Matarak called out. A moment ago Lieutenant Dub arrived in a car at the Battalion staff and brought with him Cadet Bigler in his shitted bags. It's terrible with him, Matarak went on. When they got out of the car he rushed into the office. You know very well how when I went away from here I told you I was going to take 40 winks. Well, stretched myself out on a bench in the office and began happily to doze, when suddenly he hurled Heimelf on me. Cadet Bigler roared, "Attention!" And Dub made me get up and then let fly at me. You're surprised, are you, that I've caught you in the office in dereliction of duty? Slaving is permitted only after the last PST. Thereupon Bigler added, Section 16 Paragraph 9 of Barrack Regulations. Then Dub hammered with his fist on the table and shouted, "Perhaps you wanted to try and get rid of me from the battalion. Don't imagine that it was concussion of the brain I had. My skull can take anything." In the meantime Cadet Bigler went through the papers on the table and read aloud to himself from one of the DC cadets, Order for Division No. 280. Dub, thinking that Bigler was making fun of him, because of his last, that is to say that his skull could take anything, started rebuking him for his unworthy and insolent behavior toward senior officers and is now taking him to the captain to confide about him. A moment later they came to the kitchen, which they had to go through if they went upstairs to where the whole officers' corps was sitting and where after the pork the chubby Lieutenant May was singing an aria from the Traviata and belching as L after the ABTNGE and rich banquet. When Lieutenant Dub entered the kitchen Švejk shouted, "Attention up all of you." Dub aimed very close to Švejk that he could shout at him right in his face, "Now you'll catch it. Now it's amen for you. I'm going to have you stuffed as memorial for the regiment. Just as you command, sir," Švejk saluting. Humbly I read that there was a great battle in which a Swedish king fell together with his faithful horse. Tidy both corpses back to Sweden and now they both stand stuffed in the St. Call Museum. Where did you get that knowledge from, animal? Shouted Lieutenant Dub. Humbly Reb, RT, sir, from my brother. Lieutenant Dub turned round and pushed Cadet Bigler in front of him up the stairs leading to the big hall. But he could not help turning round in the door and looking at Švejk. With the inexorable severity of a Roman emperor deciding the fate of a wounded gladiator in a circus, he made a gesture with a finger of his right hand and shouted to Švejk, "Thumbs down." Humbly Švejk called out after him, "I'm already putting them down." Cadet Bigler was in a weak state. During all this time he had gone through the various cholera stations and got fully accustomed to all the manipulations they used on him as a cholera suspect. As a result he had to discharge continually and involuntarily into his trousers. When at one of these observation stations he finally came into the hands of a who could not find any cholera bacilli in his excrement, the latter bound his intestines with tannin, as a shoemaker binds broken with pitched thread, and sent him to the transit command. Although Bigler was as weak as stem ova pot, the specialist pronounced him fit for service. He was a kind-hearted man. When Cadet Bigler told him that he felt very weak he said with a smile, "You'll still be able to carry off the gold medal for valor. After all, you volunteered for front service, didn't you?" And so Cadet Bigler set out to try to earn the gold medal. His intestines no longer ejected a thin fluid into his trousers, but he still suffered from frequent urgent calls, that from the last transit station to the staff of the brigade, where he met Lieutenant Dub, it was in actual fact a whistle-stop IOUNC to Ulrichs J sublook W.CS scroll times he missed *D his train because he was sitting in a station W so long that it went off without him. Times he to change trains, because he was sitting in a train WC. But in spite of all that and in defiance of all those W.cs which were hampering his journey, Cadet Bigler 9 came nearer and nearer to the brigade. Lieutenant Dub should have remained a few days longer under treatment at the brigade, but the day that Švejk went off to the battalion, the staff doctor had second thoughts at Lieutenant Dub. When he learned that in the afternoon an ambulance would be going in TLR direction of the battalion of the 91st Regiment, he was very glad to get rid of Lieutenant Dub, who as usual subverted his various with the words, talked with the district this already before the war. You kiss my with your district hetman, the staff doctor thought, and he was very grateful for the fortunate chance that ambulance cars were going up to Kamyankastra via 2.61 Te Švejk never saw Cadet Bigler at the brigade. Bows for 2 hours the latter was again sitting in of the brigade W.cs. One can enough to claim that Cadet Bigler never wasted his time in those places because he always rehearsed to all the glorious intells of the heroic Austro-Hungarian armies from the Battle of Nordlingen 6 September 1634 to Sarajevo on August 19, 1888. When he had pulled the chain of the water closet innumerable time and the water gushed into the with a roar, he shut his eyes and imagined he heard the battle din, the assaults of cavalry and the thunder of artillery. Lieutenant Dub's meeting with Cadet Bigler was not too delightful and no doubt explained as certain in their future relations both and off-duty. It happens that when Lieutenant Dub was vainly trying to get to the WC for the 4th time he shouted out in, "Who's there?" "Cadet Bigler, RLTH March Company, Battalion N, 91st Regiment," the proud reply. The Commerteater announced Heimelf in front of the "This is Lieutenant Dub of the Mecom Vuni, be ready in a moment, sir." Waiting Lieutenant W. Ked Immertindi at his watch. No one would have looked live how much energy and tenacity was required to hold out a further 15 minutes in such a situation in front of the N. After that another 5, and then a further 5 more, and after cricking, baiting and kicking on it to receive always the same answer, "I'll ready in a moment, sir." Lieutenant Dub feverish, notably when after a hopeful rustling of the paper a further minutes went by without the door into the bargain. Cadet Bigler was tactful that he still did not pull the chain. Lieutenant Dub in a slight NRTD to reflect whether he shouldn't complain to the commander of the brigade, who might then order the door to be broken open and Cadet Bigler to be taken out. It also occurred to him that it might perhaps be an act of insubordination. Only after a further 5 minutes did Lieutenant Dub in fact realize that he could no longer perform anything inside the N, that his urge had long since passed. He remained however in front of the W out of some kind of principle and continued to kick on the DCXYR, from which there always came the identical reply, "Be ready in a moment." Str. At last Bigler could heard pulling the chain and after a short time met face to HCE. "Cadet Bigler," Lieutenant Dub thundered at him, "don't imagine that I am here for the earn as YCM. I have come here because you called to me when you arrived at brigade staff. Are you ignorant of the regulatives? Do you know to whom you have to 5 priority?" Cadet Bigler searched his MEMYA time to try to recall whether he had really done something which was not compatible with discipline and with the regulations. Relations junior and senior officers in this respect there was a vast vacuum and gap in his memory. In the school no one had ever lectured to them on how junior officers should behave comrades and your offers in a like this. In such circumstances should he stop shitting in the middle of the process and fly out of the door of the WC, holding his in one hand and with the other? "Will you and swear, Cadet Bigler?" Lieutenant Dub called out challengingly. And then Bigler remembered a very simple answer which solved everything, "Sir, I was not informed after my arrival at brigade staff that you were here, and when I had completed my business in the office I went at once to the WC where I remained until your arrival." And then he added in a solemn voice, "This is Cadet Bigler read to Lieutenant Dub." "You know it's not just a trifle," Lieutenant Dub said acidly. "In my view, Cadet Bigler, as you got to brigade staff you should have asked in the 06 CE whether by chance there wasn't any officer of your battalion or there. We shall decide about your conduct in the battalion. I am going there by car and you will come with me. But I don't want to hear any buts from you, please." In fact that Bigler objected that he had obtained from the office of the brigade staff a march route which indicated that he should go by rail and that this method of traveling seemed much more suitable in view of the uncertainty of his bowels. Every child knows perfectly well that cars are not FCR such. Before you go 180 kilometers you've already done it in your trousers. Heaven knows how it happened, but when they drove off the shaking of the car had initially no effect Bigler. Lieutenant Dub was in complete dopair at not being able to carry out his plan of vengeance. When they drove off he thought to himself, "Just wait, Ed Bigler. When you find it's coming don't imagine I'm going to have the car stop you." It was in this scenario that, to the extent permitted by the speed of the car, which was eating up the kilometer, Dub started a conversation with Bigler. Army cars WLTH, a fixed scheduled route, must not waste petrol and cannot make any stops anywhere. Cadet Bigler quite correctly objected that when a car stops anywhere for anything it does not use up petrol, looks cause the chauffeur switches off the engine. But if it has to arrive at its destination at the scheduled time, Lieutenant Dub continued inexorably, it mustn't stop anywhere on the way. There was no answer on the part of Cadet Bigler. And so they raced through the air for more than a quarter of an hour, until suddenly Lieutenant Dub felt he had a very distended stomach and that it would desirable to get out, go into a ditch, take down his trousers and seek relief. He controlled himself like a hero as far as the 126th kilometer, when he resolutely pulled the driver by the coat and into his ear. "Stop, Ed Bigler," said Lieutenant Dub graciously as he jumped rapidly out of the car down into the ditch. "Now you have your opportunity." "No, thank you," Cadet Bigler answered. "I would not like to hold the car up unnecessarily." Cadet Bigler, who was also at the end of his tether, said to himself under his breath that he would rather mess up his trousers than miss this marvelous opportunity of making it of Lieutenant Dub. They got to Mayfice. Dub stopped it twice, and after the last stop he said doggedly to Bigler, "For lunch I had bigos cooked in the Polish way. From the battalion I shall make a by telegram to the brigade. The sauerkraut was bad and the pork not fit for eating. The insolence of these cooks exceeds all uns. Ever doesn't yet know me, will soon get to know me." Field Marshal Stitzrynek, the elite of the reserve cavalry, published a INPCR called "What is Bad for the Stomach in War?" Bigler replied, and in it he recommended that during war troubles and strains pork should not eaten at all. Every on the march is harmful. Lieutenant Dub did not say a word in reply. He only thought to himself, "Soon deal with all your erudition, you bastard." Then had second thoughts and replied to Bigler with a very stupid question, "And you think, Cadet Bigler, that an officer to whom you must regard yourself as subordinate in rank eats immoderately? Didn't you want to say, Cadet Bigler, that I'd overgorged? I am grateful to you for this rudeness. Be assured that I shall settle accounts with you. You don't know me yet, but when you get to know me you won't forget Lieutenant Dub." As he said the last word he very nearly bit his tongue, because they suddenly flew over a hole in the road. Cadet Bigler did not answer, which in its turn stirred up Lieutenant Dub, who asked rudely, "Listen, Ed Bigler, I think that you have learned that you have to answer the questions of your superior officer." "Of course," said Cadet Bigler, "there is such a pasca. But of course it's first to analyze our mutual relations. As I am aware I have not yet been assigned anywhere, and so there no question whatever of my caring directly subordinated to you, sir. The most important thing of course is that in officers' circles questions asked by superiors only be answered when they concern matters of duty. As we two are sitting here in the car we do not represent any battle component of any precise military unit. Therefore there is no mutual relationship us. We are going to our units, and it would certainly be no official utterance if I were to answer your question whether I perhaps meant that you have overgorged yourself. Have you finished, you Lieutenant Dub roared at him. "Yes, I have," Cadet Bigler stated with a surety. "Don't forget, sir, that an officer's court of honor will no doubt pronounce on what has taken place between us." Lieutenant Dub was almost beside himself with rage and fury. When he got angry he had the habit of talking even greater nonsense and then when he was calm. And so he muttered, "It will a court-martial which will decide on your case." Cadet Bigler used this opportunity to give him the final KNCRK out by saying in the most familiar tone, "You're joking, old Lieutenant Dub," at the chauffeur to stop. "One of us must walk." "I shall go in the car," Cadet Bigler answered calmly. "As for you, old man, you can do what you like. Drive on," Lieutenant Dub bawled at the chauffeur as though in a delirium. Thereafter he enveloped himself in dignified silence like Julius Caesar, when the conspirators approached him with daggers to stab him. And it was in this way they arrived at 261-6 CE, where they came onto the track of the battalion. While Lieutenant Dub and Cadet Beagler were still disputing on the stairs whether a cadet who had not yet been assigned anywhere had a right to draw any portion of the amount of atronus which fell to the offlosers of individual companies, down in the kitchen they were already stuffed full. They had stretched themselves out on the spacious benches, were talking about everything possible and puffing at their pipes like Bilia. George Dailard, well, today I've made a wonderful discovery. I think it's going to make a complete revolution in A King. You know very well, Van Eyck, that I couldn't find any marjoram for the jitterness anywhere in this cursed village. Herba majorane, said Vinoy, remembering that he was a chemist. George Daw continued, no one has ever made a study of how in an emergency the human mind seizes on the most various means, how new horizons appear before it, how it begins to discover all JRTS of impossible things, which humanity has not dreamed of up to now. Well, I tried to look for marjoram in all the houses here. I ran around, searched and explained to them what it was needed for and what it looked like. You should have gone on to describe the smell, Švejk chimed in from the bench. You should have said that marjoram smells like when you sniff at it in an alley of flowering acacias. On the hill of Bodalik near Prague. But please, Švejk, Matarak interrupted him imploringly, let George Daw finish. George Daw went on. At one farm I came an old pensioned soldier from the time of the occupation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. He did military service in the Uhlans at Pardubice and still his check. He to argue with me and that and they put chamomile in jitterness and not marjoram. Honestly, I had no idea what because among all the spices which are put into atronus really any sensible and unprejudiced person must consider marjoram as champion. I had at once to find some substitute, which would give that striking spicy taste. And then I found in a farm hanging under the picture of a saint of myrtle. They had been newly married, and the sprigs of myrtle on the garland were still fairly fresh. And so I put the myrtle into the atronus. Of jours I had to steam the whole wedding garland 3 times in boiling water that the leaves should get soft and lose their too acrid smell and taste. Naturally, when I took away from them that myrtle wedding garland of theirs for the jitterness it caused a lot of heartache. When we parted they were convinced that for such encrillage I should be killed by the very next bullet, as the garland was consecrated. But you have eaten my pork up and not one of you realized that it smelled of myrtle instead of marjoram. In Jindyukov Haradak, Švejk put in, years ago a pork butcher called Joseph Linak had 2 boxes on his shelf. In one he had a mixture of all the spices he put into jitterness and blood sausages. In the other box he had insect powder, because he had found out several times that his clients had eaten bugs or beetles in his sausages. He used to say that as bugs were concerned they had a taste of the bitter almonds they put in cakes, but beetles in sausages smelled like mildewy old Bibles. And that was why he was so keen on cleanliness in his workshop and strewed that insect powder everywhere. But once he was making blood sausages and had a cold. And so he took the and shook it into the sausage meat for blood usage, and ever since then people in Jindyukav Haradak only went to Linak for their blood sausages. They absolutely stormed his shop. And he was cunning that he twigged that it was the insect powder that did it, and from that time on he ordered whole cases of the powder cash on delivery, after having previously told the firm from which he ordered it to write on the cases, Indian spices. That was his secret and HC went with it to the grave. And the most interesting thing was that all those families who his blood sausages were free of beetles and bugs. Since then Jindyushov Haradak has earned one of the cleanest cities in the whole of Bohemia. Have you finished? Asked Matarak, who obviously wanted to join the conversation. Well, I'd be ready with this particular case, Švejk, but I know a similar case in the Beskidy Mountains, but I tell you about that when the fighting begins. Matarak began to speak. Culinary art is best appreciated in wartime, especially at the front. Allow me to make a small comparison. In 4 we've read and heard of so-called iced soups, i.e. soups to which they add ice and which are very popular in North Germany, Denmark, and Sweden. And the war came and this winter in the Carpathians the men had so much iced soup that they wouldn't touch it, although it's such a delicacy. You can eat goulash, Vinoy objected. But not for too long, I should think a week at the most. That was why our 9th company gave up there and said Švejk with unusual gravity, The whole army's service centered on the kitchen and various dishes. We had in Bud and Jovis a Lieutenant Švejk, and he was always hanging around officer's kitchen, and whenever any soldier did anything wrong we made him stand at attention and started off at him. "You bastard, you do that once and I'll make a nice piece of beaten steak out of your mug. And stamp you into a mash and then make you eat it. Giblets and rice will come out of you and you'll look like a larded hare in a roaster. And you'd better improve if you don't want Roppel to think that I've made met hashed with cabbage out of further explanations and interesting about the menu. T*4 The war for educating warriors was interrupted by a huge room upstairs where the glorious dinner was drawing to an end. Out of the confused chus voices there rang the shrieks of Cadet Beegler. Already in peacetime a must know what war will demand of him, and in wartime he not forget what he learned on the ground. Then could be heard the snorting of Lieutenant Dub. I insist that it be noted that this is the third time I have been insulted. Great events were happening upstairs. Lieutenant Dub, who as we well know cherished treacherous intentions towards Cadet Beegler in relation to the battalion commander, was received immediately on his entry with a gat roar by the officers. The spirit provided by the Jew was having a wonderful effect on top of the day, referring to Lieutenant Dub's equestrian skill. "It's no without a GRUKN. The skittish. How did you the cowboys in the old man Hoda call?" Captain Siner quickly poured into him a glass of cursed spirit and the offended Lieutenant Dub down at the table. He moved up an old broken chair beside Lieutenant, welcomed him with the friendly words, "We've eaten everything up already." Old the figure of that melancholy night, Cadet Beegler, was somehow overlooked in spite of the fact that strictly according to regulations he had emphasized 11 reported himself to Captain Siner and the other officers round the table. Although all of the MEUN knew him, he kept on several times NRCI on, "Cadet Bisk has arrived at the battalion staff." Beegler took a full glass down quite by the window and waited for a suitable moment to air some of his knowledge from the text XKS. Lieutenant Dub, who felt that the awful was going to his head, knocked with his finger on the table and addressing Captain Siner said out of the blue, "The district Heitman and I always used to say, patriotism, fidelity to duty, victory over oneself. These are the weapons that matter in warfare. I am reminded of that especially today when our TNXPS will in foreseeable time be crossing the frontier." This was the point reached by Jaroslav Hajek in dictating the Go.R.I. soldier Švejk and his fortunes in the World War. He was already ill. Death silenced him forever on 3 February 1923. It prevented him from completing one of the most famous GND widely novels published, the First World War.